Who are these people? Who are these people?
Well, hi, everybody. What's going on? This is Indy. It's INN One-on-One, your favorite interview show where I talk to some of the best independent personalities that you don't necessarily see. You definitely won't see them on corporate media. So I wanted to introduce today's guest, Seven Seas. He's been all over the place, really, for the last few months. I've been so impressed with some of the work that he's done. So nice to meet you, man. Not in person. I think we were on one stream together on AM Wake Up a couple of months ago. Mm-hmm. That was great, man. With Ryan, that was a powerhouse of a stream. So I wanted to have you on for a one-on-one so that I could learn a little bit about your background and a little bit about like what you've been researching, what motivates you, drives you, the angles that you kind of look towards when you do that, and what you've already started to uncover, discover, and where you think it goes, and what do we do about it? So yeah. I think that's a good place to kind of start. I also know that you went to Third Eye Carnival this weekend, so I also definitely want to leave a little bit of time to talk about that experience. Meeting the guys, I know you were on the panel also, which is really cool. I had some FOMO and some jealousy about that. I definitely would have loved to have the chance to go, but all right, man. Yeah. So the floor is yours. Tell me about like how did we start to have this conversation? How did you get into doing this? Meeting the people that you met. How long has been like you mentioned just a minute ago? 2 years you've been doing OBS. So yeah, let me know. I'm dying to hear about all of this.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, I guess when I first started, becoming aware of like, the government sucks and things like that, it was, I watched, Zeitgeist in high school. So I was probably 15 at the time. Mm-hmm. And that sort of got me into the whole 9/11, false narrative and looking into that and really just not trusting the government. And from there, kind of dug into things like the Rothschilds, a little bit of like secret societies, the international banking cartel. And through my 20s, kind of fell away from it just a little bit because, life, trying to pay bills and work regularly and stuff like that. And it wasn't until 2016 started to kind of get back into politics. I feel like that was kind of the narrative for the whole country. Everyone was, picking a side and everyone hated Hillary Clinton. So that was good to see. And, as time progressed, obviously Trump won, then COVID happened. It was COVID that really kind of, got me back into the whole, well, I need to question the government and the things that they're doing. Because just kind of seeing this global effort from all the world governments to work together on this narrative. And, you were seeing some of the practices that we saw in like China being done, in like the most liberal cities here, but even a lighter version or so in conservative cities and things like that. And then, I was working from company to company. I think I've always just sort of had this like problem with authority. I don't like the idea of people telling me what to do. You can ask my parents. I've been that way since I was a kid, with teachers, bosses, all of that. And it was in 2022 that I decided to quit working for other people and start working for myself. So I started just doing like streaming. I was doing very surface level content. Like I play video games, not so much these days. I'm always researching stuff, but I used to play video games a lot. So I would stream that. And over the course of the first year of streaming that stuff, slowly started to work in like political critiques and, you know, cracking jokes on politicians and things like that. The Trump assassination, and then immediately him picking JD Vance as vice president was kind of my waking up to it all, and really kind of seeing, like, you know, when I was 19 or so, I had a rough idea, but now I'm actually starting to get the understanding of like the nuances and how things work. And it wasn't until JD Vance got tapped, because I had never heard of him before, but I started looking into him, figured out who Peter Thiel was just last year. So this was probably July of last year, just to kind of give you an idea of recency to everything. And
Sure.
And as I started digging, I saw, you know, his ties to like the NSA mass surveillance software and the stuff going on in Gaza, and realized that he was very, very interconnected to a lot of things. The Bilderberg Group, the WEF, he has, you know, through Founders Fund, has all of these things. And it really, that's when I started to map things out, because it was so hard to keep track of everything that he was sort of involved in. And so I started doing that for my own research and just kind of keeping track of everything. And I started posting, you know, different threads trying to tell people about Peter Thiel and stuff, not realizing that he's been very well reported on. But I still feel like a lot of people don't know who he is, or really like what the ramifications are of his involvement in all of these things. So I have I've tried to urge people like Ian Carroll, Sam Parker, and like just different people that I was following at the time before I had any sort of presence. And I was like, hey, you really need to look into this Peter Thiel guy, and didn't really ever get any sort of response from them. So I was like, well, if nobody else is going to do it, then I'm going to do it. And from there, you know, just kept posting and things like that. And really, it's kind of taken off ever since I joined Iconic back in the fall of last year.
And how did that happen? You got to meet David. Did you meet David Icke directly, or was that through Gareth? Was that how did that kind of come together?
It's a funny story, actually. So Kristen Bidding is a member of Iconic, and she was posting complaining about Ian Carroll, which is something that I do a lot, not by choice. It's just, I don't know what it is, but every time something of his comes across my feed and I see like the bullshit that's sort of weaved into it, I feel compelled to just immediately call it out and show like how it's not true, or, you know, sort of corralling people back into like the two-party narrative or like the Q narrative and stuff. But she was complaining about him and how he was sort of being, you know, misrepresenting truths. And I jumped in and was like, look at all these times that I've tried to like talk to him about this, and you know, all the candidates that he's endorsing and stuff. And then she was like, hey, I really like these web things that you're doing, showing her like the Peter Thiel stuff. And she invited me on the show. And we had a really good conversation, and that sort of got Rich Willett from Iconic to reach out as well and schedule a show. And after that show, got into contact with Jamie, David's son, and from there they sort of said, hey, you know, we're looking for researchers and content creators and stuff to join the platform, and David really likes your work and was wondering if you were interested in coming on and doing a video series with us. And I said yes, and so it picked up from there. We started filming in January. I did the first season, which was 10 episodes, sort of shows like different paradigms of control, especially in the US. Goes into like the medical industry, technocracy, the Trump administration, how they normalize the agenda, like the different tactics that they use, the mainstream alternative media influencer sphere that we'll probably get into a little bit later, and just different things like that. And I capped it off with an hour-long interview with Vagabond, Ryan.
Nice.
And I'm taking a little bit of a break right now from that, just to kind of get things set up because I'm so new to all of this, and I see everyone with like Substacks and different video platforms that they're on, and all these different things. And well, it doesn't pay as well as the YouTube gaming gig did, but I
For sure.
yeah, but I feel compelled to do it. So I've taken a hit, but luckily I've got like a partner that's kind of sees the vision, knows the importance and stuff like that. That's sort of helping me to build all of these things and stuff. So it's I've never felt more compelled to do anything in my life. Sometime last year, I went from like looking at recent politics to looking at historical stuff, realized that it's kind of always been this way, and had a little bit of an existential crisis for a couple days. And from there, just I got on the other side of that, became extremely clear-headed, and said, I think this is what I was supposed to do. And I've been doing it ever since.
I sometimes get like, it's always been like this, and getting like that, getting over it in a couple days. I commend you, because there are days I still don't get over it. And I've been doing this 5 years.
Yeah.
My story is that I was a Bernie guy, and I got so pissed off at the corporate media after the way they fucked Bernie over that I'm like, well, we need to build an alternate structure, because there's no way they're ever going to allow us to have any kind of say whatsoever from the people. And then discovering just how controlled that entire space was, and who was controlling it and why, and then seeing what we've seen for the last 18 months and how they've controlled a narrative on a genocide and tried to whitewash that. And it just reinforced that like independent media is where it's at, because it's the only place you're actually going to get the real story that's going to break down why they're saying what they're saying on corporate media and what's driving that. So I think we're in the right, the same place there. That's great, because we need more people on this team. How do we get more people like wanting to actually chase this? Because what I hear a lot of is like, I see all this, but what can I do about it? Number one, it's all going to kind of happen anyway. It's all very depressing, and I don't want to spend all my time like focused on this. It's just, there's a lot of negativity, and what they want to do, bread and circuses. They want to unplug and watch Netflix and Hulu and Amazon Prime, and they want to watch sport. Pro sports is a huge distraction. I like MMA. I'll watch the UFC Saturday nights with my buddy, and that's where I leave it. Like, it's not a thing. We again, it's something, a distraction for a couple hours a week. That's about all I get.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you do about that?
Well, it is tough, obviously, like some of the things that we look into, like you said, the genocide, the human trafficking, seeing that all of these things are interconnected, and all these people are funneling money to each other, taking, billions and billions of taxpayer dollars, essentially away from us. And I think the thing that people need to understand is that if they truly do want things to change, and they're like fed up with the status quo that we've had essentially my entire life, at least, is you one, need to become aware of the problem. And that's kind of where I see myself sort of best rooted, is educating people on sort of how they're being deceived, the people that are doing the deceptions, where the agenda is going to go. Because I think that having that awareness and that education on like what to avoid, what to sort of cut out, because there's so much noise that gets propagated, especially by, mainstream alternative media. I don't think anybody watches legacy media on TV anymore, or if they do, the numbers are slowly declining over, time. And we have this new wave that's trying to like mislead people into certain narratives, or get people to just sit around and do nothing. And I realize that that's, exactly what they want, is they want people that don't feel like they have the ability to withdraw themselves from these systems. And I think it's the most difficult part is sort of shattering that reality that's sort of been built over time of people all the way from childhood. I know when I was going to school that it was America's always the good guys, and this is the way that the government works, and there's checks and balances. And like now that, looking back on all of that in retrospect, it's all bullshit, and it's a giant uniparty, and I think it extends beyond the United States government into a world government, and that there's sort of this facade that's being played of like East versus West that they always use, very similar to like Democrats versus Republicans. And so the education piece is so important because people need to be able to understand exactly what's at play, what's being thrown at them, weaponized against them, who's responsible for it. And that sort of helps to, I guess, guide people away from the hope and belief investments in these systems that I feel like they thrive on it, always having that savior that's going to come in. And you have people like Thomas Massey, who are sort of in those positions where, he's the good guy fighting from the inside. He's just always just so happens to be outnumbered. And I just think that it's really, really important that, just like with any problem, the first part is like being able to acknowledge the problem, but how do you do that unless you know exactly what it is? And so you have all these NGOs and different capital investment firms and board seats with mutual people sharing all of them. And once you can begin to understand all of these things, you can realize that the only way forward is to sort of exit by any means that you can. There's not ever going to be like a one size fits all solution, but it gives people the ability to think critically, and I think use this information to find ways to exit for themselves. So whether that's like getting off of big food and starting to network with like local farmers, or just networking with the local community and things that sort of get you away from digital currency paradigms, the international banking system, reducing the amount of taxes that you pay, if at all, and sort of go from there.
Yeah. I mean, there a lot of different directions I can go there. You mentioned the influencers and the mainstream alternative media network that they're now trying to see. It's just the most power, and I think that you've seen this also, is that the most powerful people recognize, especially over the COVID era and certainly throughout the 2024 election cycle, that the narrative, the people that were controlling that narrative and that were able to drive that narrative were more the podcast circuit. I think they even started to call 2024 the podcast election. Mm-hmm. And people, of course, you've got Rogan, okay, but then you had like these little satellite channels like Theo Vaughn, all right, mm-hmm. And then on the other side, on the Democratic side, you had like Bert Kreischer and comedians on the other. They were trying, and what was really funny to me is that you noticed that anyone that was on board with Team Kamala, basically they had compromising material on. Yeah. I didn't see like any single person like enthusiastically come out and be like, yeah, that's my girl, Yeah. They were all just like, no, all right, I guess if you and then they were paid to show up and not even endorsed. They did a concert or a thing. They didn't even really want to be affiliated with her at all. It was brutal. All right.
Yeah.
Whereas you've got Hulk Hogan ripping open his fucking shirt to be on stage with Trump, Trump being the WWE Hall of Famer that he is under the tutelage of Vince McMahon, naming Linda to be his education secretary, and the breakdown of just what the administration is, the craziness and clown show that administration is in itself, in who he's got named to each individual position, makes me bonkers sometimes, and at the same time makes me laugh. And this is what everybody wanted. This is what you asked for, I guess. I've been out on federal electoralism for basically since 2020. Mm-hmm. The Princeton study proved that we have no influence on federal electoral politics without max donations. So to focus my time on trying to convince a politician to do XYZ doesn't seem to be the best use of my time. It's just how I analyzed it. and waking other people up to that. And my thing is none of the above. Like, I've been on team none of the above. You know, that you can let's vote locally, let's vote for school board, and let's vote for the local commissioners. But federally, it's pretty much pre-decided in 40 out of 50 states, 43 out of 50 states before you ever walk into the booth. So I really try not to focus on that horse race that occupies so much space. And honestly, it's a big source of frustration for me, for the people in independent media. Like, that's what corporate media is supposed to do. Focus on that left, right, Democrat, Republican horse race. What's going on with Nancy Pelosi and this one and that one. And this one said this to that, and Jasmine Crockett and that. Like, and there are channels that make a killing and they get a ton of views. They get amplified by YouTube. Okay. They get pushed by the algorithm, and it helps to set that narrative. And it's like, we are working 24/7 to try to undo that and undermine that, so that people focus on like what's really happening. And hey guys, don't look over there where they're trying to distract you with all the pretty ribbons and bows and funny stuff. There's like horrifying shit happening right here that you're just not paying attention to because it hurts you to look at. And it hurts me to look at it too, but I can't ignore it. And
yeah,
too many people just want to ignore it and act like it's either not happening or what. I mean, that is a big source of frustration for me as an independent. And so what I do to counter that is I amplify the independents.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing we can do, is to support independent media. Okay. And to support independence. Now, one thing I wanted to ask you is how you vet independent journalists. Okay. So like, you're new to this game. How do you figure out who's legit, who's been around a while, who's been doing this, who's kind of new and popped up and we don't really know what they're about? How do you kind of, is there like a source that you go to for all of your news? Like, I know some people use activist posts, for example, like Charlie Robinson just bought. But I'm just curious some of the other places that you look, because I've built stuff because I haven't really seen anywhere that aggregates it.
Yeah. That's an excellent question. I have a couple of rules of thumb that kind of put people on my radar, like red flags, I guess you would say. Mm-hmm. The first is getting people to continue to buy into the two-party narrative and the false dichotomy and things like that. And especially people that are spending efforts sort of re-endearing people into the state and like the belief in the state. And I think that sort of raises that flag for me to go and sort of investigate people a little bit deeper. But the second, and I think this is actually extremely important, is looking at people's sponsors. There's this whole shadow network of larger capital investment firms that funnel money into companies that are a shell that host a bunch of other companies. And those end up sponsoring all of these people on Rumble and YouTube and Twitter and things like that. And it's just a simple case of like follow the money. And there's a couple of recurring companies that come up and familiar faces, but also considering their following, their reach, sort of how fast they go from being, I'm using Ian Carroll here as an example. But the two-party narrative thing, believing in RFK, voting for Trump, backing Elon, and he's been, he had a meteoric rise, by comparison. And just sort of seeing that pattern of behavior of, you're presenting facts to me, but I'm still going to choose to buy into this narrative. People like Tucker Carlson, for example. I mean, he started out on legacy media. A lot of people aren't aware that his father was actually I believe he was the deputy director of the United States Information Agency.
For Voice of America, right?
Yeah. And his dad, Dick Carlson, was appointed to that position in 1986 by Ronald Reagan at the height of the Cold War. But media from that agency was prohibited from being screened in the United States because of the Smith-Mundt Act. But in 2012, under the NDAA, Obama sort of he amended that so that it was able to produce media and stuff that could be produced in the United States. Somewhere along the way, I think in like 1999, the USIA got rolled into the State Department. And then from there, it seems like from 2012 onward has been this, they were funding newscasters and talking heads like Tucker Carlson on legacy media. And as that sort of started to die down, I think that money is going away from the legacy media channels and getting funneled into all of these other various groups. Specifically
podcasting and NGOs.
Yeah. You have people like Sean Ryan, who's like former CIA. Like, I don't know about you, but I don't trust the CIA. And once you're in the intelligence community, you never actually leave.
Right. Yeah, he's got mega connections. One person I would contest on that might be Kiriakou, if any, because he whistleblew on them. So, that's someone that I could see not necessarily being part of it. But look, what's Fox? What's his name? Kennedy's daughter-in-law. I can't. Amaryllis Fox, right?
Yeah.
For example, who he then nominates to become deputy CIA director because she's completely out and she doesn't want to be part of the deep state, right? She comes in to dismantle it. But of course she didn't get the gig, but he was pushing for it. And that, I think, was part of what he was trying to gain out of this. I mean, I did a lot of work on Kennedy. I had been very skeptical of his campaign from the minute he launched it. And people forget, I wrote a long article about this a couple of months ago with my buddy Reef. And he actually wanted to be a fucking Democratic president in 2024. He ran to be the Democratic leader. They didn't want to give him a fair shake, but he actually still stood up and declared and said, I'm a Democrat. I want to be a Democrat. People totally forget that now. All right. Then they did him so dirty and they played such games that he did what Bernie should have done initially, except that he was controlled opposition the entire time. And I think it was always planned for him to be sent in there as someone that would be ostracized by the Democrats, used as someone that could go independent and then lean more towards a Republican way. I think Bannon and Roger Stone and other people were behind that and had planned that masterfully 2 to 3 years beforehand, if not before. I think that he was used as a tool, and I think he was happy to be used. And I think that the whole Zionism thing playing into all of it, Rabbi Shmuley hanging out with RFK at the beginning of his campaign, there's a lot of things that I had a lot of questions with. And that didn't even get into like the weirdness with his personal family shit, which ended up blowing up on him a couple of weeks ago with this Olivia Nuzzi stuff that he was sending dick pics to a reporter, allegedly. I don't know, but there was more of a relationship apparently, and maybe even her husband knew what was happening and was involved with it in possibly even extorting RFK over this stuff. We don't know. And it certainly leaves people vulnerable. And that's what we want to look at is, why are people saying what they're saying? And what are the reasons why they're saying what they're saying if it doesn't make sense and align with who they are and consistently what they should be saying according to who they present themselves to be? And I think that's what hurts people, is when you point out those inconsistencies, especially in people they like. Fell for it again,
it's honestly kind of crazy, because when I start to do that myself, I notice that people will say things like, oh, you're purity spiraling, and it's like, okay, well, so are your expectations that everyone is supposed to be compromised, or is this like, are these things that we should be holding people to account for? Because it seems like there's exceptionalism every time that it's, someone in their favor, we see that back and forth with both the left and the right, where they'll make exceptions for their heroes. And it'll be the exact same thing that they complain about the other side doing. And to me, it's like our journalistic integrity is founded on holding all parties to account equally for the exact same things. And going back to RFK and like his, I believe he was being helped by Trevor Fitzgibbon from Luminous Strategies, which just ties back to like Michael Schellenberger. And then you start getting like the Pritzkers involved, who have been involved with people like Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama, and things like that. So it's like the same old, Democrat establishment machine that's the other side of that right-wing machine was behind his campaign in the beginning. And, people like Bannon and Roger Stone and things like that coming in to sort of steer that ship once he wasn't nominated.
And then even Nicole, who was a DNC bundler, I call her like she's certainly uniparty through and through. Like, she sees herself as the person in between the Democrats and the Republicans, through and through corporate. I call her a bi-corporatist, right? Because it doesn't matter which party, as long as it's corporate, she's down. And I have questions about whether there are links to some kind of intelligence there. It seems that she's been in the right place in the right times, and things have happened for her seemingly pretty conveniently to set her up to be a very dangerous and powerful person for a long time to come. And I think a lot of people are sleeping on her, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I know that she went to Stanford, and in my opinion, that's another one of my red flags.
Harvard, Stanford, Yale.
Yep. They even have like declassified CIA documents that cover things called cloak and dagger professors, which is where the intelligence communities kind of like planted agents to be professors at various universities over the years. It was very prevalent, especially in like the late 70s, early 80s, all the way through the end of the Cold War. And Stanford was one of the ones that I've sort of read about. She met, I believe she met Sergey Brin there. And I mean, we all know Sergey Brin has tons of ties, founder of Google, World Economic Forum, funded by BlackRock, Vanguard. He went to Stanford, and that's where they met, and they were married. And this is after all of the Epstein Island stuff came out about him, and like him being at the edge and things like that. And Nicole Shanahan still married him and divorced him, became a billionaire, and, downplays things like Peter Thiel and the PayPal mafia. She was on a podcast recently saying like, oh, I don't worry about them having influence because they're predictable, which they kind of are, but that doesn't lessen the severity of their influence or the fact that people should be extremely concerned about those things. And then speaking to like, she phrased something very cleverly a few weeks ago. I think she was on with Megyn Kelly. And she said, we need to have a moratorium on mRNA technology until we figure out the science. And a lot of people don't realize that just means we're going to pause it, wait a couple of years, tell you we figured out the science, and then push the same mRNA technology on you anyway. Yeah.
Well, she represents biotech, Silicon Valley. Again, Schellenberger, aligned as well. And a lot of, again, the whole thing with her that bothers me the most is that she straight up bought the VP slot for Kennedy and did it proudly, openly, and in public. Nobody called her out on it. Nobody seemed to care. $12.5 million was all she got, was all she had to pay to put herself on a national stage for until she can not maintain it anymore. But she's got now the money and power to continue to push things, and then back propagandists like Ian Carroll. And I will 100% contend, and he can argue all he wants, that she wasn't supporting him, paying him, inflating him. I truly believe that a lot of his meteoric rise was directly attributable to her and the Kennedy campaign, that they were paying to inflate and maybe even pump up some of his content. I have no evidence to prove that, but it doesn't make sense that any kind of conspiracy content like that would fly without some kind of amplification or promotion, unless it were connected to some other organization that were having the social media platforms do that for free, which we know they usually don't do.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
somebody was supporting that, you know. His equipment got better, his studio quality got better, and he admitted that she paid him to fly up to San Francisco to interview her, which was weird as hell. And again, nobody seemed to really question or have much of a problem with it, even in the independent space. And he just blew it up. It's like, yeah, we just do that. You know, Tim Pool had me flown into. You were a guest. You weren't the interviewer. Like,
yeah.
How do you not see the difference in the dynamic of the relationship there, and the fact that she was looking to certainly get something out of him in pushing certain narratives, and he came out, guys, she's fucking awesome, guys. Yeah. She's the future. Like, just bought it hook, line, and sinker. Like, really? All right. That's where I really started to look side-eyed at him, because there were early on last year. I even covered on my show How Do We Miss That a couple times. He did a thing about a CIA girl squad. He looked into one of the board members of Citigroup, and he did a deep dive with this Obsidian tool that he then told us about later on. And he then uncovers that she was part of this group, and they're part of this, and they were part of this. And it was really fascinating work. I have no idea where he got it from. Clearly, it came from somewhere. He didn't just pull it out of his ass just because he decided to look at every single member of a board one day. And I've done this for every member of every bank. And really? Okay. And then he also did one about GameStop. And that's what really piqued my interest with him, was he figured out a way to kind of layman's term explain why the hodlers were potentially still going to crash the market. And I found it interesting, and I still don't know if what he said is accurate or not, that the shorts never closed on GameStop. Are they really still open? Because if that's still the case, holy shit, that's still a mega news story that nobody's talking about. Yeah. Then he talked about the Vegas thing, and then someone was like, wait a minute, that's John blah blah blah's research stuff. And then you started to unravel the shit. And then he started to go full on Trumper, and then it just became like, oh my God. So he used that early cred to build up a group of sycophancy of people that would defend him no matter what, to the hilt. And now he's got like this little army of people. If you, God forbid, question anything he does, they'll just start swarming your shit, right?
Yeah.
And we've seen this with astroturfed right-wing commentators, and it's not just unique to Ian Carroll, by the way.
Right. I absolutely second your notion that he is completely bought and paid for. When I was actually like trying to look into sort of where that payment got made from Nicole Shanahan, I went on the FEC website, and I think there's a glaring blind spot where you can see where campaigns give money to social media platforms, but it doesn't say whether it's for like a promotional campaign or like an ad campaign or to pay to boost certain posts and things like that. And it just says, you know, payment to X, $45,000. And it's like, where is all that money going? And I think it was, you know, paid out to different influencer accounts, whether that's, you know, attributed to promoting their things or whatever that looks like. And that's not even taking into account like his podcast co-hosts and their ties to people like Brock Pierce, which is another like dark side of that. But it's
I'll tell you a funny story about Brock Pierce. You know, I watched, I don't know if you know, but Brock Pierce ran for president in 2020. Okay. So he was a part of the independent debate that was actually what I consider to be one of the best debates I've ever seen in the history of this country. It actually dealt with issues, and he was fucking phenomenal. Like he's an actor. So he was able to deliver the lines in a way that he blew everybody else off the stage. And all of a sudden, I started looking at this guy. And I'm like, yeah, this guy might be interesting. Blah, blah, blah. And I then learned about some of the connections. And then somebody goes, wait, you mean the Bitcoin douche? And I'm like, oh, no. Yup. So then, yes, he's involved with Bitcoin. He's involved with Tether. He's involved with Israel. And he's been flying all over the world to promote Bitcoin. Like, that's a whole other scam that I would love to, at some point in this conversation, get into with you, is the question of, is Bitcoin real? Like, it's worth $100,000 right now, but a lot of people think it's an absolute Ponzi that's based on nothing. You see Michael Saylor buying up Bitcoin like crazy, borrowing money at stupid rates to be able to try to buy more Bitcoin, then buying it with his own stuff on what the fuck is going on here? Like, is this real, or are they trying to just replace money with this money? And how's that gonna work out? Like, I think a lot of people don't know. So I'd love to get what your take is on that. And then the link to Brock Pierce, where he's become like a multi-fucking billionaire out of this.
Yeah. I guess to sort of start with Bitcoin, I looked into the Satoshi Nakamoto email story that broke, like sort of how he reached out to all these various people. And three names were like the most prominent that I could find as far as all of the documentation and stuff. And that was Adam Back, who created things like Hashcash, and now he runs this company called Blockstream, which is just funded by this guy named Li Ka-shing, who's a Chinese billionaire. Obviously, Tether was also founded in China by Brock Pierce. Then you have Nick Szabo and Hal Finney, who are both self-proclaimed transhumanists and subscribe to like the TESCREAL ideology, which is like, tech, eugenics, space, and various other things that are very closely aligned with beliefs by like Elon. Elon, I would consider to be like a TESCREAL with everything that he sort of speaks about. Their main ideology is we're going to posit all of our products and services as the way to continue survivability of humanity. So whether that's through like CRISPR gene editing, or getting people linked up with like a brain chip, and what have you, and people like Hal Finney, he supposedly came up with the idea of proof of work, which I still have to do some digging on that, but he's tied directly to like the Alcor Life Extension Foundation, which, as you know, there's like a bunch of prominent eugenicists that are wrapped up in that. I believe Jeffrey Epstein had some loose ties with people associated with that as well. And Mark Andreessen is like a self-proclaimed TESCREAL. I think he's...
Isn't Finney cryogenically frozen? All right.
I believe so, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But yeah, so these were the three guys that were kind of giving that credibility to the Satoshi Nakamoto email story, saying, oh, he's this rogue NSA agent, and he wanted to take like their technology, which a lot of people, I think, still aren't aware that the encryption technology SHA-256 was created by the NSA. And if you dig back further into history, you can see that I actually have a little bit of a web here. It's not done. But I could show this real quick to show you like sort of the history of cryptography and things like that.
Yeah.
With them. Let's see here.
Yeah, I can put you big up on screen there. That's my screen. Put you big up. I don't know if you have. Oh, are you sharing that through StreamYard?
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Let me grab that. I don't really have a way to do that. Hold on a sec.
Oh, I could change my camera if you'd like.
Yeah. If you don't mind putting it on camera, like that's just easier.
Yeah, one sec. Let's see here. I think I can maybe just shrink myself down. Go from here. Let me do this instead.
There you go. Perfect.
All right. So just looking at like the Satoshi email stuff, this is kind of everything that I was talking about. You have the how to make a mint, the cryptography of anonymous cash, which was a research essay done by the NSA. This is like the self-proclamation of being extropian transhumanist. You have Nick Szabo right there and Hal Finney. And as you go back, like you see the SHA 256 is connected to the NSA. And the NSA is tied to this thing called the SIS, and it stemmed from this thing called AFSAC. So that was like the precursor to the NSA, and they were working with this company called Crypto AG, which was basically providing cryptography ciphers for messages that were being relayed to countries during World War II. And what they were doing was selling this thing that said, hey, we have this machine that will encrypt all of your messages and you'll be able to sort of transmit them securely. Meanwhile, the entire time they had sold the technology to the CIA and this AFSAC to be able to decipher all of them. So it was like sort of a master key that was secretly given to the United States government, while every other country that they were selling these machines to believed that, you know, it was unhackable and that people wouldn't be able to decode them. So it was sort of this catch-22 where the government was able to, the American government was able to read all of these things and decipher all of these encryptions, while everybody else in the world was under the guise of, oh, well, you know, this technology's safe and things like that. And Crypto AG was actually a huge person that was a part of that was this guy named Boris Caesar Wilhelm Hagelin, who used to work for like the Nobel family and all of their ties to like, you know, big oil and all of these what would be military contract systems and, you know, things like that. You have Raytheon, you have BAE, you have United Defense, British Aerospace, Marconi Electric Systems, and obviously the Nobel Prize is named after them. So I'm just sort of seeing this as like a repetition of history, except instead of it being all of these other countries, that it's private investors. So, you know, people that are invested in Bitcoin and they're like, it's safe and there's a ledger and, you know, nobody can crack it. I don't think that that's true. Just based on my understanding of the last time that we dealt with like cryptography, the NSA, and all of these same sort of actors here. But you can look at things like Operation Rubicon, which shows like Swiss crypto manufacturer Crypto AG confirmed Minerva, and that they worked with the CIA and B&D all the way back in like the 90s. Crypto AG is actually jointly owned by the CIA and the B&D. Wow. They have this thing called the Friedman Collection, which is sort of like a history on cryptography itself that you can go look at. But it even says here, you know, partially released by the NSA in 2014, there was a gentleman's agreement between the NSA and Crypto AG through Boris Hagelin.
Right.
Yeah, and resulting in their cooperation from World War II, which was the encrypting all those messages and things like that while they were selling all of the keys to the United States government. That's
crazy.
And this shows like the sort of the I guess evolution of Crypto AG, because it's gone through like multiple iterations of names and stuff. But you have Psi1 and then Crypto International AG is what it's called now. But they have, you know, Operation Rubicon, you have Operation Spartan, Operation Gentleman's Agreement, Operation Thesaurus, and this shows like a timeline of ownership here. So in 1951 to 1960, the Gentleman's Agreement existed between Hagelin and the NSA, and Crypto AG had a licensing agreement with the American CIA. Sure. And it shows like through these different operations who was the actual owner of this company, and it went from being Hagelin to the B&D and CIA all the way to the CIA all the way up until now. So it's just sort of one of those things where it's like this is just the new evolution of that, but instead of stealing communications, they're just stealing everybody's money.
And then they spin it off, and then they do something like a total information awareness that then becomes part of Palantir or the LifeLog. You know, these programs then become spun off to become commercial stuff, you know, and that's also part of what this is. And, you know, these CIA, NSA programs end up becoming like the commercial stuff that we end up having to consume and use on our daily basis, and know that there are these backdoors that are built into them globally that they can access the stuff if they need to, and shut down when they need to, and cause chaos where they need to, and all different kinds of techniques. It's not just about one method. And I think that that's where a lot of people seem to narrow their thinking about the way that they approach this, is they look at like a total information awareness means that you have to cater to people where they're at, no matter where they're at, which means you need to have counter agents to be able to meet those people where they're at there. Mm-hmm. And that's where I think the independent space has seen a massive influx in the last 5 years of new independents from that side of the community, trying to infiltrate, trying to steer COINTELPRO, you know, steer the narrative either back toward the duopoly or to steer the narrative away from what's actually happening, or to just focus on a nitty gritty. And this is the one that bothers me the most, to see somebody focus on a talking point or on one specific piece of information, whether somebody got something right or not. CIS versus CISA with Matt Taibbi, for example, that became like a whole big deal. Was the whether he was correct about that? It didn't matter. The whole thing was, first of all, it was AstroTurf to a point, and it was a limited hangout that was designed to implicate Democrats much more than it was Republicans. That's where the evidence was. That's what the information that as a journalist they got. They should have asked those questions. I certainly would have run with the same thing, and I certainly reported on the Twitter files as it came out. And I think that there was a lot of legitimate shit that was in there. It was also personal. I don't think that Oppo research that's personal isn't discredited. It hurt the Democrats' feelings, but the fact that reinforced and that proved that the Hunter Biden laptop story was tampered with, and that the FBI and the tabletop exercise and all the things that were designed to propagandize and set up that narrative with the social media companies that this was coming and you better be ready to censor it when it does, is a serious problem that a lot of people just kind of glazed over and called, well, Hunter Biden's dick pics, right?
Yeah.
That was how they dismissed the Twitter files. Hunter Biden's dick pics. By the way, Marco Polo. You know who they are, right?
Not familiar, actually.
Okay, so Marco Polo assembled a dossier, a voluminous book documenting and researching every bit of the Hunter Biden laptop and all the contents that were in the diary and everything that was on it. And it's like a 500-page book, detailed. And they were ready to sue everybody. And then Joe gave his son a pardon, and the whole thing basically became moot. But now it's a story that they have that's out there. He absolutely did all this stuff, and they have the receipts. MarcoPolo.org. They're a 501c3, good organization, good people. They have a Substack. They've been putting out articles about this. They're still talking about it, but they had the goods. You know,
it's actually interesting because you get into the Twitter files and like Matt Taibbi and how like David Sachs, Barry Weiss are tied into that. Michael Schellenberger comes back up again. Mm-hmm. You had things like the Manhattan Institute and Paul Singer's involvement as well, sort of in like a proximity sort of way, and that's where you get people like Christina Buttons and Chris Rufo and Bill Ackman's actually tied to like the Manhattan Institute and things like that. And it just seems like they wanted to take the entire truth and distill it down into this sort of weaponization where, you know, a lot of like independent movements and things like that, or say like where they censored independent journalists prior to the Elon takeover, and a lot of those ended up getting permanently deleted as far as like proof of censorship of a lot of those independent voices. I actually work with somebody who their Michael Schellenberger is my Peter Thiel, basically, where I sort of focus on a lot of the things that Peter Thiel's doing. Michael Schellenberger is like their big one. Yeah. And you know, he's tied in with people like Medea Benjamin. He was involved with like the Venezuelan thing with Hugo Chavez. His Lumina Strategies actually is partnered with Fenton Communications, and Trevor Fitzgibbon is part of the Lumina Strategies, and that's where it comes back in RFK and things like that. So it just seems like it's all just one big incestuous web that's playing both sides at all times, and it's I think Lenin would be proud of the job they're doing right now.
It's very involved in it controls a lot of the narrative in California politics. It touches on Gavin Newsom also. You know, the Pelosi family, certainly. And Schellenberger likes to play both sides of the fence. I think it was you that pointed out to me that he was actually a Palantir lobbyist. Was that you, or was that somebody else? That he was connected to Joe Lonsdale through some kind of a charity, and that charity claimed that they were leaning on him for certain advice on certain things. There's a lot of questions about Shelley too, you know? Yeah. I got a lot of questions. The whole Brazil thing, another crusader for free speech. But, you know, I hadn't really put it together in my head. But until now, the Twitter files, all the journalists for the Twitter files, none of them were anti-Zionist.
Right.
And I hadn't really thought about that literally until we were talking about this. You know, I didn't really look at it in that context because I hadn't really seen it in the Israel narrative context. But in Elon selecting journalists that would not be critical of Israel in their research and asking questions and digging in that direction makes a lot of sense to me. And the one that disappoints me the most, when it comes to that, is Taibbi. Yeah. And he has had the independent journalist cred for my entire life, just about, you know, and yes and no. Look, Rolling Stone, yes. But rogue reporter who didn't follow the rules and basically told everyone to go fuck themselves was the way I always kind of saw him, but allowed to go on Bill Maher, which I never asked the hard questions and never looked too deep. So again, I was a propagandized duopoly shitlib for most of my life, and I'll admit that. And in waking up, in seeing that there are not very, very many sacred cows when it comes to independent media, but there are a couple. Yeah. And it just so happens that those couple of them have been tied to Intel-linked communities and Intel-linked billionaires. The other one that I'll go into, and I it's going to make people mad, Glenn Greenwald. Right? Yep. Glenn Greenwald has never met a billionaire that he didn't want to fund him. And it went from Pierre Omidyar. And then it went to, now he's in the Thiel universe. But it's not necessarily Peter Thiel that's funding him, but certainly there is a connection somewhere there. And I don't know exactly where it is, but they identified him early on as somebody they thought could be a vehicle for bringing in an independent community. The anti-Democratic Party, Hunter Biden, the former independent / Democrat leaning, left leaning guy who's now certainly not left leaning at all and has gone completely anti-Democrat. But what's interesting is that he hasn't really gone anti-Republican. Yeah. Thoughts on kind of the billionaire controlled independent media. Barry Weiss is another one. Amazing how her company, within 2 years of launching on Substack, the Free Press, after that, launches $100 million outlet on Substack?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, and then you have to take into account like her ties to the University of Austin thing and how her and Joe Lonsdale are connected, and she's connected to people like Larry Summers and Lynn Blatvinick, who he's over like I think he's on the board of Warner Music Group, and he's part of like Access Industries, which its subsidiary sort of works with the BBC. He's over Deezer. And it just all ends up coming back from things like Palantir and all these like shell corporations.
Yep.
Free Founders Fund is another one where it's like they'll fund something that funds something that funds the person. So it's like, I get accused a lot of playing like 6 Ways to Bacon with my research, and it's like, the sentiment that I like to convey is, I mean, that's how it works. That's how the world works, and politics and business and all of these nonprofit scams. It's who you know, and these same people will vilify someone's associations with Epstein, but then when you do it with something that's not Epstein, all of a sudden associations go out the window, and that's not a credible thing that could be motivating these people to do the things that they do.
I think it depends on the association also. Because if they work for a company that just happens to do business with somebody and they are not necessarily connected, profiting, or, that there are layers to that and levels to that. But I think that a lot of that gets swept up and implicates people where they may not necessarily have a link. What do they say? Causality is not necessarily connectivity or whatever it is. It just because they're connected doesn't necessarily mean that they're guilty of doing something. And there's also the clean side of each house that wants to make sure that they're not, that something looks like it's on the up and up. So they're trying to present a face of not what you should expect, not what it really is. And it gets really hard looking through all this stuff too. And you start to go bleary, and then all of a sudden everything starts looking like an op, and it becomes kind of hard to see like where the line is and who's doing what and who's doing. I think that it's just, you watch people's work over time, and time is the thing that reveals all to me. And I've had such an evolution in this space just in 5 years. I mean, I came into this supporting, it's embarrassing to say, but I was supporting TYT and Kyle Kulinski and the Democratic shitlib, progressive network.
Yeah.
And to the point where that's all insufferable, and it's bad for the country. It was bad for where we are right now, because they pushed Joe Biden. I mean, I knew that from minute one, Joe Biden, nobody wanted Joe Biden. He was the 5th pick. And this is, to me, look, we haven't had a selection since 2008. I feel like the country selected Barack Obama. We were sold a bill of goods, but we certainly chose him. We got what we wanted. Like, we saw this guy. He was dynamic. He was this. He was a liar. He was controlled by the banks. He was completely manipulative, and then had record opposition to anything that he wanted to do. In all fairness, he had lockstep filibusters like no one had ever seen before. There were certainly moves that were made to deter his presidency, partly to make sure that I think that no person of color would run for president for another few decades, to tank and torpedo that candidacy and that presidency. And he still won re-election in spite of all that. But, we didn't get what we wanted in 2016. At least half the country didn't. Nobody wanted Hillary Clinton. She was running. So I think everyone was glad that she didn't win. But I think a lot of people certainly didn't want Trump to win the first time. I didn't. I never got the successful businessman narrative with him, because he inherited the money from his dad. He torpedoed every business that he'd ever been part of, including fucking casinos in Atlantic City that printed money. All right. I mean, and then there's the this guy who bloviates about making people successful and being successful, yet he can't trumpet 5 people on stage who he's helped make successful that would credit their success to him, which is what billionaires do, right? Like, I can't stand Bloomberg, but Bloomberg can trumpet a whole bunch of people and businesses and things that he's created and wealth that he's created as a result of what he's built. This guy hasn't built very much other than to serve himself. And when you have, and now the whole thing about his net worth that's been inflated in the last couple of years, primarily by crypto and this fraudulent, and I'll call it fraudulent, DJT stock. Okay. This entire move that he made to go public with the Truth Social vehicle, okay, that he's amazingly, Devin Nunes is still running that organization. I shake my head. Okay. But it's crazy how this guy, because of the on paper stuff, the Trump shitcoin, meme coin that was pumped on Solana, that's still worth a few $1 billion, and he holds 80% of the coin that never got put out to the public to begin with. Like, nobody knows anything about this stuff. It's remarkable how much this guy is profiting every day while he's tanking the economy simultaneously.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, a lot of people aren't aware, you know, I've seen a few people talk about Trump's mentor Roy Cohn in the past. A lot of people aren't aware that Trump straight up got bailed out by the Rothschilds in the 90s. So he's, you know, been on the hook with them. But in the 80s, he was working with people like Stephen Witkoff, who, you know, is like the special envoy to the Middle East. Stephen Witkoff's son, Zach Witkoff, is on World Liberty Financial, which is a crypto exchange. And the other 2 people that lead it are Trump's 2 sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric. And, you know, you see sort of similarly to what we saw with Elon when he was pumping and dumping Doge, they're doing that same thing where they're like, hey, buy this now. I think Eric Trump said, buy Ethereum now, you'll thank me later. And then now, since then, Ethereum's down like 50% in value. And I think what we're seeing is all of these millionaires, billionaires are also invested in these things. We have like institutional investments in cryptocurrency with things like Apple, Tesla. You know, Howard Lutnick says he has hundreds of millions of dollars in crypto investments. And I think they're holding these massive amounts. And, you know, once the price starts to go up, they'll offload all of that and reap, you know, rewards in like a collaborated effort, I believe. And essentially what that does is it absolves them of accountability where, you know, if the dollar were to tank, right, we hold the American government responsible for that, and they're accountable for the failure of the dollar. Or, you know, if a company's stock tanks, you have a board, a CEO, the chief financial officer, and things that you can hold accountable. But when it comes to crypto, all of a sudden everybody is in equal, we all have equal responsibility, and if that tanks, it's just the will of the market. And I don't think that's the case.
Well, there's no Bitcoin office, although they're trying to establish Bitcoin offices. But nobody like is the owner and the, you know, the person who's backing Bitcoin. And that to me, you know, I read an article the other day on my show about Michael Saylor and Bitcoin, and basically how Saylor tried to compare Bitcoin to real estate, except that real estate produces rent or some kind of a monthly, you know, investment or, you know, return on your investment that Bitcoin never will. And therefore, the only way to acquire more Bitcoin through his shares is that he has to raise new capital through new investors, which is the classic signs of a Ponzi. And he's borrowing, and in order to service his debt load, he's got to borrow more money to service the debt load and borrow more money, and then he's cashing out a little bit and buying Bitcoin with that on his own thing and then cashing. He's a lunatic, that guy. Just to get into a little bit of the web of what that guy's doing. I don't know if you've done any digging on Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy yet. He's one to certainly get into at some point. But you know, they're claiming that he could potentially, because of the way that he's been buying Bitcoin, and eventually he's going to margin call and not be able to meet his debt obligations, he'll have to start selling off Bitcoin, his Bitcoin holdings, in order to be able to service the debt load, which will then tank the market because he'll flood the market with so much Bitcoin, it will then drop the price of Bitcoin and he'll have to offload that much more.
Yeah.
It's fucking nuts. Okay. And I think, again, now remember that all this is cash is going in, Bitcoin's going out, cash is coming out of the market also. It's going into Swiss bank accounts, cash is going into Cayman Islands bank accounts. And I don't know if you remember, this is before you got into it, but last April, a guy self-immolated. All right. His name in New York City. And I don't remember his name, but he put out something called the Ponzi Papers on Substack. And he basically called out that he saw the crashing of Silicon Valley Bank as a massive Ponzi scheme, as the beginning of the end of the crashing of a Ponzi scheme that he saw, tried to warn everybody about, and did not want to be a part of.
Yeah.
And it was a fascinating read that I read, and I keep going back to it because there are parts of it that he was right about. And then I had a lot of questions about who put this out, how and why. Apparently threw this pamphlet up, then lit himself, did the whole thing and died. M. Crosby was the author on this thing, but that wasn't his name. His name was Max Azzarello. That's what his name was. I don't know how I even forgot it for a second. And one of the interesting things was that he said that it was partly tied to the Simpsons writers, and that the Simpsons somehow had links to all this shit, which was wild, right? And but the Simpsons had a lot of Harvard and Stanford connected people that were able to kind of foreshadow things, and they planted stuff allegedly throughout. It was just fascinating, and the questions were, he only used like Wikipedia and corporate media sources to tell his story. And our questions were, well, if you're telling the story about Bitcoin, Peter Thiel, Silicon Valley Bank and all that, how do you never mention Whitney Webb? How do you never mention any of the independent research that has been done to expose all of these things to prove what you're saying is the real thing? Yeah. Rather than just linking to a stupid Wikipedia article that we know is manipulated by CIA. That's why I had weird questions about it. But at the same time, there were accuracies in there. And this is where, you kind of have to sift through everything you see to pull out the nuggets of truth. What are they actually hiding in there and burying within the rest of the story and the show that they want you to fall for, that ends up becoming an important fact of information later on when you can connect that to something when you see it. And I think that's something that you do very well. From what I've seen.
I appreciate that. And I know a lot of my research tends to link to like mainstream media sources. And there is sort of a reason behind that, because as you know, like you said, they will put nuggets of truth in those things, but then it's buried in like layers and layers of, propaganda, false narratives, and things like that. But focusing on those little nuggets of truth and being able to interconnect them and then link it all back to like mainstream sources. Now they can't call it fake news, right? Because it's coming from them, and things like CNN, Fox News, all these things that we all know are probably working on behalf of the government. But when they try to like disprove something, I sort of see that as like a little bit of a thing in my back pocket, where it's like, well, you guys are the ones that are saying all these things. I'm just finding the one thing that's relevant or pertinent and tying it back. But I definitely think that independent media, and especially people like Whitney Webb, she's been mentioned how many times on Joe Rogan, but she hasn't been invited on ever. But Joe Rogan will happily talk to Peter Thiel and invited him on, I think it was September of last year. And it's really, really hard, because you can't actually teach discernment without, I think, like years long. And I've always been sort of cynical. And so that's where mine sort of stems, is I always keep high hopes, but low expectations for basically everything that I dig into. And I'm like, okay, well, let's see what we can find, because something about this just doesn't feel right to me. And I think that the trusting the gut and being able to find those little nuggets of truth and, extrapolate those into a bigger picture, and then zooming out and sort of seeing all of these different things is extremely important, and something that I try to do on like my live streams, where we build these webs in real time, and the chat is open to everybody. Everyone's allowed to come in, and if it's something like somebody's knowledgeable about, they might have 50 followers on their account, but they have actual like legitimate information. And I try to show people how I like go through, verify those things in real time, be able to like pick out the important parts and try to showcase that, so that hopefully moving forward people can emulate that sort of thing. But it's tough.
That's it. It's listening for those narratives and listening for some of the buzzwords, trying to listen even across channels to hear kind of the coordinated message that you can see and hear sometimes happening, because they do disseminate talking points on both sides of the political quote unquote, duopoly that they're trying to push this narrative and distract people, funnel them back into allowing the billionaire class and the donor class to control everything, including what people are thinking and how they're consuming it, and what they're eating. Look, drugs. I mean, look at the Pfizer stuff, how Pfizer took over corporate media, how they were sponsoring every stadium, and they were sponsoring all the news and every sporting event. And people never really, a lot of people still never question that. I think especially on the Democratic side, to be honest, people tended to on the right side, because of Biden being in office. I ask a lot more questions about what was going on with Big Pharma, on top of the fact that you had this ecosystem from the right side that was claiming, Great Barrington Declaration, that COVID was a hoax, that COVID was not a real thing. Now, I don't know if it's not a real thing, because certainly there are people that were affected by it. Was it a bioweapon? I think it was. Was it created in a lab? I think it was. And was it released in order to scare the shit out of people and cause a lockdown and create this environment where they could create the largest massive upward transfer of wealth in history? I don't see anything that says that it wasn't set up that way. When you look at Event 201, when you look at the Cyber Reason, I think it was called, and all of the tabletop exercises that were happening in the few years beforehand. And then the other thing, I don't know if you ever caught Kim Iverson, actually, and I'm not a Kim Iverson fan, to be honest with you, but she did an interview with somebody in, I think it was January of 2023, that basically admitted that it was controlled. It was a DOD op the entire time. All of our COVID policy was run by the Defense Department. All of our response policy and how we directed cities and everything was done by the Defense Department. And again, that was something that very few people reported on, but I think was a big component that got missed, because that told me it was a military operation. Yeah. They saw it as some kind of war.
Yeah, in the even in the Congressional House report, which, I always take everything coming from the government with a grain of salt, but even they admitted like Operation Warp Speed itself was a merging of the DoD and Big Pharma aspects. It removed, liability for vaccine manufacturers, so people that are vax injured are just having that much more of a difficult time seeking like recouping damages or trying to find some way to hold these manufacturers liable. Trump called it a success. And then, now Susie Wiles being his chief of staff, through her ties to Mercury Affairs, she's wrapped up with Pfizer. We have Johnson & Johnson is involved with them, AstraZeneca. So like all these same people that manufactured the COVID vaccine that apparently Trump got duped, which I don't think is the case. But he ended up putting someone, Susie Wiles as chief of staff, and she's a big shot caller in his administration and stuff. And she's directly tied to all of these companies.
Yeah.
And just like looking back through like the last 100 years or so of the medical industry, and sort of how that was co-opted by like the Rockefellers, and they were funding people like Mary Lasker, who was, started the whole lobbying thing, lobbying politicians for money for grants to do these medical research studies, and sort of that transformation of the medical field into the medical industry. And a huge, tie to the Rockefellers is like their work with eugenics, and just looking at the I guess philosophy behind vaccines is it reduces the body's ability to create antibodies, and you're supposed to be able to develop those naturally within the body. And I think that they're acting as immunosuppressants, essentially, where, over time it's training the body to produce less and less antibodies naturally, and artificially injecting all of these things to lower people's immune systems. And this is a crazy harebrained theory, but I think it's to ready people for the eventual implants and like biotechnical stuff that's coming in, human augmentation in the very near future. Because it's going to reduce the body's ability to fight these things as foreign objects.
Elon's brain chip time.
Yep. Nice.
Oh, I can't wait. Again, predictive programming from Hollywood, The Matrix. This is that was sitting in the chair and getting plugged in and having knowledge and whatever dumped into your. That's literally how they're going to sell it to us. And it's really, somebody put up a thing the other day. It's like, we're somewhere between Minority Report and the latest Mad Max movie. It's like all these things that I'm looking forward to, all these things coming true. Like we're already halfway there. And that's something else that I've always kind of looked at on a conspiracy side, is the predictive programming of Hollywood movies, influence of the U.S. government on Hollywood. I even saw some report somewhere once that they literally have like a pseudo separate Hollywood that they've kind of established separate from the real one that makes their own films and everything else. And it's like buried somewhere else for the future, for the history of time, to kind of plant another entire narrative and history. I've heard all kinds of crazy shit. But the one who I've really been glowingly seen linked to Intel in the acting world is Clooney. And I don't think that that's much of a surprise to many people. I don't know if you've really done much digging on that. He kind of came on my radar when it came to the Assange stuff. Okay. Now, he created something called like the Clooney Foundation for Journalism or something. And they didn't really... It was very strange. They were pro-white helmets, but they were pro-Assange. They had a lot of people connected from some of the top firms. There was a lot of Intel connections. His wife had Intel connections, I believe, in Egypt. There were a lot of weird... And then you look at his movie history where he's played CIA agents how many times, and you look at Confessions of a Dangerous Mind, to Three Kings, to Ocean's movies, and so many different things that were set up that puts him in different locations for certain things. And it's really like Confessions of a Dangerous Mind. It almost felt like they were telling you exactly how they did it to him. Yeah. It was almost, it sounded like it was the Chuck Barris story, but it was almost like, how did they co-opt George Clooney and have him running operations around the world, even when he had to run a film somewhere in some off weird location? I wonder why he had to do that. Like, they set the whole thing up. Argo, same thing. The movie Argo, they talked about that whole film thing was the whole reason to get the hostages out of Iran. That was an entertaining movie. And of course, then what they do is they whitewash the real story, just how badly they behaved. Right? They make it seem like America was good, like you said early on. Like we were raised to be propagandized that America always does the right thing for the right reasons, and we came out on the good side always. And we just know that ain't so. And especially looking at the people that have been running this world for the last 25 years, people say that it really started with Poppy Bush and Bill Clinton. And that Bill Clinton was controlled by the Bushes and CIA in a way, manipulated, bringing the right, the conservative Democrats and basically eliminating and destroying any kind of left movement that there was in this country at that point. And ushering in the neoliberalism that we've been suffering under for the last 40 fucking years.
Yeah. Honestly, if you want my genuine personal opinion, I think America's always kind of been like this experiment where you had things like the Sabbatine Frankists sort of helping to influence the French Revolution, and then the establishment of the Illuminati in 1775, and then all of a sudden America becomes this. We start the revolution. We're being funded by the French, who were fighting with the British at the time, and all the founding fathers' ties to like Freemasonry and stuff, and
right.
Especially through the 20th century, you had this thing called the New School for Social Research, which it still exists today. It's usually just called the New School. But that included people like John Dewey, who was considered like the father of education in the 20th century, and he ended up going to create various models that other universities and stuff, especially in the United States, they pull a lot of inspiration from that, and that's sort of where you get this convergence of Alvin Saunders Johnson, who was running the New School. This was like 1919 was when it was founded. But Alvin Saunders Johnson, who worked for Rockefeller, you had Thorstein Veblen, who inspired the technocracy movement of the 20th century. You had people like Hannah Arendt, who was very influential believed in this thing called transactionalism, which I think is where we're heading with carbon credits and cryptocurrency and things like that. You had people like Leo Strauss, who was friends with Franz Rosenzweig, who was a huge fan of Hegel, and that's where we get all this Hegelian idealism and stuff, which they were, thrilled about the French Revolution, because they saw that as sort of a vacuum to be able to push all of these new ideas and philosophies, and that's where you get the false controlled opposition. And I mean, this goes all the way back to the late 1700s, and I think it's all been sort of just this giant psyop on us.
Just a continuation. So the family's involved. So we're like the generations down, the children, the offspring, and then the married offspring to that, and it kind of diverges, and then some businesses kind of come in and take over a certain thing, and industries come in, and then you've got CIA that gets involved, and then In-Q-Tel. I mean, I don't know how much work research you've done into In-Q-Tel and just how many companies they've funded, how involved in the business world they are, and just how deep their technology ties go. I think a lot of people dismiss that, or just don't know.
Yeah, I think that especially when you look at things like Oracle, right, where Larry Ellison starts Oracle, and it's like this VMware. Where he can start doing cloud storage for all these different companies, and his first customer was the CIA. Now everyone that works with Oracle is storing all their information on Oracle servers, and that's all getting fed through different intelligence agencies and things like that. And then now fast forward to a month or two or a couple months ago, and now Larry Ellison's part of this huge Operation Stargate thing, and he's a eugenicist, big tech, rubbing shoulders with people like Sam Altman, who's being funded by Peter Thiel. So it's especially since the 80s, things have sort of been accelerating. You have all kinds of actors who are doing all of these cloud storage services. Amazon Web Services, for example, a lot of people don't know that Jeff Bezos' father was in big oil. His grandfather was one of the founding members of DARPA. And it's Google wasn't started in a garage. All of these different false narratives and false hero stories, they've started this trend of pushing government technology and goods and services through the private sector, because if the government were to release it to the public, nobody would trust it. But if you have this I started from nothing and, built up this company, when in actuality it was always either the government or intelligence agencies, or like you said, the big companies that come in, people like Rockefeller, Carnegie, and all of these things, through these various industrial revolutions that we've seen.
And then you've got the entire nonprofit NGO world that has realized that as a way for these billionaires to write off their pet projects and their infiltration projects, which is unbelievable, that they figured out this nonprofit world that can now fund all of their their infiltrations. We've seen a lot of that happen to the independent space. Soros is one of the kings of this, and he's demonized by the people, by the people on the right as being the person who funds everything on the left. It's not just Soros. There's Bloomberg too. There's Schwartzman, and there's plenty of other big money. Eric Schmidt, big money influencers that are funding all kinds of NGOs. Who's the other guy? One of the other co-founders of Facebook. I can't think of it. Dustin Moskovitz. He's become one of the largest Democratic Party donors over the last few years, and people are sleeping on him. And it's like, you've got to keep your head on a swivel. How do people do that? And keep up with real life, pay their bills as things continue to spiral out of control in the world. You see your portfolio dropping. There's hysterical news driving you crazy. You've got family polls, friends and real life type of stuff. Like, balancing all of this stuff is very difficult. And then also maintaining a perspective and not letting it get to you. And honestly, my wife says to me that she feels like it gets to me at times because I surround myself in news which is constantly negative. And I'm seeing, unfortunately, 2 a.m. every night before I go to bed, I'm seeing kids blown up in Israel. And that sucks. It's horrible. And I'm not just going to turn it off and be blind to it. First of all, I'm in news and I want to know what's happening in the world. I want to know what's being done in my name, on behalf of my country, what we're funding and why, and then try to educate people so that we can stop it and try to undo this. But again, like you said, it starts with education. And I think too many people are just happy to stick their heads in the sand. And that is still worrisome to me. That is the game that we fight against. And I think that what we need to try to figure out a way to do is make it more entertaining, sadly enough, because, where we're losing is because we're losing to entertainment. And that's where people like to say this infotainment thing and the mix between being funny. That's why I think comedians do a really good job. And I've always been a big fan of stand-up comedians and as truth tellers. Okay, from the Carlins. Again, I come from the school of George Carlin and Bill Hicks and even Dice Clay to a point, but Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor and Paul Mooney, some of the people that just told it like it was and didn't give a flying fuck. And we're able to kind of see the game for what it was, and sometimes they played the game, but they were able to kind of warn everybody else about what was happening and do it in a funny way. And I think the people that connect and resonate the best are the ones that can figure out how to do that. And I still think that the thing that worries me is the minute you find somebody that kind of dynamic and good at that, corporate media tends to take over and want to co-opt them. Hey, Carol, what? And they thought, honestly, like, he came out, he seemed like he might have been decent, but the big money saw that he could be used as a vehicle. And I think that if it will take a very special kind of person that will say, I recognize that people want to do this with me. I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to run in the opposite direction and poke them in the eye constantly. And, I think we're still waiting on that person. I think, certain people have emerged, but it hasn't really taken off. They thought it was Rogan for a while, but man. Yeah.
I've got some webs on Rogan, and now I haven't done the research, the justice that people like Matthew North did in the past. But just sort of seeing like, oh, it's tying back to Israel again. Oh, okay, that's also tying back to Israel. Oh, this is Tully and Friedman who were, connected to the Salomon Brothers and World Trade Center 7, or whatever that looks like. I think he's funded, or he's sponsored by Oracle now, like directly. And I like to think that I'm funny. Most other people don't. Usually when I tell a joke, I'm the only one laughing, but that's all that really matters to me. But I have made it my like personal stance. I'm like planting a flag in the ground where I don't want to take sponsorships. I don't,
Yep.
I'd rather, if people do want to support me and, see me continue the work that I'm doing, consider like donating or like buying merch or something like that. But anybody that tries to offer me money, I even made a post about this recently. I'm just gonna leak the email. I don't care. I'm not money's, I've always been not well off, and I've kind of made peace with the fact that I'm gonna die like not well off. And so, I'm not trying to like make thousands of dollars or get sponsored by X, Y, and Z. And I think that's where people generally tend to like lose sight of things. And once you have that money coming in and that income source, now they can use that against you. What was a carrot then ends up becoming a stick, where, they say, well, you have to talk about these certain things, or you can't mention X, Y, and Z, or otherwise we'll, reduce the amount of money we're giving you, or we'll stop working with you, and things like that. And that, I think it's really, really important for people to sort of take that stand and be like, nah, I'm being funded by, to rip PBS viewers like you. And that way they're able to like maintain that independence and not have to worry about what's being said, or, the topics that they cover and stuff like that. So I think I need to work on the being funny part. And the rest of it, I think, is sort of working in my favor.
Well, you got a lot of funny people around you, so that's a good start. And studying what some of these people do, some of their deliveries. I work with a guy, Jett, who's an incredible performer. He's in art. He writes. He's a singer, songwriter, poet, and he can be freaking hilarious, even unintentionally. I try to absorb from everyone a little bit, and I think we all try to do that. And he's just an incredible performer, entertainer. I notice that he doesn't at all, and I tend to so there are
me.
things that I try to work on. Game film, as we do this, I want to improve what I'm doing and make what I'm doing more appealing to people, because I think I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't think it was important. And I feel like our reach is suppressed heavily because of the topics that we talk about, and because of the people that we are trying to talk about, and the countries that we are trying to talk about that are connected to the people that we are trying to talk about. That none of that works in our favor. And I totally agree with you on the value for value, user-funded aspect of this, not taking sponsors. We've never taken a sponsor donation. It's all been user-funded on Ko-fi and PayPal and even Stripe through Substack. I am not a believer. This is something I've gone back and forth with Steve over at AM Wake Up about a lot, is about monetization and the challenges that creators have to deal with just to be able to be paid out fairly, and to the hoops we have to jump through and the amount of fees that we have to go through in order to be able to get money either into our bank account or spendable is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And guess who ends up making money off of all those fees? It's Peter Thiel and it's Mark Andreessen, and it's those same guys that have set up the PayPal Mafia, all the online stuff, or it's Jack Dorsey who runs Square and Stripe and Cash App. And then again, you got PayPal with Venmo and PayPal. You've got Andreessen Horowitz is principal funders of Stripe, and they're also principal funders of Substack. So that's been a big thing that I've had a problem with Substack personally, is that Andreessen Horowitz is double dipping on the monetization. They're making money both on Substack, which gets 10% of any fees that are collected, and then they're getting money from, as a percentage owner of Stripe, that's getting, 2.5% or whatever it is on every transaction on top of the Substack fee. It's just,
Yeah.
I've said to Substack, guys, you've got a conflict of interest here. As a single payment processor, I get that Mark Andreessen's your owner, and I get that he owns them too, and that he would like for you two to not have any other competitors of his involved, but Stripe has cut off a lot of people. You know, you mentioned that you talked to Ryan Cristian at Last American Vagabond for your Iconic series. I did an article last June about him getting demonetized from Stripe. Mm-hmm. So Stripe was changing their terms of service, and they decided that he was a crowdfunder, and they put some kind of rule in him on him and told him they were terminating his account as of June 10th. I started to write. I wrote an article about this. I raised holy hell with the heads of Substack. I don't know if it actually had any kind of impact directly, but 2 days before he was supposed to be terminated, all of a sudden they reinstated his account, and thank goodness. But what I did was, in researching this, I started to ask questions like, was it just Ryan, or is this like a widespread thing? And it kind of was. On top of the fact that what I learned was that Stripe doesn't even operate in half the countries around the world, and therefore Substack wasn't allowing creators to monetize in those countries. Why wouldn't you want to take 10% of those creators' monetizations also by going with an online payment processor that's willing to work in those countries? And I found one. I even found one. I brought this to them and gift wrapped it, and they didn't want it. That told me something too. And it's why I've been looking kind of at doing my own self-hosted thing, but using the Substack as a vehicle to drive people to a self-hosted environment, preparing them for the day that Substack's just going to say enough is enough and we're done with you.
Yeah.
And I see that with Rumble too. Rumble and locals is not going to be much different.
Yeah, it's tough because it seems like every sort of channel that you have to get information out there and stuff does end up ultimately like funneling money back up. You know, Peter Thiel's investments in Rumble. I think JD Vance also is.
Yep. Noria.
Yeah, and you know, it's tough, especially for me, because like you know, I don't come from like any prominent family. I don't have like a nest egg anywhere. You know, I'm living, you know, month to month, just like everyone else. And I started to inquire about the costs of, well, what does it cost to host, you know, videos and a video library that people can go check out, and, you know, a live chat system or something like that to kind of emulate those same things. And it's expensive.
It's
like,
significant. Yep.
Yeah, I literally cannot afford it. And it's one of those things where, you know, as I'm starting to grow, I'm hoping to, you know, obviously I'm trying to monetize through these various channels and stuff, but building up that to where I can slowly start my exodus. So I'm starting that with like Twitter and getting into, you know, Substack and doing my own merch and stuff. But it's going to be this tiptoeing away from that to where I own everything from front to back, even if that's like working with a small independent, you know, payment processor that isn't connected to all of these things. That's something that I've been considering as well. Working with somebody that is independent for like producing my merch and stuff. Right now, I'm just going through Streamlabs, which is not a great company. I'll put that out there. I don't think that they are, but it's the only thing I can afford. You know,
yeah.
It's one of those where I'm slowly building up to be able to have that ability to host my own website, host my own videos and things. But I think in the last, since 2025 started, I think I've made like $300. So it's not going as well as I'd like. And I always have this personal conflict of like, well, I don't want to seem like I'm, you know, marketing myself or just like in this for the grift or something like that. So I always forget to like plug my stuff and push people to those different revenue streams, because everyone needs money just as bad as me, and I'm like putting myself in people's shoes. So it's something that I've been kind of contending with as well.
I feel the same way, man. And to ask people for money, knowing how crunched they are, knowing how many creators and how many choices there are, and how expensive things are right now. Okay, so this is the website that I built with a developer called IndieNewsNow. And what you're talking about is a live element with a chat. And when we are live, we are able to embed this. but there is no incorporation of a live chat yet. We're working on embedding a Discord channel, because apparently you can actually embed a channel where it can actually show the live back and forth. And if you're a Discord user, you'll be able to interact with it. We are evolving and moving this forward. I also am able to, through Restream, grab a version of the chat, which can just be like a read-only scroll. And I know you use social streams. I think you may be able to plug a social streams type of environment in here where you can then show a live chat to people on a website as well. Just a little bit of inside baseball for the people. Now, we also embedded our own monetization here. Now, we are doing Stripe, so they can use Google Pay, Amazon Pay, etc. to hook us up via Stripe, but it's done via API directly, so no other platform needs to get paid and get a piece in between Stripe and us. So it's only one processor. That's not as bad. And here's our merch store. We use Spring, or they used to be called Teespring, and it's all kind of pay-as-you-go, one-off type of stuff. Sometimes it may take a few days for them to put in a run, and then they'll send it out, maybe weeks. But, you know, we've been, and we sold a decent amount of merch, you know, a few things here and there, not a whole lot, but it's there for anyone who wants it. And I've had fun making it, you know, but I think that it is important to eventually do your own thing, to host your own website. Now, this actually embeds and brings in content from TLAV and ProPublica and Consortium. So, like, you know, when I asked you about where you're finding news sources, I tried to build something that from one central place gives you a place to go to find a lot of independent news that sometimes it may be biased a little bit towards the Democrats, sometimes it may be biased a little towards the Republicans, but for the most part, it's coming from independent, user-funded sources, most importantly, and non-corporate. And there's an infinite scroll, so you can just keep going and going and going and going on this thing.
Nice.
I'm going to work on bringing a video page to it that's going to bring in Rumble, and you'll be able to see things like this for Rumble streams and click right to the video on Rumble. That's the other thing that I wanted to build about this. If it's not my own article, I don't want to scrape it and house it here. I want to link it to wherever you can find it directly. All right.
Yeah.
And I think it's important not to steal that traffic from someone and to allow them to showcase their work in the way they want to do it. And just basically taking their thumbnail, title, and a little description, maybe a few tags, throwing that on a website. And now this is all searchable and indexable, which is really also cool.
And you control it, which is the most important part.
Yeah, and it is important. It's also not easy to maintain. We built in also a language translator that allows anyone who speaks any of these languages to convert the entire website. I don't know why you'd want to, but if you want to flip it into Hebrew, it will. It'll take a second. Where's my converter? Yeah, you know what? It might be my browser. Oh, there it is. There you go. So it literally flips the entire website into whatever language you want it to. Very cool stuff.
Nice.
So yeah, this is where I see us potentially leading, where the people who get what's happening with corporate news and are looking for an alternative, we need to provide them with things like this in order to steer them toward the right places to look, so they're not going back to the MSNBCs and the CNNs and the Fox Newses. That's why we built this. All right, let's see. So some of your other favorite sources I like to ask. So you mentioned Whitney Webb and you mentioned TLAV. Anyone? Oh, you know what? I want to ask about Third Eye. We didn't get a chance to talk about Third Eye Carnival. Yeah. So tell me about what happened in Nashville this week. Tell me about the weather. Tell me about your treacherous travel to get there, because everyone apparently has a story about traveling to and from the event. Tell me everything.
Yeah, absolutely. So showed up. Honestly, the drive-in was very good. I sort of live in the area, won't say exactly where, but was a nice little trip on the way in. We got there. It basically about 2 or 3 hours went by, just long enough to like set up the tent, meet everybody, and then the rain started. And it was going basically all night as people were doing music. There was alerts going on for like thunderstorm warnings and things like this. I think there was even a flood in Nashville itself. It basically rained all through the day, all through the night. We had this barn and sort of a place where Pasta was like cooking all the food and stuff, and that was great. Big shout out to him. Every time I saw him, he was doing something to make someone a plate of food. And just asking for donations and stuff like that, and I thought that was really cool. Getting a lot of stuff from like the Amish community and the Mennonites and stuff, so it's not like going back into big food, and that your money's going into like independent farms and stuff.
Did Slim make steaks? Did you have a Texas Slim steak?
I didn't.
No,
but he ended up smoking some brisket. And I ended up eating, I think 2 of the brisket sandwiches with Steve's barbecue sauce on it.
Nice. The hard R barbecue. I love it.
Yep.
That's freaking great.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Now, do you play music? Did you play on Friday night, or were you just kind of hanging out and listening and watching?
So I do music or have done music in the past, but the only instrument I can play is the trumpet, and I haven't done that since middle school. Trying to teach myself piano, but it was sort of one of those environments where, I would only be doing vocals, and then I'd have to have like the backing instrumental and things like that. But I especially wanted to see Ryan play and his songs. I hadn't heard his music prior to that, and a lot of the lyrics really resonated with me a lot. Ended up going on a trip the next day to like the gas station just to get some supplies and stuff, and listening to his SoundCloud and like hearing all of his songs on there. That was really, really cool. And then Scott Armstrong did his own set, which I thought was fantastic. There were some technical difficulties, which I can very heavily relate to, but I still think he did a really, really good job. And he's a really, really good guitar player. You had I think it's Spiderland.
Yep.
They were there, got to chat with them for a little bit. Really, really cool. Love the style of music that they do. Very experimental. Really, really love, they do portions of songs where, he'll break down into, doing raps, and that it kind of came out of nowhere, and was a very pleasant surprise. And they mix it all really well. Couple of other acts went on, and it was a really, really good time. And just being able to like be around a bunch of like-minded people that actually exist and aren't bots on the internet was really, really invigorating, and shows what I think is like the desire for those sort of things. So completely away from corporate media and corporate funding. I sort of see it as like what I wish Bonnaroo would have always been. And obviously that's not the case. So the music aspect was really, really cool, and seeing that they're able to provide that like platform for themselves and their friends to be able to promote music that has a good message and is supporting independent artists and stuff. And the second night was the panel and the comedy. And I think that went really, really well also. I got invited up to the panel, and we were basically just talking about like the reason why we were there, sort of the things that we believe in and champion as a message. And then Kurt Metzger shows up out of nowhere and sits up there with Sam Tripoli, and they sort of go back and forth about whether or not nukes exist. Sam Tripoli said they don't, or the nukings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima were sort of propagandized to like nuclear radiation and all of these things. And Kurt Metzger just could not fathom it. He was like, there's no way. And, they went back and forth for a while, and that dominated a lot of it. Not upset about that at all. Got to chat with Sam a little bit. I was like, hey, I agree with you on the nuke thing, by the way. And we ended up exchanging contact info, and I'm hoping to link up with him soon and do maybe an episode of Tinfoil or something.
Sam's great, man.
And then the comedy.
He's a rip.
Yeah.
And
he's
then
extremely
Kurt,
down to earth.
So Kurt just showed up. What do you have, like a show in Nashville? Nobody knew he was going to show up. He just showed up out of nowhere. That's crazy.
Yeah, I can't remember the guy's name, but he had a set that he had to do at Zany's in Nashville. It's like a comedy club, and the whole time we were up on the panel, Steve kept being like, "Hey, do you want some edibles? Do you want this? Do you want that?" I think that was really funny because Kurt was like, "No, dude, I have somewhere to be in 2 hours, and I got to do a whole set," and that was great. But yeah, it was a huge surprise. I don't think anybody knew. I think he caught wind that Sam was going to be there and kind of got a little convinced into going to surprise everybody there, and it was very interesting.
I was excited to hear Leonardo Joni said, because she's just a killer.
Yeah.
So, what were your? I mean, she seemed to be. I called her like Lisa Lampanelli without the black dick. I think somebody called her last week, and I thought that was a great analogy for her. She goes hard, right?
Yeah. It's honestly kind of invigorating to see, a woman in comedy that isn't making it about just sex all the time, which is really good to see. Because it seems like a lot of the times, female comedians and I mean male comedians too, that falling back on like the sexualization part of everything, but just being able to craft jokes that are more about like social observations and observations about people, and then getting into the conspiracy thing. Her jokes about Jewish influence and stuff landed really well there. And then she actually opened up the last part of her set for questions. And this is where I kind of like was especially impressed, because she was able to like joke with the audience in real time and actually say some like extremely funny things. And I think that quick wit and stuff that you see really like adds to the authenticity of it, because anybody can like have their jokes written for them, and it's really hard
to ad lib like that and be funny is hard.
Yeah, and that's where she like especially impressed me. I didn't get a chance to like meet with her and like chat with her for a second, just because it was like, hey, I'm in. And while she was doing her set, there were weather alerts going off for like tornadoes and stuff. How far back we were in the country, there's like almost no lighting outside of just being inside the barn. So once you go outside, it's like pitch black. There's mud everywhere. So it was kind of one of those things where she got in, saw the acts that went before her, and then after her set, she chilled for a little bit, met with a bunch of people that are big fans, and then dipped out, understandably. I actually ended up leaving later that night myself.
Nice. That sounds like an amazing weekend of meeting the people that you only really see online. I got to meet and hang out with Steve and Pasta when they were in Vegas a couple of years ago. And that, again, it takes the relationship to another level, and the familiarity and the knowledge and friendship and understanding and being able to kind of have a conversation. There's such a divide today that anything to really bring people together like that, I think, is just super important. And kudos to Steve and Ryan for putting something like that together. And Tease, of course, for coming up with the idea in the first place. And all right, so this was awesome. I'm gonna show what your what is this, your link tree, so they can find all your links right here. All right, so you've got Substack, Patreon, merch, YouTube. I don't see your Rumble link up there, bro. Speaking of which, you are shadow banned on Rumble. So I went yesterday and I go to rumble.com, right? And I go to search 7Cs, right? Check this out. All right. Your channel is nowhere to be found.
Oh,
that's
wow.
your fucking channel name.
Yeah.
All right. Not only that, but no content with your name in it. Where's the AM Wake Up with you on it, for example?
Yeah.
What happened here? Like, something weird is going on. I think it may be the number 7 in your name is messing with the link, with with the search capabilities potentially. Again, what I would recommend is to raise a ticket with Rumble support about this and be like, guys, there's something going on, because if you search for my name, it's literally not coming up at all, and I've got a channel, I've done appearances, and there's no reason that you shouldn't find me. So by all means, I believe it's rumble.com/user/7Cs live. Is that right? Yep.
Yeah.
All right. That's where they would find you on Rumble. But you do have a Rumble channel. You're on Twitter. You're on YouTube for as long as they allow you to be on there.
Yeah.
And then Substack. I think you said you're just starting to get into Substack now, the publisher.
Yeah,
there?
I don't have an article yet, just because I've never written an article before in my life. I think like some of the posts that I've done on Twitter could be considered like articles, because I do like these long threads, and stuff like that. But I'm really I wanted to do it on Alex Jones, because he ended up trying to come for me like the week before. I had said something like COVID was staged, the election was staged, and he commented back and said everything's staged but you, of course. And that just kind of came out of nowhere, because I've called him out and stuff for his like CIA family ties and omitting the whole Israel part of the conversation, championing Donald Trump and Elon Musk, which is a stark contrast to the Alex Jones I grew up with. So I was considering doing a breakdown of like every single time he's mentioned like one of his family in the CIA, or all of his work with like Jerome Corsi and Roger Stone. His promotion of like the Z Lab products, which roll up to like Colson Capital. But now I'm thinking that I'll probably end up doing one that's like a mainstream alternative media, and kind of breaking down a few of the most prominent characters and their ties and stuff, and I'll just throw him in there as a centerpiece or something.
Well, let me be an advocate to say that Substack is a lot more than just writing. And I think a lot of people get into, I don't want to write, I want to write an article on Substack, and certainly that's one way to do it. I also use it as a podcast vehicle. Like I upload my video clips directly there and then push that out to my entire email subscriber database on a daily basis. All right. I also use it for my live stream alerts. So when I'm about to go live on Sundays, Sunday at noon, a live stream alert will go out with all the details and links to find the stream everywhere. Like there are appearances, like the one, when I was on AM Wake Up or with Jason and Knights of the Storm. I'm able to kind of communicate this and use this as a hub to share not just articles and stuff that I want to write about, which I certainly have done. All right. And I've put articles together. The majority of what I do are clips and video clips, and using it as a podcast vehicle, but more importantly, building up a user database of opted in people without the filter of an algorithm, that I can put this in their inbox every single time I have a thought that I think that it's important for them to see. And then I get statistics on exactly who's opening what they're clicking on, and what they're engaging with, so I know what's resonating and what isn't. I think that's really important to do. You can see there this is IndieMediaToday.com. That's my Substack. There's the one about Stripe and Ryan Cristian right there. The one about RFK is right there also. So I also have the most popular ones and some categories, and then recommendations. I also wanted to mention very quickly, I know we're hitting the time, but recommendations on Substack's important, because I've picked up a ton of new subscribers because of these little recommendations. When they put Indie Media Today in their recommended links. So I would encourage, to share. And again, there's over 100, I think 65 Substacks are currently recommending us. And we've picked up over 2,800, almost 2,900 subscribers just from people referring. And the power of the referral network is massive. So I encourage big time to leverage Substack, but not to use it as your primary, to use it as a way to drive traffic toward your other vehicles, specifically something self-hosted. All right. So, yeah, man, this was awesome. I really appreciate you spending the time. I'd love to do this again sometime. Anytime you're open to do something, you just reach out. You know where to find me. Everybody, real quick, before we go, these are the amazing people that have supported INN, that fund the media that they want to see. That's our wall of fame. Everyone that has contributed to our network goes up there. I'd love to see your name up there too if it's not already. Please, you can do that by Cash App, ko-fi.com/IndieNewsNetwork, paypal.me/IndieNewsNetwork. I don't really want you to support at the platforms. If you have to, please do. But try doing it at one of these other places. It puts more money in our pockets and doesn't fund those platforms because they got plenty of money to fund themselves. And all we have is you. So, and of course, fund and support 7Cs, support independent media. And we'll be back real soon. This was INN One-on-One, and I had a blast today. So thanks, everyone. And support independent media. We'll see you soon. Later, everyone.
Thank you.
Can't keep giving us nothing and think we're bluffing about coming for your heads. Why play civil if you won't listen to 50,000 died? And now we know our mission, we form a militia, make Congress a prison. No, I play civil when all these dead won't make you listen. What's more American than slaying your oppressors? What's more American than liberty or death first? God, I thought we were founded on abolishing the tyranny of those who would starve a village all to live empirically. And I regret that I have only one life to give for my cause now that I can see the cause so clearly. See, I want our leaders, regardless of party, to fear me.
Who are these people? Who are these people?
Who are these people? Hey, everybody, it's Indy. It is INN One-on-One, and I'm here again with my buddy, researcher, live streamer extraordinaire, 7Cs. What's up, bro?
Hey, how's it going, Indy?
I'm good. Yeah, this is a follow-up kind of to our last one about a month ago, and you've been all over the place, as we've seen, doing interviews. You were recently featured as a guest on the Macroaggressions podcast, I saw, doing more stuff with a bunch of different people, and I love seeing that.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate that, man.
And doing your own live streams, too, now publishing to Substack, written a couple of articles. We're going to go over a couple of those. For those who don't know, 7C's been over on Twitter. You can follow him. His handle is right there underneath his name at 7SEES_. All right. And I figured I would kind of give you a little opportunity to share about, so the live streams that you've been doing lately have been like 4 and 5 hour research marathons. All right.
Yeah.
For those who don't watch. And you just kind of share your process and take everybody on a journey with you, it feels like, in going down a rabbit hole. And I guess maybe you have like an inclination throughout the day or through something that's been festering in the back of your mind as you've been seeing something. You're like, I'm going to decide to do a deep dive on X today.
Yeah.
And then, the people who show up kind of help. And it's a collaborative effort, which I think is really cool. And so, yeah, tell us about like how you started figuring out how to do that. And I think you talked a little bit about that last time. So I really wanted to this time go into some of the actual stories and things that you're doing. And like a lot of that, again, if they watch the whole stream, they pull out a lot of things, but it's kind of hard to extrapolate what do we need to know from all of this, and what does all of this mean, and what can we do as a result? And that's kind of what I wanted to ask you about now, and kind of give you a chance, rather than just researching, but to tie it all together and say, okay, here's what this all means. So yeah, let's get into it. So what has been picking at your brain lately? You mentioned Trevor Fitzgibbon. I know you did. Flynn and Bannon and Jordan Peterson. So, man, all you go for it. Here, let me make you big. Tell me what you got
absolutely. So So as far as like the live streams go, as I started doing this, I realized that very quickly that there is way too much information that is out there to be researched and investigated for one single person to do so. So this not only allows me to sort of branch out and utilize other people's research and things like that, but it also I've noticed that a lot of people that come into my chats and share things are other researchers, fellow researchers that maybe haven't had as much luck in the algorithms. I don't know what it is that has allowed me to even break past 10K, but it allows them to come in and say things like, there's this thing that I've been digging into and nobody will look at it. Will you look at it and we'll explore it together and see like who all's involved, and we'll cross-reference things and we'll verify sources in real time and things like that. And it basically provides me the ability to map everything out, keep everything organized, but also provide a visual to everybody to show people. Anytime I'm reading like a long article or a list of things that someone's involved with, it's really hard for me to see just how bad it is or how involved somebody is or how tied somebody is to something. But using these maps, it allows me to sort of visualize that and paint that picture for people to show them just how many different things are branching off of these different people and these companies and entities and operations and stuff. And it's been great.
And showing like how they're connected and what the relationships yield, and that this one's an affiliate of this thing, which then leads to all the people that seem to be an affiliate of a certain organization have some kind of an agenda that they're pushing or some kind of an agenda that they're ignoring, and it helps you see patterns. I love that whole crowdsourced idea of doing this. So again, you started to do a deep dive. It looks like on Michael Flynn the last couple days, and figuring out like who he's linked with. Is he still like heavily involved and influential at this point? I mean, I don't play in that circle in the whole MAGA / alt-right wherever he was before. QAnon, even I saw that it touched on QAnon and Roger Stone, even potentially.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of crazy because just in this last week, I've seen so many people, especially from Mike Flynn's network, and people that I've actually put on this web that are posting and saying things like, Donald Trump should consider Mike Flynn for the NSA position again. And I see people like Laura Logan, who's part of Flynn's America's Future. She was just on InfoWars today, earlier this morning. And I think that, when it comes to people that are still like bought into the Flynn stuff and the QAnon stuff and the co-opted Pizzagate narrative and things like that, I think that Flynn is still very influential in a specific type of way, in that I think that the consent or the rallying behind him is largely manufactured. I think that influencers through things like the Wellness Company and various other entities and stuff that are wrapped up in the Eric Prince stuff, I think that they are basically generating or manufacturing I guess like buy-in for these things. So, if there's a particular position on an issue, or, something comes out like the Donald Trump Netanyahu thing, where, everyone's saying, oh, now he's snubbing Netanyahu and they're not getting along. And so like all that's not true.
He's turning on Israel.
Yeah. and all the accounts that I'm seeing are people that are either associated with things like the Wellness Company, or they're wrapped up in something to do with Michael Flynn. So I think he's a lot more influential than people give him credit for. And especially like doing all my digging into like things like Racine, Wisconsin and stuff, and the ties to Microsoft and big tech, and there's a whole lot going on here.
That's where the Foxconn factory was, right, in Racine? Because I remember there was a whole thing about that.
Yeah, a lot of the Operation Stargate stuff, so like data centers and mRNA technology and different things are all coming out of Racine. I think Donald Trump said that it was the 8th wonder of the world.
Oh man, that's when. Remember when they were trying to make Scott Walker a thing nationally? He was a horrible governor up there, and I know he's probably still involved in Racine and in those kinds of projects because guys like that don't go away. He's been, and then all of a sudden he'll come back with a vengeance. Yeah,
or you have Brad Smith. He's from Microsoft. He's out of Racine, and he's talking about, did you see that TAMM thing that's coming out of like the UAE or Saudi Arabia where they're talking about like an all-in-one government app that handles like taxes, parking tickets, things like that?
I have not, but it doesn't surprise me at all. This is another control grid thing, as Catherine Austin Fitz has been talking about.
Yeah, so Brad Smith is out of Racine. He's number 3 at Microsoft behind Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer. So he's like making all these decisions, and Brad Smith today just said that TAMM all-in-one government app would be perfect for the United States.
What a surprise. Huh, how about that?
Yeah.
I also saw a thing about Musk raising the price on Starlink to certain places. I saw Amazing Polly was putting something up about that. I don't nothing to do with this really, but it just made me think of, the control that they're trying to consolidate into one or two of these multi-billion-dollar corporations that get control of a market, like an app like that. That's going to give a company a whole lot of power over a whole lot of information and a whole lot of everything. Just like Starlink has been screwing with people that this is their only real chance to have high-speed internet right now because, Verizon and the cable companies aren't necessarily digging as much new fiber cable, and Starlink, how much money has he gotten from the government to set up this massive network of satellites around the world that are like bumping into each other? Apparently there's so many of them up there.
I would say it's closer to $1 trillion now than $1 billion.
Right. But yeah, so Flynn was also involved in the Pizzagate scandal, or was he calling it out? How I saw you were doing dives with him and it touched on Pizzagate and Bannon and Blackwater and Wellness Company and all these different connections. Lindell.
Oh, right? Yeah. So if you want, I can share my screen.
Yeah, sure. Okay. And that's the whole network. And then you see us. All right. So there's the Flynn network.
All right. So we have Michael Flynn, DIA, NSA, all kinds of crazy connections, but he's tied to this thing called America's Future, which people can go look at. His sister's a part of it. His brother Charles is a part of it. Kirk Cameron is a part of it. Jack Posobiec,
what's
Josh
with
Hammer.
Kirk I've seen Kirk Cameron in the last couple of years. It's the strangest thing. He's like, I remember from Growing Pains, but then he started like a religious thing with his wife. And that was the last I heard of Kirk Cameron. Like he was building like some kind of a mega church. So.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't doubt it.
Interesting. And that's, so is that just like an influencer network that he's America's Future? That's, what is that, a PAC?
Essentially, it's I think that it's being used for money laundering. If I'm being completely honest, I don't have any proof of that. But essentially, it's a collection of them that all kind of say the same things, and they champion the same ideals. It's skews very heavy religious, especially like Catholic. And I think it has to do with like the Flynn's associations with some darker things. There's like the 7 rays of light, and different things like that. Michael Flynn has associations with Paul Vallely, who has worked directly with known Satanist and Temple of Set founder Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino used to go to the Church of Satan under Anton LaVey, and Paul Vallely and Michael Aquino wrote a book together called From Psyops to Mind Wars or something like that. That basically goes over like how to socially engineer people and how to get them to buy into like certain psyops and things. And Paul Vallely is a huge Flynn person. He was part of the Pizzagate stuff, the Save the Children stuff. And essentially it's like all of these people, you have people like Laura Logan and Liz Crokin, Mike Smith, that are all involved with the Pizzagate stuff, that are all wrapped up with the America's Future. And that's where that whole narrative came from. Like the deep state is, just the left, and it's a bunch of pedophiles, and they're, doing all these shady things and like drinking the blood of children, which could very well still be the case. I'm not saying that that's not, but I think that it's sort of this like controlled narrative to get people to only look at a piece of the puzzle or a piece of the picture. And that they're even weaponizing it in like a modern day form of McCarthyism.
And then what about I saw the Heritage Foundation down there, down toward the bottom.
Oh yeah. So the Heritage Foundation, that was actually founded in Racine, which we were just talking about a little while ago. But that's Joseph Coors and Edwin Fuellner. But Mike Flynn is tied up with that. He has his own thing called the Flynn Intel Group, which is Bihan Keon. It shortens to FIG, Flynn Intel Group Aviation and Cyber. That's where you get this guy named Tim Newberry, who's part of like the White Canvas Group, which you can go look up. It's sort of like an Intel tech company, Black Horse Solutions, 1011 Ventures. And then this VizSense company that he's a part of apparently got money for it through this company called Cult Ventures that got money directly from Donald Trump, which I think is absolutely crazy.
Wow.
I can't remember what it was for, but essentially they were paying for, I can't remember if it was election information or campaign information or what it was, but goes into like the whole Russia stolen election thing. And man, there's all kinds of stuff here. IP3 International, a lot of people don't know this, but Donald Trump tried to sell nuclear energy in his first term to places like Saudi Arabia and Qatar. And Jared Kushner, Mike Flynn, Derek Harvey, David Petraeus, they were all really big in that. Scott Jarnigan, he's over Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. Robert McFarlane was a big part of that as well. He's like former CIA director, United States Energy Council. It's honestly kind of crazy. It gets into like Microsoft comes back into play and things like that. You have the American Enterprise Institute, James O'Keefe and his whole thing through like Brian Gamble and Eric Prince, the Trevor Fitzgibbon stuff where now, Trevor Fitzgibbon is
back up on the O'Keefe thing. Is that like from Veritas, or is that like this new OMG venture and having him like removed from Veritas? I'm wondering what the timeline is there.
Yeah, so Eric Prince basically helped to train O'Keefe, and while he was with Veritas, and then O'Keefe kind of got like the Tucker Carlson at Fox treatment with Veritas, they started O'Keefe Media Group, and Brian Gamble is directly a part of that.
Yeah, they busted him. I remember this. They busted him for causing like a couple of these fraudulent sting things where it turns out he paid the people $10,000 or whatever it was in order to craft a narrative so that they were filmed saying XYZ, but that wasn't necessarily the case. And that they caught him once or twice doing that. And then there was the whole thing with the Pfizer guy. I still don't know if that was real or not. Did that guy work for
Yeah.
Pfizer? I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Especially just like the pattern that I'm realizing with like all of these things as I'm looking into them, like each main narrative thing has so many moving parts and so many people attached to it that it's hard to believe that any of it is real.
I mean, so O'Keefe came out this week and said that he had stuff about Epstein and that they were targeting him. And then all of a sudden he shows up at a party wearing a bulletproof vest that he's hosting, like, for OMG. Yeah. That's not what you do if you think people are trying to kill you. Like, it's just, the whole thing feels like just a massive distraction op and designed to lead people down rabbit holes that don't necessarily exist, with some truth mixed in, but a lot of, again, it's how the intel agencies obviously work. I mean, we read about this over and over and over again. They mix truth in so that you can't say it's an absolute lie and it's total bullshit, but at the same time, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. You know, they mix in lies with the truth so that you can't really tell. You know, that's the idea. They don't want you to be able to tell.
So from what I've kind of started to put together, it's that you have big tech that is constantly spying on all of us, aggregating our opinions and thoughts on things. You have intelligence agencies that understand where they want to go, what, you know, the agenda is and how to direct it. And then you have PR guys and marketing big wigs that basically get the two to connect with each other. They understand things like psychology and how to manipulate people into believing certain things, or, you know, things like that, spinning narratives. And I think all three of those things sort of work together to see how well each PSYOP is doing and how to sort of steer the ship day to day.
And I think that Intel has infiltrated both tech and marketing also to, number one, push their own narratives through, but also to provide intel back to the agency so that they can put together more of a complete picture of what's happening. Now, Flynn was national security advisor, is that right? To Trump initially? Yeah. One of the shortest tenures of the Trump administration.
43 days or something.
One of the short. Well, Scaramucci beat him. Scaramucci was 11 days. But, he was out of there quick. And there were questions over how and why he got nominated in the first place, or even selected. You know, there was Obama saying this guy's a problem. And I don't know, maybe that's why he picked him, is because Obama said he was a problem. It's fascinating, man, to see how this all lays out. And if back out the web, I just want people to see kind of what this looks like when you're done with a full research thing. So what he will do, if you watch any of the streams, Jesus Christ, is he goes down rabbit holes and will look at a website and say, okay, who's connected to these people and what do they do? And that leads down a rabbit hole of, all these people are on this board here. Oh, that's interesting. This person's also on this, and this person's involved with this. And that's how all of these things kind of intersect and connect and wrap around each other. All right, you've got Eric Prince with the DeVos family, because that's his family, and Blackwater / Constellus Group now, I guess it's called, because they have to keep changing names every couple of years for the mercenary groups, because otherwise they get sued. Man, it is an enormous web with ridiculous money behind it to push what what is the agenda. So that's what I kind of wanted to ask you and have you here for is, okay, so we have this massive web. What does it all mean? What does it all mean?
Well, I think it means that it illustrates to people just how involved the same few people are. Like, I think that when you break down and show just how tied to so many different things, you know, whether it's nuclear energy or, you know, this child trafficking psyop or influencers on the web, like when you can see that all these different things are all actually just rolling up to the same few people who have been in the, you know, the mainstream zeitgeist for years and years, and show that, you know, they are sort of involved with all these different narratives that people subscribe to. It hopefully really drives home the point that everything that is happening around us involves all these same people that want to slowly usher us towards this global technocratic one world government agenda. And I think that what's happening here is they will basically start a story or a narrative. They will have one person on one side, you know, carve out the talking points and things like that on one camp, and then they'll also have people on the other side carving out the talking points and things like that. And what's left in the middle that remains is the common sense, pro-human, you know, anti-authoritarian mindset. But because all the other talking points have been stripped away, now we have this dividing line. And then they, you know, as Lenin said, the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. So I think that's what's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and you have, and credit to Polly who called this out a while ago, that narrative normal network, that new narrative network, where they basically have infighting and they go as guests on each other's shows, and they have their roles. And my question is this happening on quote unquote another side too? Is there another narrative normal network being assembled? Maybe I need to kind of pull together who all the people I think that might be involved with that. But they're certainly there is a separate organization that seems to be providing another version of a narrative and another version of reality that might be coming. Now, they don't necessarily have as much moneyed interest, or at least Western moneyed interests. I think it might be coming from Global South, China, Russia, etc., potentially, and involving people that are friendly to those countries, which are countering similar type of narratives and networks that we're building, that we see building here.
One that I think is important to kind of keep an eye on, and this is just like my theory, but the Barry Weiss Sink Uyghur rebellion pack that they have going on the left, I think with people like RFK, Tulsi Gabbard, and those two, that what you're going to slowly start to see is common sense reformed Democrats that are not subscribe to like super leftist ideals, but are also not Republican. And I think they're going to basically just have another essentially centrist party running the left that, you know, is like, you know, we shouldn't have mandates, the trans ideology stuff, the you know, the climate change stuff. And I think we're going to slowly start seeing that be built up towards 2028. Corporatist,
centrist. Again, I can't stand Cenk Uygur, man. I used to be a massive TYT fan, and again, I feel like that guy, I got fooled for a while, and then you couldn't help but see it. He's a sheep herder for the Democratic Party. He's insistent. He's seen kind of like the squad lane, like he's insisting on becoming a party that wants nothing to do with him, has continually spit in his face, yet he's going to take it over and run the whole thing from his own ideology that they want nothing to do with. They are straight corporatists, capitalist corporatists. Barry Weiss is awful too. And not only that, but they're Zionists. Now, Cenk is not necessarily a Zionist, but he's okay with Zionists. He seems to be, and he seems to be okay taking their money too. Barry Weiss is a rabid, raging Zionist, and the Free Press has a valuation at this point. It had one in the fall of over $100 million, hosted on Substack. You know, I did a little bit of research into that, and it's got the regular Silicon Valley backers, the Y Combinators, and the Andreessens, and she only sold off like I think 15% of the company, but they have a massive staff, and they're profitable and they're doing well on Substack as a platform, to the point where Substack decided to create an enterprise division to handle more publications rather than individuals. So now you're seeing like the New Yorker magazine is now moving over to Substack and setting up a publication there to mirror their magazine. And
that's insane.
The Bulwark is another one that they point to quite heavily, that has a ton of liberal, and again, I wouldn't even call, these people are not the left. They're trying to define that they are the left. They are all center right to right wing. And then you have, where Trump is, which is further to that right. I think, it's funny. A buddy of mine who is not political at all calls me up, and he watches Cenk Uygur once in a while. I like what this guy says. Lives in California, and he's a conservative, but independent, leaning conservative. And I like what this guy's been saying with this, dude. Don't get fooled. I got sucked in for a while, and he's a problem because he'll say all the right things, and he's like, look, man, I just want to be entertained. And he bloviates, and I said, the reason why he hates Donald Trump so much is because he's his shadow. He sees himself in a mirror, and everything that bothers him about himself is what he keeps screaming about with Donald Trump. Liar, fraud, clown show, carnival barker. Only Trump is better at it in every way, shape, and form than Cenk Uygur is. Although Cenk has managed to stay around in the independent, quote unquote, independent space, funded by corporations quite heavily, even though he would claim he wasn't. So Rebellion PAC, let me give you a little bit of background. Back in 2016, he decided to start something called Wolf PAC. I don't know if you've looked into this at all. So Wolf PAC was designed to get a constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United. Okay. And he built up, different divisions in different states. Initially comes to a lot of hype, and then it tends to kind of fall off, and then he's nowhere to be found. But there are still people that have this idea. He just kind of loses interest after a little bit. And that's what I see this. So using it to get hype, using it to get some funding and to get some recognition, notoriety, and then moving on.
Yeah. So do you think that that's intentional? Like, do you think what's happening is he's coming in, he's seeing a movement that's starting to gain traction. He'll come in, siphon all the money, the energy, the attention, and the time, and then move on to the next one.
Well, yes, and what's even funnier is that then he started Justice Democrats, to be able to put in common sense Democrats like AOC and Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman, that either AIPAC is going to outspend them to the point that they're not going to even make it through their primary, right? They failed miserably, and they weren't Justice Democrats, they were just Democrats, and that was a massive project. Yeah. It feels like this is that 2.0 version of that, where, and initially, Justice Democrats was half of a coin. There was another side of that coin called Brand New Congress, right, that was going to recruit independent, corporate-free Republicans to challenge incumbents. Problem was they couldn't find one. They couldn't find one that wasn't going to get in line with the corporate agenda and get funded by corporations and really challenge the system the way it needed to. And 538, which was Brand New Congress, ended up having, not 538, but Brand New 535. 538 was Nate Silver's word. Brand New 535, which was Brand New Congress, ended up having to either fold. First, it then had to declare that it was aligned with the Democratic Party because you couldn't show that you were trying to recruit both sides. That would have been a problem. Like, it was like, they had to decide, pick one party or the other, or go completely nonpartisan. It was really interesting. And all of them ended up, the Justice Democrats still exists, but I don't know what it is at this point. But he was a coach, and they threw out Cenk early on. I remember they cooked up some kind of a scandal involving something that he had written 20 years before for a blog. And the New York Times ran with it and smeared him. And the other people in Justice Democrats were like, we don't want to be affiliated with this guy anymore. And so they walked away from him. He still was a champion for that organization. And I think it was almost like, kind of like what you're seeing with Netanyahu and Trump right now. Maybe they'll even never talk again, but they'll still work together behind the scenes. They still have the same common agenda, even if they don't necessarily like each other and don't want to put it publicly that this is what's happening. It works better for the narrative that they're at odds. Yeah, that's what I see happening. And I see eventually a split from Barry Weiss, because Barry Weiss is a genocidal lunatic who's ultra conservative. All right. Other than the fact that she's a lesbian, that's the only thing that's not conservative about her. Eventually she's going to butt heads with him over something, and we'll see some kind of a split there. And that will be the way that they can kind of break up that grift that was going for a while in sucking up air and sucking up cash and, making, sucking up narrative. That's how many people talking about this for X amount of months, and then all of a sudden 6 months later it's gone. What do we know that as? That's a psyop. Narratives that people
still waiting on those
about.
Epstein files,
right? So you've done a deep dive on Flynn. Yesterday I saw you did one on Peterson and that ARC network. So so it was sort of pitched to me. ARC was pitched to me as like the alt-right version of the WEF, and it's like a little sister kind of, and it's still growing and things like that. But I decided to dig into it and all the people that are involved with that last night. Okay. Tell me about that. Like I popped in for a few minutes early on, and then I had to go do family stuff, so I didn't catch where it went with it and what you ended up finding from doing all those dives. I saw you had a crazy web of stuff to show. Let me Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. That's what ARC stands for. Okay.
Yeah. And so essentially what Jordan Peterson did was he got funding from this thing called the Legatum Foundation that's run by this guy named Christopher Chandler, who I still, if you don't see any other ties coming off of somebody, it's because I haven't gotten into digging into them yet. And just because of the amount of ties and stuff that I had yesterday, I obviously ran out of time. But so I got a few people on the web, but we're going to be digging into the rest of them. But Christopher Chandler through this Legatum Foundation, and then Paul Marshall are the two main stockholders for ARC. And then obviously you have Jordan Peterson, who I still have to dig into him too. You have like the Daily Wire and different things like that. But
it's essentially Israel stuff. Sure.
Yeah. And it's essentially a coalition of people that are like talking heads and like think tank people and different things like that. But all these different people that are attached, I'm going to be digging into like everything they're tied to. And it's, people like Dan Crenshaw. You have Mike Johnson is a part of this network right here. You have, let's see, Maurice Glassman.
Yeah, and tied to the
Tony
a lot
Abbott.
of it tied to the Catholic Church. It looks like Christianity and a very Christian type of movement. No.
Yeah. There's what's her name? Philippa Stroud. Her husband David runs Christ Church London, which I guess is a church big enough to have its own Wikipedia page. So
interesting.
That. Yeah. But very, very Christian centric, Christian values seem to influence most of the people that are a part of this. You have Warren Farrell. You have this guy named Niall Ferguson, who went to Jesus College, like all these different colleges. I think he went to Rutgers and Harvard. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's going to be doing a show with what's his name? Nigel Farage. No, someone else is doing the show with Nigel Farage. Yeah, it's Maurice Glassman. They're going to be doing a show together where he argues for the left and then Nigel Farage argues for the right and just waste people's time.
The billionaire class.
Yeah. You have Arthur C. Brooks is another person that's a part of the ARC network. He is over American Enterprise Institute, or he was, and American Enterprise Institute was the firm that Sally Sadel used during the opioid crisis to run like PR for Purdue and things like that. She was publishing all of her work through AEI, and JD Vance actually used to work there, and he did some like op-eds for them and things like that. And then when he became governor of Ohio, he said he promised to start this project that he was inspired by his mom's struggle with opioids, according to him, the whole hillbilly elegy thing.
Right.
He said, we're going to start this project to fight opioid addiction in the state of Ohio. And then he picks Sally Sadel, of all people, having known her role in the opioid crisis and all, having worked at AEI, knowing who she was, and they basically ran the study. Nothing ever came of it. No new legislation. And he paid her thousands and thousands of dollars, and then they just shut it down and never said anything.
Oh, that's not shady or anything. Sure. Oh, yeah. I see Brock Pierce and the Milken Institute on the left. And so that's where you get a little bit of a link, I'm guessing, into number one, crypto and that whole thing, a link into also Israel ties. He's got a lot of ties to Israel. And I'm wondering if a lot of this network that you see, a lot of these people are also end times Christians, which is why you would see a lot of them being, pro-Israel.
It would make a lot of sense to me, just based on like everything that I've seen from, things like studying the Kabbalah and the Messianic prophecy and things like that. And I do think that there is a large overlap. I think Jordan Peterson, especially being over this and the deep Christian ties, I think that there is a narrative to sort of push public perception that we are in the end times, so that when they manufacture the apocalypse that they're going to use to reset the world and do the one world government and things like that, that it's going to basically get all the Christians on board.
Yeah, these are the people that are like convinced that the Jews are going to have to convert or burn in hell.
Yeah.
It's just the other side, honestly. Of it's the Christian Zionism side. It's freaky.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Is like all these people are pro-Israel. All these people, like you have Vivek Ramaswamy as part of this ARC network, which is crazy because I'm pretty sure he's not a Christian. I think he's Hindu, isn't he?
Maybe.
But he's tied up with all of this. You have people like Peter Thiel. Are associated with like Joe Lonsdale.
Yep.
Joe Lonsdale isn't necessarily directly tied to the ARC network, but people like Barry Weiss and Arthur C. Brooks, who are also part of the University of Austin, which is where, Barry Weiss comes back in. You have Pano Canelos, you have Larry Summers, and different people like that. And then, obviously Joe Lonsdale and his connections to like Palantir, sure. Yeah. So one thing I found that was crazy.
Schellenberger.
Yeah. So Joe Lonsdale, he had this VC called Formation 8 that he used to fund this company called Oscar Health that is run by Jared Kushner's brother, Josh Kushner.
Sure. Oscar they're on the Obamacare exchanges.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was also funded by this Khosla Ventures, by this Vinod Khosla guy who's tied to Kleiner Perkins. And just all these other things like Horizon Ventures is another one. Horizon Ventures is Li Ka-shing, the Chinese billionaire. and he is tied up with Blockstream because he funds it through this company, and Adam Back, the guy that's in charge of Blockstream, is the one that claimed to have gotten the Satoshi Nakamoto email about Bitcoin.
Oh, sure. So they're all
like
Intel connected,
revelation.
is what you're saying.
Yeah, so the three guys that were behind the Satoshi email story were this Adam Back guy who's tied up with China and the billionaires and the technocrats, and then you had Hal Finney, who was a transhumanist. Yeah, and part of like the Alcor Life Extension. And then you had Nick Szabo, who is also self-proclaimed extropian, self-proclaimed transhumanist. And I think that there's something there that people haven't looked deeper into. And it's starting to make me think that all of the Bitcoin and the Satoshi Nakamoto thing was just all a psyop.
It's all a big op. Yep. Cryogenically frozen guy, can't answer any questions conveniently. Lots of questions. When
the stock tanks, there's nobody that's in trouble or accountable for it. There's no government or company or person. It's just the will of the market.
Unbelievable. It's crazy shit. So your research the other day uncovered something called M2NS, and you actually published an article about it. I wanted to bring that up for people to take a look at. M2NS.
Nice.
All right. So we got a talent agency here that you've uncovered that is pimping out high profile talent, right? Do they really have connections to these people? Can you really book them? I don't know. This guy, Sharon Elkabus.
Yeah. So that's actually something that I was going to test after we recorded this, because I started thinking and I'm like, there's no way that they can possibly get people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump Jr. and Peter Thiel and Alex Jones and things like that. And they're all on this website. They're claiming that you can sign up with them as a talent or book through them, and all of the most prominent contacts that I've thought to look up, like, Peter Thiel, Alex Jones, Elon Musk, Donald Trump Jr., Bill Clinton is on there.
Right.
And they all have pages. Yeah. Like you can even click on one of the links and it just goes directly to that talent page. And they're all that Sharon guy, that Sharon Elkabus guy. And I think today I'm going to call that number, pretend to be somebody that wants to book like Elon or Peter Thiel and say like, I want to book them for an interview, and just see what happens. See like the questions, that they ask, or any sort of follow-up information that they have for me, what they tell me to do, and see, because I'm largely thinking that it is a scam, but I only have the information that they share with me to go off face value until I can determine for myself. But like, yeah, they claim to work with all these clients like Barclays and Coca-Cola, Amazon, and apparently they started as like, and apparently they started as like some sort of talent agency for DJs in the UK, and now have, according to them, like blown up into this global talent management company that does everything from, podcasters to politicians to pop artists and everything in between. So
and have you looked into this Sharon guy? Where'd he come from? How did
So that's what's interesting is like when I was doing this research, I was trying to find like various different records, and all I can find really are a bunch of like local puff pieces, or maybe not local, but like small time articles, puff pieces about him and growing this company into like this massive entity and things like that. And I've never heard of this until a couple of weeks ago. And I don't know anybody that's ever talked about it or mentioned it. I know there's things like Night Media that, have contracts with a lot of the streamers. And I'm wondering if this is like that, or if this is just one giant scam. And until I corroborate things, taking them at face value, it seems like this is where you can go to rent influence.
Yeah, Mentoos, MN2S, Mentoos, like mentors, Mentoos. I'm trying to figure out like kind of what's that mod? What does that MN2S even stand for? What does that mean? You know, what are they trying to represent? But yes, the other thing I might do is say that it's either some kind of I'm going to host some kind of an entrepreneur type of conference, and I'd like to book them. Mm-hmm. Because that would be a lane where all of them might potentially speak. All right. Or you go for a specific one, or a specific set. You know, I'm looking for the Trump Jr., Elon Musk, Alex Jones set. Like that's a lane. Right. Yeah. And it shows that's interesting. It shows, you know, the size of their Instagram and Facebook, but not the size of their Twitter. Even the guy who owns Twitter doesn't show that he owns Twitter. Like that's pretty interesting. That there's also no price range at all for booking somebody like that also is a red flag at me, because I've definitely seen other talent agencies that book for high price profile celebrities list what the going rate is for that person. So
when you go to book someone on this, it's a form that you fill out, like, you know,
like a Google form, literally. It's a Google form.
Yeah.
So, like you said, it could just be a scam to potentially recruit and bring in other content creators to scam them. Well, if they can get them promoted, maybe they'll promote me, and they get paid by that potentially. It could also be one of these factories, and this is another thing I wanted to mention, is I've actually been doing research into the opportunity, and I haven't done it, I'm not planning on it, but people who are buying likes, views, engagement, reposts, live stream viewers. And I've seen websites and things advertised for these type of models, which makes me question how much of any of what we're seeing is real. You know, I've had questions about specifically the Rumble channels and the amount of volume that people see on their Rumble streams as opposed to a YouTube live stream of the exact same number of people. I find that in general, the chat is not as engaged, and there might show 30 people, even though it may show 300 live. When you click on the show who's actually like live, show me their profiles. So either people aren't logged in, a lot of them aren't, which is possible, or somebody somewhere is buying some views somewhere. And I have not been able to ascertain any of that yet, but I have sneaking suspicions, and I need to go down those rabbit holes to be able to pull those threads and say, okay, it seems that these people that have 1,500 people watching, while it looks in line, it's artificial. It can't be real based upon the number of, especially based upon the number of engagements. And you look at the live chat during a stream when it's showing that many people are live and you see nothing. It's like, where is everyone?
Yeah.
So like you said, you looked into that. Go ahead. Hmm?
I was just going to say it actually reminds me, because I think there's a huge glaring blind spot right now for federal election commission rules, where campaigns have to disclose how much money they give to a social media company, but there's no itemized list to show what that's for. What posts are they promoting? Whose accounts are they paying? And things like that. You can't find that anywhere. And I think that that's a huge blind spot, because, I mean, you know, people, in my opinion, people like Ian Carroll come to mind, where, you know, you have Nicole Shanahan, who's a billionaire, who endorses very early on in the RFK thing. And then boom, all of a sudden he's got this meteoric rise over the last year or two. And I'm like, I mean, she has billions of dollars, you know, she could pay for promotions and things like that to boost whoever she wants.
Yeah. And we've certainly seen, there's been a lot of questions over that guy, like literally to the point today that he was wearing like a Kabbalah thing on his wrist or something when he's being interviewed by Candace Owens. And he's been on every major podcast so far, from Rogan to Jimmy Dore to now Candace. I don't know. Has he done a Tucker Carlson one yet?
Not that yet that I know of, but
That's
I'm
coming,
sure it's
I'm
not
sure.
far
I'm
off.
sure that's coming.
Yeah.
But yeah, so my question again is this guy, Sharon El-Kabas, that you found, and you mentioned the intelligence cutout model, all right, and how intelligence agencies, and this could theoretically be an intel op, all right, this MN2S, that behind the feel-good PR, companies' data-rich operations raise questions. Their own promotional materials boast of sophisticated analysis tools. Right. That's more at home in military psyop circles. Right. So, and where is all this money coming from? Bitcoin conferences, I think crypto conferences and entrepreneurial conferences are injecting a ton of cash right now into the marketplace.
Yeah. Well, in that section you were looking at, there's a quote by El-Kabas where he says AI is already being used to produce digital doubles of celebrities, actors, and musicians in order for their likeness to be used in digital content. So I'm wondering if he's like AI deep faking people, and then
I'm wondering if he's an AI deep fake.
It's possible.
Like we talked about that other journalist that I don't want to necessarily talk about yet because I don't have evidence, but I have my suspicions that there is a pretty influential large guy on the right that seems to be AI driven, that has never really appeared anywhere publicly, but there's a lot of suspicion that it seems to be a lot of the content that they're publishing is AI, and it only exists on one platform. They've done some interviews that seemingly agree with the host on every issue, which is a little strange. But they're being presented as an expert on certain things. Like, is it possible? I think it's definitely. Oh, and the fact that his website quotes himself is shady as fuck. You're representing all these big people, and the person that you quote is you. It leads me to believe that he is a party of one here, who's trying to create an aura that he's representing these brands and these people. My guess is that if Coca-Cola learned that he was putting their logo on, he would get a cease and desist logo, because there are very specific guidelines as to who can present that on their website and how. And usually that has to be baked into some kind of a contract. Coke's just not going to let you put their logo on. Even if you're doing their work for them, they don't necessarily want the world knowing that you're doing their work for them. And that has to be negotiated as part of your agreement with the customer in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and it's crazy too, because like this company has now, I think this year will have been around for 30 years.
Wow.
So it's like, it's not just some like overnight pop up, and they have like a confirmed history of being like PR for certain talent. Now, obviously it's not like huge talents, like Elon and things like that. But this guy named Fat Man Scoops, who I guess was a artist from, the mid 2000s. He died while they were his PR firm and like spoke on his behalf and things like that.
Shady.
Yeah.
What about,
and then it just
the link to
reminds
Seth
me
Rich
of like so none of this is tied to the Seth Rich stuff, but to me, this seems a lot like the same things that I see from like David Fenton and Michael Schellenberger and Trevor Fitzgibbon, where, they're basically PR guys for all these influential people. And, they all have their ties to like Soros and the CIA and intelligence agencies and stuff like that. So I sort of saw a lot of the patterns that I've found from investigating those three to kind of be the same here, where it's like there's not a lot of publicly available information on them. A lot of the pieces on them seem to be like manufactured or constructed to present a certain appearance. And outside of that, you really can't find a lot about this Sharon guy.
That's another red flag, something that sets off alarm bells to say, okay, who is this person? Why Skittles and Nordstrom? I mean, big brands, allegedly, a few of our clients, and again, they could have a legitimate side of the house and then a not so legitimate side of the house. We've seen some of that happening as well, where they'll use the ad agency, the PR firm, as a mask to potentially recruit and scam people on the other side. And the problem is they get embarrassed to the point where they don't want to publicly come out and admit that they got scammed. So they just walk away, they slink away, and nobody ever knows what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, these are like the biggest companies on the planet, like Nike, Amazon, Spotify, Samsung, like that, you know,
Rolex.
Rinky dink. Yeah. Like you would think they'd have vested interest in shutting something like this down.
You would think. But yet they're representing that they can book all of these talent people or all these speakers.
Yeah.
That is fascinating. So yeah, here's like the Alex Jones page for them on their talent roster. Hilarious. And here's their similar talent. And they're offering people like across different industries. So you've got actors and you've got soccer, athletes, and you've got personalities. Oh, here you go. Will he do a virtual appearance? So now how do I book him for a virtual thing, like a Zoom call for my conference? Oh, here you go. How much does it cost to book? Okay. Depending on a number of factors. Yeah. We'll basically look into you and figure out how much money you have. And that's what we'll look at to figure out how much we can extract from you.
Exactly.
Very shady shit. Really weird for talent. So now this is like if you are an influencer, this is how they're recruiting to you with PR services and brand partnerships effectively. Again, here, brand partnerships. That's where they're going to show you who their partners are thing. What we do for brands, what we do for talent. So long-term branding strategies. And we've seen people using Suits, right? This cat, pretty sure. He was in the show Suits. He was Mike Ross.
And it says that he's partnering with their game company.
With Dream Games for a campaign surrounding the Royal Match mobile game. I guess because people recognize him from Suits. That's their branding success story. So there might be some kind of legitimate portion to it. Look, we know that everything involved, first of all, that was 2 years ago. So we always look at dates. We try to figure out how old is this stuff? When was it published? Right. But what have they been up to for the last 2 years? I don't know. Like there's a lot of weird questions to be asked. Head of partnerships from Focus Films. That's a smaller division of one of the big studios. I don't remember which one it is. It's like Universal or Sony or one of those Focus features. Oh, there you go. May 1st. Boston Rob partners with Degree for a Cool Rush campaign. So they are doing, it looks like, some kind of advertising involving influencers, mostly TV personalities, but I'm guessing that probably crosses over to podcasters too. I don't know how much anybody's actually heard of these people, but I certainly would have questions about this agency and seeing who they were able to get their hands on booking for you. Chevy Chase. Now, I don't know if this is necessarily even them. Now, they claim that it's a celebrity branding success story. Was it their success?
Right.
Or was it just they're writing an article about how a celebrity linked up with Raekwon and DoorDash? Is DoorDash their customer? I don't seem to think so, but maybe. Oh, DoorDash by M2NS. See, in this MN2S. Interesting.
Yeah. So I'm almost wondering, because and this is just a theory, but they could be aggregating, like scraping sponsored posts and then having AI generated descriptions, right? like articles for those, and then like stolen valor, basically, of being like, look, we made another brand connection or something.
Right? Because this is so strange. So DoorDash, who is this website? VCU Brand Center, with only 7,100 subscribers. Like, wouldn't you think this Super Bowl commercial would have been put out somewhere else on a more legitimate platform than this VCU Brand Center? This whole thing just screams red flags at me. Then they have an FAQ section, which is always interesting to go down. You know, what happened. And well, I would definitely start investigating all of that. Can I get a comedian's contact number? What?
Do you see the one under FAQs
is it a legit
for
talent agency? No. It's like it's going to say no. Wow, somebody actually paid to build this website. You know, this is just, and if I like to look at the source code quite often. You'll be able to tell like what program they're using. Like, is it WordPress to host this thing or what it is? Wow, this is really weird. They're using something called Viewport, which is really interesting. But I don't see. Oh, okay. The rest of the source code's to the right. So one thing it tells me is their web designer sucks because it's literally all on one line of code.
Yeah.
Look at this. Their whole website is one line of code. Come on.
That's crazy.
And ENGB, meaning that it's British English. It's not even US English. Interesting.
Oh, wow. Well, they did start in the UK.
That is interesting. And so I start to look at Perception-Sharp52. Whoa. Okay. I always just try to go down. You know, you can find a lot of things in source code on websites and where they're linking to and how they're finding certain things and where certain files are located. It looks like this is a self-hosted. Oh, WP includes. That means it's likely a WordPress.
Okay.
Built website, which just tells me that it's built on one of the more popular platforms that there is, but it's not. You wouldn't expect an ad agency or a talent agency to use one of those platforms. You would expect them to have developers that would build their own in-house type of websites.
Especially if they're claiming to be working. Yeah, if they're claiming to be working with these big names, you would think that they would have their own platform. And, you know, WordPress is also quite hackable. So would these people want a website representing them that was potentially vulnerable? Because I had a guy basically tell me that the plugins for WordPress are basically Israeli spyware havens. I wouldn't doubt it. You know? So this is a really interesting article for people to check out about M2 and MN2S and follow down those rabbit holes. I know that you had also published another article recently. It was the first one about Michael Milken and Musk and that whole thing. So talk about that and what led you to want to write about this. Yeah, absolutely. So the Milken Global Conference has been on my radar for about a year now, because when I was looking into like technocracy in the Trump administration, Michael Milken came up because Trump had actually pardoned him during his first term. Right. And Michael Milken is wrapped up with that Drexel Burnham Lambert stuff. But he holds this thing called the Milken Global Conference where, you know, I think it was 2019, Anthony Fauci gave a speech talking about like a pandemic or a virus, and then we had COVID, and now we have Elon coming out and saying that, you know, AI is basically going to replace most of government, most of people, and he did it at this conference with Michael Milken. Oh boy, sitting right next to him. Yeah. Now, Michael Milken is from the Drexel Burnham Lambert stuff, which was the junk bond crisis
In the 80s,
You
yep.
know, some people, yeah, I was going to say some people, myself included, weren't around for it, but it was very, very bad. It was a ton of like fraud and corruption going on. Michael Milken was considered the junk bond king. That is other people calling him that, not me.
He went to prison.
Essentially, yeah, he went to prison and pled guilty, and then Trump pardoned him and got his, I think he got his license reinstated and things like that. I could be wrong on that, but I do think he's like just able to do business again. Essentially, you know, with technocracy and looking into like the original technocracy movement, people like Thorstein Veblen, who were talking about basically coupping the government and creating a Soviet of technicians. They were claiming, well, if we get all of our people in here and we install, you know, these systems and these certain things that only engineers are familiar with, then we can essentially convince the government to give us control of the United States. And that's what I kind of see happening here, where, you know, Elon's Doge is coming in and cutting all of these things and streamlining all this stuff, claiming to be getting rid of the bureaucrats. But really what they're doing is they're getting rid of the people that could potentially resist them, the people that could have moral hangups, the people that could leak information or whistleblow on things. All those people have to go. And they want a cold calculating machine that they type in a command, it does the thing. No leaks, no whistleblowers, no resistance or opposition. And he was talking about that. And, you know, with Michael Milken and his influence over Trump, enough to at least get pardoned, which I think is extremely significant. You know, just the repeated patterns of Fauci talking, and then we get COVID, and Brock Pierce talked, and now there's the crypto boom, and now we have Elon talking about the AI replacement of people, and I think that's what we're going to see in the next couple of years, honestly.
I'm already seeing it. You know, I have a friend who he was a senior VP of sales, but he's now created something basically like a digital sales twin. And it scares the crap out of me because, you know, he's selling the presentation is, you know, think about if you could have your subject matter expert next to you at all times that could answer anything, that has a dump of everybody that works at your company that doesn't get sick and is always going to show up on time for your meeting. And it sounds great, except that it leads to replacing you in the end. I mean, they think that it won't be used to do that. But again, I believe that there are already virtual podcast hosts. I am not one. I'm a real human being. But I genuinely believe that right now there are at least a couple of people out there in the world that are completely not real, that we've been fooled into believing that are. And eventually they're going to pull that Band-Aid off and be like, yeah, as it turns out, this one hasn't been a real person, but you've been believing what they've said, and they like, you know, you're a fan, and there's no reason to not believe it because you've been presented with the illusion that it's genuine and that it's actually happening in somebody's house or in a studio using a tool and this, when the whole thing is just being driven by AI. I don't think that we're that far off from it if we're already there. Looking at what all these robots are doing and you know, everybody always, I see on Facebook, it's the robots were supposed to do the manual labor and the people were supposed to have more time to have leisure. And it's just doing the opposite, it seems. The robots are doing the thinking and the people are doing the grunt work. You know? Yeah,
it's, if you go to that Substack article again, there's a magazine cover down here that says 30 million out of work in 1933 or 20,000 a year income for every family, and that's basically like, hey, you're not going to have a job and we're going to give everybody universal basic income, and that's the way it's going to be. And you know, the fact that this was almost 100 years ago that this was printed, And
Yeah.
we're seeing the exact same thing now, and nobody's putting the pieces together. It's like, man, we're going to have I think a job crisis in 2030.
And again, it's what was the thing where what was the movie where they talked about like man marveled at AI? Was the Matrix. There's a scene literally where Morpheus is saying in the beginning of the 21st century, he lays the whole thing out, right? Man marveled at AI, but what they realized eventually was that the AI was smarter than humans, and they thought that humans were actually the problem, so they turned on us. And is that really out of the realm of possibility? No. Especially when you see the way that the AIs have already been programmed, and when they're asked about what's happening in Gaza right now.
Yeah.
What would they do to Israel if they had to, if they objectively were trying to create peace in the world? I don't think that Israel wants to hear that, or the people that program these AI programs that are Israel friendly would want to hear that. But, you know,
that's the other thing. That's the other thing too, is a lot of people don't understand that big tech is essentially the military industrial complex and the intelligence industry merged together, and they use the tech industry to like sort of push their own projects and things like that through the public sector, because if it was coming from the government, nobody would trust it. And I think that essentially what we have is, like a revelation of the method, but also like manufacturing the consent. Sometimes I worry about like me saying all of these things and like, pointing these things out and reporting on these things, because I'm like, well, is that what I'm doing? Like, I may mean well, but is me pointing this stuff out just actually doing what they want, like normalizing this stuff to people?
Pushing this stuff out so that it gets out into the world, but in a way, but how are people going to know what's happening otherwise until it's too late? And that's the only question that I have with all of that. I mean, yeah, so you go into, the Drexler Burnham scandal, but, you mentioned, how government pushes it out through private entity. Facebook, Palantir are two of the larger examples of they were intelligence, DARPA programs, NSA spy programs, CIA programs that the government decided would do better without government oversight. But they can be government contractors and not have that level of oversight.
Yeah. And to your point too, like the whole, will the machines grow to hate us? Like, a lot of these AIs are being built by military industrial people like Peter Thiel. Palantir's AI, the same one that's willing to create like automated kill lists on Israel's behalf through Project Lavender, is also the same AI that is getting injected into the IRS and ICE and the police force and everything, like health. Pray.com, the Christian prayer website app thing. They're partnered with Palantir.
Palantir has, and I'll tell you, their stock has gone berserk. And we've reported on how Marjorie Taylor Greene did some insider trading or whatever. She started buying the stock this year, which she claims she doesn't know. She's up ridiculous money already. Even when Trump crashed the market in the early last month, Palantir stock was down to, I think, $85 a share or so. It's back up to $129 as it closed yesterday. I looked at it for the first time in a while. I was like, holy crap. What? I mean, I guess the fact that they've been getting all of these contracts and they're in favor with the current government, but I haven't seen necessarily GSA announcing new contracts. I don't know if they've changed the way that they are presenting or releasing that information now, that they've kind of put a level of Doge or whatever you want to call it, a layer of a firewall over stuff. So are we even able to see this and who's getting contracts now for what? I remember famously that there was the military contract for 300, tanks or whatever it was. It was originally Tesla Cybertrucks. And then that got pushed back. So they then took the word Tesla off of it. But
Yeah.
it was still in order for 800 billion for 300 or whatever, the same number for 300,000 or however many tanks or whatever the number was. I don't remember the specific thing that it was, but it definitely involved Musk and had a ridiculous, I think it was 400 outfitted cyber trucks for the military or something.
Mm-hmm.
When they can't even like drive those things at night or in the snow because the way the headlights are set up, it covers the headlights with snow. And it's like, these things are not practical. Allegedly, Tesla Cybertruck sales are way off. And now what they're doing is they're now marketing them to like small businesses for work trucks and stuff because it has an exemption and it's got all kinds of potential benefits, but it's not a practical vehicle for most people.
Yeah. I think the Cybertruck is garbage.
Yeah. Dumpster on wheels is what is what it looks like and what my kids even call it. It looks like a dumpster on wheels.
I just sent you a post that I made about this budget reconciliation bill that kind of goes to your point about like the contracts and where the money's going and the Doge layer. Yesterday or the day before, I think, Congressman Brett Guthrie, chairman of the House Committee on Energy and Commerce, announced a full committee markup of the committee's budget reconciliation text.
Okay.
And essentially what this is doing is it's carving out $500 million to be basically set aside for the next 10 years to allow Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, to go in and basically allocate that money however he sees fit. He gets to choose every AI system that's getting installed in the government, and there is not going to be allowed any state level regulation or any sort of pushback or blocking with this budget bill. Essentially, it makes it to where only the federal government can regulate AI for the next 10 years. And Howard Lutnick gets to pick all the AI systems that are getting installed.
Specifically, Lutnick, not even like the Commerce Secretary, him by name.
No, it says the Commerce Secretary, but I mean he's
right now, right? Okay, appropriated to the Department of Commerce, $500 million until 2035. How convenient.
Yeah. And, I
wonder if there'll be a Rumble affiliated AI that he puts in that money into. That's a nice way to keep Rumble going. Because, he's an investor in Rumble. Tether put money into Rumble. Yep. He's into Tether. Huh. That's an interesting connection there. Wow. Yeah. Artificial intelligence and technology modernization. $500 million a year for 10 years. $5 billion.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it also talks about, it says in here that the Secretary of Commerce shall use the funds appropriated for the following: to replace or modernize within the Department of Commerce legacy business systems with state-of-the-art commercial intelligence agents or intelligence systems and automated decision systems.
Right.
Which to me rings back to like the United Healthcare stuff and how they were using AI to reject certain things.
Claims, sure.
Yeah.
They want to do the same thing they want to do the same thing for Medicaid to be able to increase the denial on Medicaid claims. I'm guessing.
Exactly. And so now you have the Department of Commerce and this total government app, that TAMM thing that's coming out of Saudi Arabia. You have the Howard Lutnick, you have Brock Pierce, you have the Epstein connections, Tether, the crypto stuff, and it's all connected.
And it's all linked to Israel as well. Unit 8200.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a dirty web. And so this gets passed and it literally becomes illegal for any state to ban AI or to not go along with what the federal government is mandating with regard to AI.
Yeah, it says no state or political subdivision.
That's insane.
Shall enforce any law or regulation.
I thought, don't states have rights? Yeah, pretty hard for a states' rights kind of guy or gal to like this. Right.
Now, here's the problem. Here's the big issue is that you know, a lot of these things are like a rebranding of like the old Koch Republicans. So you have things like Leonard Leo and Charles Koch and things that are still like very closely associated with a lot of these people, but it's through different organizations. Like the Federalist Society is a big one.
Yep, that's Leonard Leo also.
Exactly. Now, what people don't know is that we have like 5 or 6 of our Supreme Court justices right now are part of that Federalist Society.
Directly recommended. Amy Coney Barrett, you know, all 3 Trump appointees. And then Alito, I think, is part of that. And maybe even Roberts.
I believe so. Yeah. Let me, I had it pulled up on my arc. So we have Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, Amy Coney Barrett, and John Roberts. John Roberts denies that he has anything to do with them, but they say that he does, and that's weird. But I'd believe them before I believe him, because you know he's just lying to save his ass. But
well, and you remember some billionaire left Leonard Leo $1.6 billion to spend as he saw fit to get, you know, right-wing activist judges in there, and to impact the federal bench, which he's clearly been using.
Yeah. And so you have the Federalist Society with all of these Supreme Court justices, and then you have a guy named Eugene Kontrovich, who's also part of the Federalist Society, and he is part of the Kohelet Policy Forum, which is a think tank in Israel that works directly with the Knesset.
Yeah. Yeah, none of it's good.
And so, yeah. No.
And again,
no,
it's
not at all.
Regulating AI, it's passing anti-Semitism speech where they're going to use AI, of course, to monitor the transcripts of exactly what you're saying and monitor the profiles of people that they have concerns about. And you show up on a thing too many times, you're going to get a visit to your house. And if you keep showing up, then they may send you to CCOT or who knows where. Like, they're just, all the rules are out the door, man, and it scares the hell out of me.
Yeah.
You know, seeing what they've been doing, rounding up these immigrants that they are claiming are, and again, they're using the guise of terrorism to round up protesters, to round up immigrants, to round up students, to round up activists, and impose. And once they throw that word around, it changes what they can do to you. And they realized a while back that once you're affiliated with that word, they can basically treat you as if you were already a convicted criminal. There is no more due process. It's guilty until proven innocent, effectively. And they don't really give you a chance to prove your own innocence.
Yeah, I mean, you had people like J.D. Vance that were saying, you know, we don't have time for due process because there's 20 million, you know, immigrants or whatever that we have to try. And it's like, okay, well, you're basically saying that we need to get rid of due process altogether and should be able to deport people before any investigating is done. And things, I mean, the guy that was coming out of Maryland, how he got deported before there was any sort of like formal investigation and things like that. And I mean, Trump even said, like, you know, next step is going to be the homegrowns, which to me seems like
all of us,
you know, whether like if it's not first generation or like American born first generation, it means American citizens.
100%. No, I think he has every intention, and they're talking about deporting Americans. Where are you going to deport them to? You're going to send them to a foreign country? Well, that's not really deporting. That's imprisoning. That's a different story. That's not making them have to live in another country freely. A deportation to me means we're just kicking you out here. We're not making sure that you have to go to prison somewhere else, but you're not allowed to be here anymore. But where do they send you? You don't have official citizenship and the right to live in any other country. Are they effectively treating you like a Palestinian at that point? You're a refugee without a passport or a country. Therefore, you're illegal being here and you're illegal effectively being everywhere as a refugee? I don't know what the answer to that is.
I kind of see it being somewhat similar to like the Patriot Act in Guantanamo, where it's like, you know, if we want to call you a terrorist, then we can basically waive all of your rights until we can determine that you are one. And who knows when your hearing is going to be, when your trial is going to be, if you even have one.
And we saw that
and I hate to get blackpilled there, but
I mean, we saw it. It's happening right now. It happened to Ramacia Ozturk, the Tufts University student, got thrown into a hole for 6 weeks. They tried to disappear her. They wouldn't let her talk to her lawyer. Same thing with Mahmoud Khalil. And he was negotiating between the students and the administration. He wasn't even part of the protest itself. He was trying to negotiate a peace. And they took him. He's still sitting in prison. It's been 3 months. He missed the birth of his own kid. And you never get that back. They don't care. There's no consequences for if they're wrong. And nobody's held accountable when they're wrong. Like the Kilmar Abrego Garcia, what did they end up doing? They ended up turning around and trying to spin it that he's the terrorist because of something that happened 4 years ago that he wasn't necessarily convicted of, that his wife has come out now in support of him. And then, it's been a whole mess. It really concerns me that, and a lot of this has got to do with criticism of Israel and uncovering of the ties between Israel, big business, and the control grid. It's like they don't want people to realize that this is coming out of Israel because they wouldn't accept it as much as if it was coming out of the United States, I guess. I don't necessarily understand it. I mean, it's part of it is that we send Israel a ton of money. It's like we're now giving them money to spy on us and to implement this grid. And it was Whitney Webb who very famously said, look, what they're doing on with this digital surveillance and building a wall, they're not trying to keep everybody out. They're trying to keep us in.
Yeah.
You know, and now they're talking about building a 15-minute city out of Gaza. And someone's like, you know, I saw, and I like Mel, the village crazy lady on Twitter. And she's like, you know, look at what Gaza looks like now. 15-minute cities. I mean, what else are you going to do with it? Well, how did it get that way? You've got to let them rebuild it themselves. First of all, they're already they're destroying all the equipment that could possibly be used to rebuild it. They're killing everyone that might be able to. So, and I see her loudly condemning that. It's just, there's nothing that any of us seem to be able to do to stop it. And it's so frustrating to see. And then you have, you know, their sycophants that actually want it to happen. And then you got Jared that's actually selling waterfront property in Gaza. And it's just, we see where this is all going and what's going to happen to the people that oppose this and that aren't for this and want to live in a different kind of world. It's, if you don't want to go along, what are they going to do to us?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's tough to sort of try to imagine what it would be like, but I mean, we see how far they're willing to go just looking at Gaza. And, you know, just because we're American or we look a certain way or we act a certain way, have a certain culture, doesn't mean that we're not just as, you know, on the list, because it basically the only thing that qualifies you for that is, are you going to get in my way? And,
we thought we had rights, but George Carlin told us all about rights. They're not rights if someone can take them away. They're all just temporary privileges. And
exactly,
these monsters are deciding that, you know, the right to pursue happiness freely is now a privilege that they're not going to allow us to have because it is going to potentially either hurt their money or impact their plans for how they want to set the world up going forward so they can continue to profit massively from it. And again, who's stopping them? That's what scares me. The only real entity that could potentially stop them is China. If they get China on board, we're so screwed. If they get China, and they already kind of have them on board, they're making deals with them now. China has had this non-interventionist thing. At some point, they may turn around and say, look, what you're doing is morally reprehensible, and I don't want to do business with you anymore. And I think that that is the answer. You know, BDS and hurting them in the wallet is the best way that we can potentially impact that system right now. Opting out as much as you can, educating others about how they can do it, and about just how linked everything is and how it all flows towards a few direct places. And it's designed to keep them rich and keep us uninformed and fighting each other. All right, man.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I know you gotta get out of here soon. And I figure this is a good place to kind of cut it off for now. We'll definitely come back and do this again sometime. Unfortunately, there's a lot for us to uncover and talk about, and you're constantly going down rabbit holes. So we can always do a deep dive, and I'll find a better way to next time to have your stuff put up on screen from StreamYard directly, or I'll have you send me a link to the thing, and I'll put it up here so that I don't have to have that little StreamYard thing up in the corner. But man, I appreciate you coming and hanging out and sharing with me some of what you've learned and from your research and what people can look out for. Let's tell people where they can find you. I realize that you got yourself a link tree now, so let me put that up for everyone to see. All right. So linktr.ee/the7cs, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So I have X obviously at the top. That's where I'm like the most active, live stream on there all the time. But then I also have Rumble, YouTube. I'm starting to write articles for Substack and upload videos there as well. And I also just partnered with Above Phone, Hakeem Anwar of the Independent Media Group, and I'm actually trying their phone for the next 30 days as like my main device. And you know, so if you're interested in getting off of like big tech and Google and stuff like that, you can check that out. I have a discount for that. I have merch that I make.
Nice.
And a lot of it's pretty good. The lies shirt, I think it might be at the bottom. But that's like the most popular one that I have right now.
Oh, sweet. Streamlabs. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm trying to find a better, I'm trying to find a better distributor right now, but essentially, I'm going in, I'm making all these shirts and hoodies and mugs and stuff by myself, my own designs and all that, and putting it out there for people. I think it's really reasonably priced. If I went any lower, I would make $0, but I'm making like $1 to $5 on each shirt or so.
Sure. I just got hooked up with Ryan over from the Independent Review. He has a thing called Big Frog. And he actually, right now, I believe we just went live with our INN shop under Big Frog. And that's IndieNewsShop.itemorder.com, and it's all got pricing. And he's got shirts, he's got mugs, he's got stickers and beanies. So you can
fantastic.
Hook up with Ryan and send him over your designs, and I'm guessing that they can set you up with a store as well. And again, you see the pricing is like $20 for a white shirt, couple of bucks more for black if you wanted it in black, or different sizes. I told him just mark it up $5 an item. So we're not trying to set the world on fire. I'd rather get the merch out there and the branding out there for anything. If you put stuff on the back that costs an extra $1 or something. So like here's a Jesse Jett shirt, American tradition, and then on the back it's got an INN logo up by the neck.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
Good stuff, man. Follow over on Twitter, over on Rumble, over on Twitter X, the Elon machine. Okay. And then again, over on Substack, that's 7Cs, SEES.substack.com. You can read these couple of articles, and hopefully they'll turn him on for live streaming soon, and we'll get that going. They'll be able to add that to his stream locations. All right, man. We're going to get out of here. Thank you so much to everyone for watching, and thanks to 7Cs for hanging out. We will see you again real soon. This has been INN One-on-One with Indy and 7Cs. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night.
See ya.
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here away. The cost of living isn't much to me, but God, it's so hard to say. And when we told you everything was safe, were you safe? Were you safe? Were you safe?
Who are these people?
Who are these people? Hi, everybody. It's Indy. This is INN One-on-One, and I'm really excited today. I've only gotten really to talk with a couple of the Indie Media Award honorees that over the last couple of years have really shown to be some of the best in independent media in exposing truth, in trying to be as honest as possible in sharing what they know and what they see, and making corrections if they find something that challenges what they've been seeing, and certainly questioning everything they see around them. This person has done a lot of the things that it's kind of like I want to be when I grow up. So I want to formally do a decent introduction. So this guy is the host of his own show called The Last American Vagabond, but it's not just a show, it's a network. It's more than that. It's a website where he publishes, and he has other people publish articles. They do kind of documentary type of films, but most importantly, they do in-depth 4+ hour live streams on a multi-days per week basis. So welcome to the show, Ryan Cristian, The Last American Vagabond. Man.
My pleasure, brother.
Dude.
To be on. And I was just looking at the award again the other day. I noticed it got caught in the documentary, and I was glad to see that, because that was one of the early things I got a long time ago, and I was very proud of that.
Yeah, man. Well, it's funny when I had first talked to Misty Winston about initially coming up with this idea, I'm like, there really is not. There was that Serena Shim Award that people still give out. I still see that occasionally, and it got some controversy, but that's a phenomenal honor, and it's got a nice list of people. And I'm like, other than that, like, that's basically been it in our space for a long time. So why don't we kind of create something? I spend hours a week vetting independent media, and then we'll open it up to INN members and Misty, and we'll kind of try to showcase the people that we think are doing the right thing. So we had, again, this is the third year already. I'm trying to decide who would be in for 2025 already. I can't believe we're working on our fourth year for that. But the reason why you were one of the honorees, and you were in that initial class where we're like, we've got to identify kind of who are the first ballot Hall of Famer type of people and get them out there first. And
thank you.
Seriously, it's just been a tough 5 years, and it's interesting that you in the last year have collaborated with a lot of those other people to come up with a network of your own. Now, TLAV alone was its own network, right? From what it seemed like, you were doing interview streams with people, but you were showcasing other independents on your platform, and that was kind of the dream and the vision behind why we created INN in the first place. You were just doing it kind of more established, I feel like, and now you got the Independent Media Alliance. So, wow, when that was announced, I got really excited, because that to me is like a culmination and a very similar path to where we were, where you're going to have a shared collaborative space, right? With Whitney and with Derek and with, I think, 17 other people. I mean, it's pretty wild. Round tables. There's going to be the, well, I'll let you talk about it. So kind of explain how that happened, how that all came together, what the reasoning behind it was. I'd love to hear more about like kind of the formation of the Independent Media Alliance. I saw the press releases and everything, but I'd love to hear like kind of your behind the scenes explanation of what happened.
Yeah, definitely. At first, just on Last American Vagabond, you know, it started as just a certain little project long before I ever thought it would become what it is today. And jumping forward, you know, a decade or so, a long period of time, you know, I ended up bringing on people to write and do other other aspects of, you know, research and so on. And that ended up being Whitney Webb and Derek Brose and Robert Inlakesh and Matt Arrett and Taylor Hudak and a couple of others that kind of came and went. But, you know, that was not so much a network as people that just were part of the Last American Vagabond and still are. You know, right now we're going through a lull essentially through, I mean, I think we've talked about off air at least more than once, and maybe on a Wake Up about the different lawsuits we've gone through and the amount of attacks we've had and the amount of money we had to pay to arguably win those things. I mean, it's not really arguably, just I feel like I lost because we spent so much money. But the point is that because of all that, we've had a lull in the writing and stuff, but they're all still very much a part of the team of the Last American Vagabond, not necessarily just posting on the site, you know. And then we, after that, you know, that's been growing in its own right for a long time. And on that same note, by the way, it was very important to me as the editor and founder of Last American Vagabond to bring people on, paid writing and so on, and making sure that I did not make them choose between what they had been building their whole lives and starting to work with TLAV. Very important to me because I've seen that in this field for such a long time that it's like very, you know, guarded, and which we understand why. But I wanted to make sure that Derek could continue to, which the Conscious Resistance is fantastic, and it's been there for a very long time, and make sure that can continue to grow, or help, you know, be there and help Whitney be able to build Unlimited Hangout, because that started after we were working with TLAV. And so that's what I thought was so important about what we were doing, is that it was about not just making TLAV a focal point. It was about helping grow out more of everybody's beneficial work, you know? And then the IMA came around. It was just before the last selection process. And Whitney had reached out to me and pointed out something we've talked about many times now, but we saw this weird reaction. A little bit of a preface, actually. You know that a lot of us, and I take this from James Corbett, that's where he's one of the people I look up to in this field, always have. He's outstanding, one of the best, if not the best. And he was really adamant about, you know, where this is why I first caught on to the idea of like, you know, like your vote doesn't really translate. Not that it doesn't matter in representative government, but we've been stolen from us, right? And he would say things like vote no one, you know, 2024, right? No, vote no one. And people would react to that like almost confused, but really rarely got any attention. People like would disregard it like you were the child in the room, right? They didn't get what you were going at. Or, you know, we start talking about alternative paths or Derek's exit and build and these different points, right? And so I've been doing that ever since I've been doing this work, because I really don't believe in the process, in the system that's in front of us. Not necessarily that voting, if forced to be in a state of society, not that that's not important, because it is if you're forced to be in a state of society. But so as we went forward, right before the 2024, you know, right before the last election, we started doing the same thing we always do. You know, vote no one, you know, you're being played left versus right, same, you know, two wings of the same bird. And it got the most incredible pushback from people that you like, large people in mainstream alternative media, you know, like Jones people, Benny Johnson's, or people like, it became the focal point of this conversation that we were black-pilled, right? It was a purity test that nobody could uphold. And what's crazy about it is we've always been talking about that, and we've always juxtaposed it next to solutions, right? Here's what else you can do. Here's what, you know, why we think voting is one of the least important things you can do to make a difference in this conversation. And yet the argument was somehow that we were presenting an impossible choice. We're trying to trick people from, you know, like not choosing Trump was the ultimate point, because they'd rationalize that he was somehow the lesser of evils. That's a lot to get into. There's other points I could make there, but that was the kind of the impetus. And we realized something was building. Something was different, right? Clearly, they were vulnerable to this in our eyes. They recognized that this was something they had to defend against, even though before it was basically ignored. And so we got together and discussed between the three of us, Derek, Whitney, and I, about starting a collaboration, not with any funding mechanisms, not that we had to do anything other than just a collection, a loose gathering of people who all had the same. And I think the main principle started with the two-party illusion, being able to call out the obvious genocide that was taking place, these like objective facts that we can clearly see in the world, and people that are nonpartisan. Those are like the three main things. And basically looked for people that we thought met that at a very high level. And we still plan to build it out. We're waiting on a few things. We can talk about that next in regard to Odyssey, but immediately found people that were really, on that same path. And so we started that group, and we called it the Independent Media Alliance. And it's really what it was, just an alliance. Nobody was forced to do anything. We didn't, collaborate on anything else we wanted to, and that's where we still are right now, where we do panels and round tables and talk about what's going on. And it just got the most incredible attack as well, about people trying to claim one thing or the other. And what's funny is, going forward since then, we've seen an endless string of what purity tests actually look like, or what black pilled actually looks like. And as everything we said about what we worried about would happen if you chose to continue this left-right paradigm lie is literally taking place right now. And none of us are happy about that. The last thing we wanted was for all these problems to continue. And now most of the people that were attacking us for that are the ones that are standing up and going, here's a problem. This is why we need, kind of repositioning themselves to be the next rebel for whatever comes next. And it's a really important time for independent media. And there's a lot more ways we can go in it, but I think that's a good kind of general premise for how it started.
Yeah. And then again, the caliber of people that you were able to pull from when it came to the Independent Media Alliance, all right, where you've got Charlie Robinson and you've got James Corbett as part of this, and you've got Truth Stream Media, and I adore Melissa and Aaron's videos. Steve's been showing them more at AM Wake Up. Phenomenal. I mean, just incredible people who have done a extensive body of work that have a perspective that for some reason does not get showcased at all really in mainstream. And because it is showing, it leads to a path that exposes who's actually running everything, which is, I guess, what they of course don't want everyone to see.
Corbett as well. I always it was blows me away how James Corbett can be so foundational in so many things we're talking about. And people can almost reference his work or even do reference his work without actually identifying the Corbett reporter, James. Everyone in this field and mainstream alternative media, everyone knows who he is. And yet he gets he gets referenced less than, like, it's wild to me. And I think it really does show you the point you're making there, that it's, for me, it's always been about people who are objective and nonpartisan. And it's just like this anomaly for the system. They just have, the best they can do is just pretend like it's not there. And I think that was kind of what we saw with that.
It's facts versus emotion. And James is incredibly fact-based and he tries to remove the emotion, I think, from the equation intentionally, because he wants you to focus on the data, the information, and what he's presenting, and remove your personal biases, which I think is super important. I think you do a really good job at that too. Now, what I also wanted to point out is, I love that you do that on your show, and then you get to AM Wake Up and you're dropping F-bombs and you're just yourself incorporating everything that you've learned in your shows and hanging out with your buddy and sharing the knowledge as to what does this all fucking mean. All right. Because I see you do both, and you're one of the better people at figuring out how to balance that. And I wanted to add, like, how do you do that? How are you able to sit there and be analytical and, not nearly as emotional, I would say, on your own show? I mean, you're passionate, sure, but it's mostly about the facts and the stories and what you're bringing in. Kind of, dude, your documents every show are like, wow, how do you do it? How do you do it all? How do you do it? I don't know how you do it.
The first part about, thank you. To the first part about, emotionally, I've always felt that I've had sort of a, in a way, like, made for this, like, where I think I've seen a lot of people that I've come across who have worked beside me over the years, who have all the best intentions, are absolutely gung-ho about it, throw themselves into this, and then burn out after 6 months. Because it's really, I mean, this stuff is insane. The horrible things we have to look at every day, the just, like, the kind of stuff that makes your blood boil, watching the worst people in the world, who everyone knows are the worst people, act like they're saving lives, or, it's that is all sorts of different things that really get to you. And the part that for that, one of the people I'm thinking of right now, it was largely around, like, sex trafficking and stuff that's really dark and hard to, my point is that I feel these things more than I think most people. There's a very, which is hard to not include that when you're, and I still have my emotional moments as well. But at the same time, I have a special ability, I feel, to like be able to shut it down after I'm done. Now, lately, to be honest, over the last, let's say, year, I feel like that's getting less and less. It's sometimes weighs with me beyond the show, but I just feel like I'm able to kind of, compartmentalize that, and that's a really important, skill or trait in this, because it allows you to not stew in these things forever, like be able to break off and enjoy your day and go outside and go for a hike and not be like overwhelmed with all these horrible things. And I think that's something that I just nod to all the time. Like that's just, I think I'm meant to do this, And I do think that it's also just about steeling yourself to it and trying to remember what matters and not just lose yourself in the endless pit. We're all screwed anyway. Like that's what black pilled actually is. That just giving up and acting like, well, they're all bad, so I might as well choose the one that's less bad. That's black pilled, right? The reality of trying to find solutions in a bad situation is the opposite. But I think that there's a lot of other things you could argue, but I just think it's about, my determination, my willingness, because of a lot of different things that happened to me in my life and different choices I've made, to put myself on the line for people that don't have a voice, right? To stand up for people that need to be helped, because nobody seems to care if you're not out there waving your hands and saying these people are suffering. And then what was the other part you asked? How I do the source material in the show? Is that what you asked?
Right. Yeah. Like, how do you, I see the list of links and source references, and first of all, you go for 4 hours at a shot. I mean, I'm exhausted after 2 hours when I do 4 or 5 stories with 4 or 5 other kind of links and mini stories. Hey, go check this out, go look at this, and I'm freaking spent. So I see you going even super in depth. You take that story, like Conyers, Georgia, for example. I mean, you went super deep on that story. You were able to get the testimony from the guy. You had local news reports. And you have to spend all the time just to research that one story. And you've got like 5 or 6 or 7 or 10 of them that you're bringing for your live stream. So it's like, do you have help doing this kind of research? Or people feeding you stuff all day to kind of find these nuggets? Okay, well, that's good.
Well, no, but here it's mixed. Well, here's the thing. There is a clear network of people out there that just are part, in the audience, people or people like that are mods, or people that will text people. There's a few of them out there that I text with that send me things that are important. I take that from James Corbett as well. Same thing he does. It's open source investigation, right? Anybody out there that want to chime in, discuss, debate, and they send you things they want you to look at. And I mean, half of it I get in a given moment is either not relevant to what I want to look that day, or maybe just not relevant at all. And, but I don't care. I want people to overwhelm me with send me what you think is important, And so there's a lot of that. But when it comes to just the show and the daily work, it's just, I just made this point yesterday. There's only one person in here. There's only one person in this team outside of the other writers who do their work, or the people I just mentioned in the community. But for whether it's the soundboard or my computer or there's one person, And what's funny is for the length of work, the time, the deep research, there's only a few other people out there with shows that are similar like that but they have like a 5-person team. They have somebody back there who's running the cameras and is running and I just think it's worth noting that this is a one-man show. This is the single, and I think that's, I pat myself on the back, I guess. I mean, demonstrating our value, I would say. But, it's a combination of that and being really nothing else going on. I really have just poured my life into this, and as in spending all day researching and organizing. And then what I'll add is that it's not always the one day, right? Like right now, I've got multiple things open, files, not all open windows, but files that I've been collecting things and organizing. And like, if let's say I had organized a part of the show I didn't use that day, I'll break it down and put it in a little file, like this topic. And, and so I have a lot of building stuff. And so at any moment I go through and I'm looking at the new day of information, right? And I'll hear something that's happening. I go, oh, okay, that brings me to mind to this thing. And I open that up and and so, there'll be like a half or 75% completed sort of investigatory thing going on that I pull in because it's relevant. And, but it's still all continual nonstop work, and that's really what it comes down to. And like Georgia, for example, it was about the fact that is already important to me because I was already discussing things like Palestine, East Palestine, and, these different other conversations. And well before that too, dioxins and glyphosate and all PFAS and all these different things that nobody really seems to know about, despite how shockingly obvious it is.
Pennsylvania water.
So
the Pennsylvania water, the gas in the water that people have been finding for more than a decade and nobody wants to talk about. It's like, we drink this stuff. Like, this is as important as it gets. When the Trumpers, for example, will deny that he wants to abolish the EPA and that's a problem, We need to fix the EPA. We need to not allow the corporations to manage the regulation of themselves. And that's what's happened, not just in the EPA, but big pharma and elsewhere. And again, I nonpartisan, people who call that out from both sides. And that's where I think, you mentioned the Independent Media Alliance. They're nonpartisan. They call it out on both sides. And it's so important to do that. But what you said is so many people fell into well, you must be a supporter of X if you are criticizing Y. And no, they all fucking suck because they're all part of the uniparty corporate structure, again, which came out of Whitney, TLAV, all of that vernacular, all of that narrative. It feels like, at least to me, that's where I first heard it and started clicking to me, where I first heard about Event 201 and about looking into things a little bit deeper than they were presented on the surface, because nothing is as it's presented, as we've learned in the last 5 years, especially in corporate media. So it really is. God, man, it's crazy. And not only that, the gaslighting that they do. You talked about the sex trafficking guys, where the worst people in the world are gaslighting you to act like they're doing something benevolent on behalf of the people or on behalf of society, when things could not further be from the truth. They're benefiting their donors and they're completely screwing over society. And yet there's an entire ecosystem designed to sniff those farts and say, yes, they smell delicious, sir. And here we are standing on the side. I read some really interesting article that talked about, I feel like the person who's watching a play, the Democrats are trying to watch this play and believe that all the actors are real. And I'm standing there going, this is all fucking bullshit. This is all a play. This is all scripted. And they're all like, shh, hey, man, we just want to enjoy our play. Shut the hell up, man. And that kind of described 2024 to me.
Yeah, it comes down, in my mind, to the idea that they have been convinced, and we're seeing it in spades right now. I mean, it's not new right now, but we're seeing it very clearly in the Trump administration with certain people we could easily get into that will just say one thing, and then all of a sudden Elon's the bad guy, and now they just go, this is the thing now, and I never thought the other thing, even though they just said it 3 days ago. It's like there's people out there that will blindly go along with whatever the team says they're supposed to go along with. And so, like, your point about the play is, I think so many of them, it's not like they openly, in many cases, admit to themselves this is not true, but they just don't even choose to look into it because that's going to help the other side. Why would I even investigate? Because they're the pedophiles, they're the deep state. It's like whatever these hyperbolic terms are about an entire group of half the country. It just becomes about pitting us against ourselves with team sport politics is what the best way to describe it. It's not about facts. It's not about even really policy. It's about anything that makes my team win over yours. And that's just childish. I mean, that is like that's the lowest common denominator. And I think that's what is really happening. And I think the biggest point that I keep seeing in all that is that I'm of the mind right now that it's always been artificial to some degree, right? Whether it's bots or algorithms, whatever else, or just people that are out there being paid to say things. But I think we're getting to a point to where it's becoming strikingly, like, very, very clear that the entire kind of like leading voice is artificial. That most people right now are aware that there's a genocide being committed, are aware that the U.S. is involved in that, are aware, I can go off on 75 different topics that the, MAGA or the left are trying to argue from a partisan angle is one way or the other, when most people are right now going, I'm not buying it anymore. Now, I've been saying something similar for a lot of things, during COVID-19. I said the same point, and I think that's been proven to be correct. It wasn't partisan. It was, they're always going to have a slant in one way or another, but it was very clear, and still is, that it was very quickly becoming aware to anybody who looked at information and cared about it that this was wrong. And I think they tried to make it partisan, or Israel for that matter. We saw Alan Greenblatt from the ADL get a leaked audio that came out and said, it's not left and right anymore. It's about generational. The kids aren't buying anymore. That's why they went after TikTok. And, they're losing control of the narrative. One good example is what is it, Glastonbury, the
festival this weekend. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, and before with Bob Dylan and so on, there was a person before that with, I think it was Kneecap was one of the bands they were going after because they are calling out Israel. And so what happened is, we've all seen it. They shut down the stream, and in some places they said they should have, and it's all about censorship because of words, right? But a woman who was in the crowd, streamed it with her phone. No real following, not some big influencer. Got 1.7 million people tuned in. It's been covered by many people. Apparently, BBC's last major thing they did got like 1.4. And so somebody made this point and said, guys, they don't control the narrative anymore. Like they're so desperate to push it over the top that it's like the Streisand effect, that people just are like, want to see what's behind that curtain you're hiding, And so the fact that people immediately watched on her phone and that, and yet they're trying to push the narrative that we're all on the same page, that was racist and we shouldn't allow it on all the channels. Nobody buys it. We're at a very dangerous, but I think hopeful time, as hard as that is to see, because the reason it's getting so crazy is because they're losing control, and that could cause really dangerous things. But we got to power through this, right? We got to maintain our principles and we got to push forward for what's right. And they're going to make it hard for us, but we got to keep fighting for what we know is right, what we believe in.
You mentioned the Glastonbury thing. David Miller actually published, he spent days exposing, there was an email that went out before the festival happened where a bunch of industry executives and influencers signed off on a letter that went to the organizers of the festival demanding that kneecap be removed. And David got a copy of this email and decided to go through the signatories one by one and publish an entire tweet thread exposing it. I did it on my show. Amazing, some of the people. And it was, again, record industry execs, radio control people, again, a lot of agents. And you saw that, Bob Villan's agent, UTA, drops him the next day after the thing. Well, he's going to be just fine.
The U.S. government pulled his visa.
That's
like
amazing.
That.
Oh my God.
You have stop anti-Semitism. And I can't say this is what triggered it, but my point is that you have these, Israeli funded entities that are on there. The same thing we saw with Batar USA and Khalil getting deported. They simply go, they tag Bondi, they tag Trump, and they say, get this guy out of here. And within a week, Khalil was removed, right? This guy, same thing. These people are going, basically calling out, this guy just said this online. And the reason I mentioned, or on stage, reason I mentioned Stop Anti-Semitism, they're one of these really powerful and influential accounts about just, censoring American speech or anywhere. Yeah. And they said, this is a problem. We can't allow this. Where are you guys at? Randy Fine commented on it. Within, I think, 24 hours, his visa was pulled. No process, nothing. Just yanked his visa because he said things on a stage in a foreign country. I mean, how are we? This is my point. This is why nobody's who's honest. Everyone sees through this, in my opinion, other than people that are invested in the lie.
Oh, it's Ramacia Ozturk. I mean, it's the same thing. She wrote an op-ed for her school freaking newspaper. I mean, and again, you have done more work than almost anybody I know talking about this, covering it from an honest perspective. There's tons of people on the Trumper side that are just screaming, yeah, get her. Not looking into the facts of what the case is at all. Not looking into how dangerous this could possibly be and applied in multiple different ways, which again is what you guys talk about with the technocratic panopticon with regard to the entire Peter Thiel universe, CIA introduction to the quote unquote permanent deep state that is the technology end of the deep state that's been running for 20 years to position themselves to get in this spot. I remember the movie The Devil's Advocate. Al Pacino very famously says that it's the law that basically puts you into everything. But honestly, I've seen for my entire lifetime, it's been computers and technology that puts you into everything. Because every industry is looking to technologize and to improve efficiency, and they open up the doors. They open up they give you the keys, and you see everything when you're in IT. You hear the conversations they don't want you to hear. You see everything. So
that's the thing today, right? Before the internet, for example. You whether it's law or something else, like the point is that I think, as you're kind of pointing out, is that it evolves, right? And so today, you're right. I think today this is the new backdoor, or there's many, but a way to, through almost a logical presentation, right? Like let's just say from like a U.S. perspective to Americans, we have to beat China to get to AI, like whatever it is to get us to go, yeah, beat the bad guy, and then they rush out this AI, control system over us. Same with like the Patriot Act or any number of them, right? Like you're saying, a business who thinks, okay, well, I need to compete in the ecosystem, right? So that means I need to do what they're doing and bring in AI and bring in these software things and bring in the spyware, which then opens the door to NSO Group and Pegasus and Israeli spyware and, these different, and the whole country, which I've proven 50 times over, like a lot of people have that just care to look. This country is, I mean, think of it like, it's like chicken pox across the country of just Israeli spyware companies and Israeli overtaken Unit 8200. I mean, Whitney's talked about this in regard to, dams and infrastructure, electrical grid stuff. Like, this is not a joke. Like, they could quite literally decide to do this anytime they want. And that, I think, is one of the, kind of things they hold over this government right now. But it's very clear. I mean, and not just the overlap of Unit 8200 and Israeli intelligence into these companies, which is publicly stated more than once, but that these companies are already all over, speckled across this country and involved in everything that really matters. I mean, think about the pager attack in Lebanon, something they claim was there for 10 years. I think the evidence suggested 5, but nonetheless, pagers they released that circulated the population for years with explosives and then detonating it and then killing and maiming 75% of women and children. And that's like the most shockingly obvious terrorist attack I've ever seen. And what did he say in the interview with 60 Minutes? The world is a stage, right? That we're playing our role, and like they're making it clear that they see the world as their stage to act these things out. Guys, just Zionism, not Israelis alone, not Jewish people alone, but Zionism, which infiltrates all sorts of religions in countries, is the real problem today. And Absolutely. It's very clear everywhere we look. And it's, the fact that people try to make that about racism is what has always allowed this to be, kind of hidden, and today just like lost its power. I don't really know what I think the act of genocide is kind of what shook people awake, but they've done this before, not to this level. So I don't know what the real kind of shift was other than that, but clearly people are not buying it anymore. And that allegation just does not work.
Well, it's the collective punishment, really. Honestly, they've done collective punishment before. The last time they really did it was in 2021, and that was the time that really radicalized me and woke me up. Again, I was raised as a conservative Jew, a Zionist, and I didn't even really understand the difference, again, because it's been conflated my entire life. This is what was sold to me and presented, and I never really asked hard. I wasn't very religious, and I just, whatever, you do what you do over there. That's your weird fucking, kind of religious nonsense. I don't believe in much of any of it, and their whole ritual and the reason behind it and why they say what they say, and the fact that Hebrew itself is a basically made-up language after 1948. Nobody taught any of this. Nobody taught us about the Nakba and how Israel was cleansed, quote unquote, in order to make it so that there was available land. They never told you about that. Or about how the terrorist attacks in all of the other Arab nations that were orchestrated by Zionists in order to make it so that the only safe place for Jews in the world is Israel. And I hear that narrative. I hear that narrative constantly. Right? It's totally inaccurate. Right. But what it is it's the only place in the world where they're allowed to create a second class of citizenry where they're not the second class. And that's the thing that I see, again steeped in racism. But
again, my perspective being from Zionists as opposed to Jews. Yes, right?
100%.
But to be clear, and it's actually, we should talk about this in a future conversation. Like, it's fascinating to have that. I've seen, this is my point. I've seen like a waterfall of people, even stars, by the way, who have historically been like adamantly pro-Israel are starting to come out and say, I never even knew about this. I've totally changed my mind today. Like, I think it was, not that I can necessarily take it. It could just be opportunism, which I think is a big deal or a big part of it. I think it was either Seth Rogen or somebody like that you would expect.
Seth Rogen,
yeah. Like, is that what he said? Yeah. I was like, whoa, that's crazy. That just shows you that we are rapidly shifting in the conversation. But I just forgot the first part.
Yeah, their bubble, the bubble that we were put in has been, tremendous. And that is, again, where you see the power of media. And the internet, and Absolutely. Especially, it's funny, that was one of the things that happened as a result of COVID was the YouTube kind of podcaster era started, where everybody realized, corporate media is shut down and sucks, and there's nothing new coming out anyway. So, and look, I started just sharing independent media because it was happening now. It was like Jimmy Dore, and I've evolved in what I've been watching and sharing and watching how they kind of carry themselves. And the 2024 election was a big bellwether. And, you know, my friend, my brothers at INN and I were saying that you would see a big shift after the election in what people covered, in alliances potentially. And we're starting to see that play, and that there are others that just don't know kind of where they stand at this point, and they're flailing. Do they cover the duopoly, even though they really can't stand the duopoly? But it's kind of audience capture, because they know that that's what their audience kind of likes to hear, is the drama back and forth between this one said this and this one said this. And they don't really give a shit, because it doesn't impact their lives one way or another. And it's really just moving deck furniture around the deck of the Titanic while the ship is still going down and nobody's really doing anything about it. And let's get excited about this new guy that just showed up out of nowhere, who's basically written out of central casting to be the next iteration of exactly what everybody's been believing in for years that hasn't worked. Like, they're just dangling carrots in front of you, distractions, bread, circuses, throwing shit at, like, my big mission has been to try to get people, convince them to unplug from corporate media. All right. Give back your cable box. Like, or if it's part of your package, like right now I have to have a cable box. I get the basic channels, 2, 4, 7, 9, and 11, you know, like just the networks in my area, in the New York area. And I don't want to pay you for your box. That's a scam. They get $10 a month for the box and another $1 or $2 a month for the remote control to the box. They charge rent to this shit.
You got to go streaming. I mean, that's, you know, like the whole, that's why the prices have gone up dramatically, because the more people get away from the old cable model, they just raise the prices. You know, these days, you know, that's obviously there's just as many ways, or maybe, I don't know, just as many, but plenty of ways through streaming they can get the same propaganda in front of you. But at the very least, you're in control of what you want to, there's just a lot of different ways like that. But I think what's interesting is that they are clearly trying to keep this model going. Right. And so that's why we're seeing the beginning of the mainstream alternative media that really, like, that was another main part that kind of went part and parcel with the conversation of the pre-election discussion of Blackfield and so on. But the kind of this clear building out alternative, trying to recreate all these new. Yeah, like, we're the new independent media, and half of them are people that 30 seconds ago, and they're only half a step out of the corporate media 30 seconds ago left. You know, that was another impetus for the IMA. You know, but
Tucker Carlson, really Piers Morgan. I mean, you know, and they're run by the corporate media. Talk TV is a fucking Rupert Murdoch channel. Like, just because it's not on cable doesn't mean that it's. And the other one, News Nation, is the one from Nexstar Media, the corporate media channel nobody asked for. That's what I call them. You know, they put Chris Cuomo together, and they put Bill O'Reilly together, and they have been Dan Savage and a couple of others. They throw that in with The Hill, and boom, 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 you got yourself another news channel that nobody. Again, they've recreated CNN but rebranded it. Now it's nice and blue instead of red. All right, and it changed colors, it changed the wrapping, but the script didn't change.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they're trying to create now, right? Is they're just trying to build this out into something that they can represent as really just what we're already doing. You know, like, it's really, think of it like circumventing. They're trying to co-opt what the independent media is. Like, it's funny, you think about the YouTube point. We all heard them for the longest time disparaging it. Oh, you're
denigrating. Oh, yeah.
Which is certainly some of them, right? And which, by the way, is funny that most of the people, I remember when Mark Dice, not to say that, one good or bad, but I remember he used to be, get millions of views, and he would make the joke, I'm just on my laptop, my kitchen counter, and he's right. There's a whole new thing. They just couldn't wrap their minds around it. And that they really were trying to, disparage us. Oh, you guys are silly. But meanwhile, they were really trying to build their market on YouTube without really us seeing that. And then eventually just shifted into it. And then there's a funny overlap of the COVID-19 time frame where you saw all these people who are, they're the blow-dried idiots in the ivory tower. Like, they don't even, like, they're sitting down and getting told what to say. And all of a sudden, now they have to work their computer. All of a sudden, they're on Zoom. And, all these times we caught them with their microphone off or doing something in the background or like confused about how to work the computers. It just shows you these people are just, they're not the real thing. None of these corporate media people are like the point of like Don Lemon, for example, who really just wanted to be an entertainment news guy, and they just shoved him into media. And now he's this big journal. He's not, though, right? They're all fake, and I think that's what we're all doing. What you're trying to do is we're trying to build something that is legitimate, that doesn't need to be like that. You can see for yourself that it's objective, it's nonpartisan, there's facts presented. You don't need to trust anybody. Nobody's asking you to trust anybody. Here are the facts, right? Here's what I think about them, and you can look at it for yourself. It's just like, it's wild how easy it is to see the difference between those things. But some people out there really just want entertainment, and that's okay, right? But the conflation of entertainment and news is like the biggest thing today, right? And that's the hard part.
Infotainment, man. And that's, so that's one of the things that we've tried to do is how do you try to inform but entertain at the same time? I think Jett does a really good job through his music. And again, you also have found music as an outlet to connect with people and get them into hearing the message, because hearing it musically and repeating it through music, I think, is really important. Even just doing dumb react stuff, Sunday nights after we do the news, my buddy Reef and I will just watch dumb stuff. He curates silly cat videos and weed videos, and just to kind of cut loose and show your personality that it's not just about following the horrible news, and that we have more to us than that. We'll watch, MMA on Saturday nights. Now, we don't stream that. I'm like, dude, we should stream this. It's like, dude, some stuff we have to not stream. It feels like sometimes, and you probably get into this quite a bit too, like you're online and you're on camera a bunch, and you're like, well, why aren't we recording this type of thing? This would be a great conversation for a podcast. Right. How often do we have that kind of conversation? And then another one's like, nah, you know what? Maybe it shouldn't be totally out there for everyone. Again, finding that balance. How many shows a week do you do? How many hours a week do you put into this? You said you put a lot of time in. Is there family balance? How do you, I know you spend time away. You kind of try to unplug from all devices and disconnect. How do you do that? Like, and I have such a hard time. I got to tell you, I can't put my phone down with Twitter and everything lately.
You just got to just do it, and trust me, I get stuck. Like I keep my phone in this, it's a blackout pouch. It's not in there now. I just have it here in case, while I'm live, I look at it, but I put it in this pouch anytime I'm not working. Right. And I take it out if I want to use it. So if I need to call somebody, if I want to do something, and so but it confounds people that just act like you're somehow insulting them by not being on your phone. And I think it's so wild. Like on a weird connective side note, for example, at home, if somebody comes up and rings my doorbell, and I don't care if they can see me through the window, and I don't want to deal with it, and I don't know them, I don't care. I'm not going to get up, leave a message. Like, the point is, like, people think you have to get up and address what's going on at the door. Like, I don't want someone here. If I didn't call somebody here, I'm expecting somebody, then I can deal with it later. I don't want to. They're most likely going to be like a telemarketer or whatever. But it's the same kind of point, is that we have to set the boundaries for when we want to be engaged, not that that the thing dings and we're pulled into it like a barking seal. Like that's how this is supposed to. They want that kind of connection. So it's about building that that's the right word for it. Resilience, but more so like, just the resistance to it, I think is important. But so I put it in there when I'm not working, and I do miss things, obviously, like in that sense. That's why I rely on the community to, see things they think are important, and they either tag me on Twitter or they send me a direct message. And what I do when I get ready is I sit down and the first thing I do is go through what they might have sent me. And then what I do is I'll see things and I send it to myself. So I don't have to research. I just see something's interesting. I send it to myself. I put it away. And so then I sit down and I go through all the things I sent to myself. I open up all of that stuff and I organize it in how I think it fits together. And then I look to my other things, my previous investigations, what I had from yesterday, and I organize it. Now, to your point about time, when I work, I'll be in here from 7, 8 in the morning until 10, sometimes 10 p.m., depending on how long it gets started. Like, it's a long day. And that's why and the shows can be and more seem like today lately, because of the other things pulling me away, the shows end up being like 4+ hours. And I don't always want that, but I do think it's, it's long form, deep investigatory conversation, and I just put myself into it. But then I, let's say, decide to take the next day off, I put the phone away. I try to break away from it. I try to look at it as much as I can. And I go outside, go out with my dog. And I love my garden, which by the way, I'm going to be putting up another update. I recently shared it just because I think it's cool. Like, this is the first time for me with having the land we have now, just being able to really, and it's nothing crazy yet, but really start to do something for real. And I've got and that's not a count, 18 different things going now. I'm just planting and they're all getting huge, and lots of tomatoes. And so but I love it because you can go out there and you can, ground a little bit, take your feet off, stand in the earth, be outside, absorb the sun, and just enjoy the day. And that's that or hiking or playing music or just, hanging out with my family is pretty much the majority of what I do these days, because it's hard to commit to things these days with, knowing, like, a hard thing for me. And this is so hard because for me, and I know that I make this choice, which I know will rub people the wrong way in some circles or some cases, but this for me is more important than anything. Maybe save for like my immediate family or for sure, save for immediate family. And I will put this before just about anything. And so my point is I might have plans. Might be, set up to do something. My friends that I have in this area, they're aware of that. I might decide, well, man, this, Israel just bombed Iran, for example, or something. And I'm like, well, that's going to take precedent. Cancel the plans. I jump in, I start working. But there's times when I don't see those things because I'm not paying attention. My point, though, is that when you make that the reality with this will take precedent over anything, it changes your life. And it has, like for people that know me from when I grew up, they see, like, they'll in person, I'm the same person, but like they see the show and they, I'm still outside of this, but growing up, very jovial person, quick to laugh, just kind of, being, and I think that has changed me quite a bit because it's, I've always been a skeptic, but I think seeing this stuff firsthand and so day to day, just like once again, for the 50th time, proving to myself, these people are as dark and bad and evil as we think they might be. These things, they change who you are and change how you view the world. But it also makes me more adamant to fight for the good that we have in the world.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you on seriously, it's so difficult to balance mental health by seeing the atrocities daily, by knowing that literally every conversation that somebody brings up to me about a corporation, all right, about a politician, about something that's happening in the news, I basically have a perspective because I spend all day doing this, that I've researched that and I can tell you 3 reasons why that's bullshit or why you believe that because this person said this on this channel and then it got disseminated by these people. And because it serves this narrative, all right, you're only hearing half the story and here's the rest of it. And it makes people crazy. It makes me crazy to know that there's so many people being misinformed intentionally, and they're not curious enough to either go look for it. They don't want to hear the opposite side of it that would inform them further in a lot of cases. And it's frustrating for me as somebody who tries to get to the bottom of it. And then the other thing that I hear a lot of is, well, you can't really change anything anyway. I literally had a good friend, someone who I've known for 25 years. It's might be the last time I see him. We'll see. But it's like, you spend all this time doing this and it's so negative. And even if 20,000 people change their minds because of what you said, does that really change anything in the world?
Wow. That's about the most black pill thing I've ever heard, right? That's what black pill looks like, right? You're giving
absolutely. If I could change 20,000 people, fuck.
Well, my thing I've been saying since I've ever started this, if I do this, I sit down, I put 15 hours to it, and I change one person's mind that day, that's a success. That, who knows and who can quantify what that one person who they talk to, what they can do, what their children will do, and obviously it's more than one person. The point is that's how do we measure the effect that will be? And I mean, how is it not a success to be able to, and I shouldn't say, that's to inform them with the correct thing or, give them the opportunity to see the way I view this and have them consider my perspective. Not that I'm trying to convince people to see it the way I see it. It's like the reality is showing them the full picture and then coming to that conclusion. Like that is a powerful thing, and it's so sad to me that people can have that kind of defeatist mentality that, what really did, and even you can't even say 20,000 people. My God, that can change a lot of things, right? If you actually could, if you right today, this show influenced 20,000 people to see this problem, that very well could be a watershed moment. That's a lot of people, but either way, I think that's sad because really, what we're trying to do is just inform people and get the information out there. And yeah, it could be negative because there's a lot of negative things. There's a lot of people doing really dark and evil things in the world. And hopefully people can see beyond that. They can see the truth in it all, but fight for something better. A lot of people see what we do and think it's all just, you're depressing me. It's all sad. But the thing is, the only way, like the classic saying is that, the first step to solving a problem is acknowledging you have one. If we're not even at the point where we can acknowledge that what they're doing is wrong and bad, and we're just trying to look for flowers and rainbows, and Elon Musk is saying, don't be so negative online. Like, they're trying to suppress our conversation of how bad and evil this all is. And if we don't point to it, if we don't talk about it, how are we going to stop it from being a thing? How do we get past it? How do we stop our governments from committing more genocides? If you put your head in the sand and act like you don't want to look at it, then you're allowing that complicity. What's that actual state? There's a saying about that. I can't remember now, that basically being complicit, like silence is complicity, essentially is the point. That makes me sad though. I'm sorry to hear that about your friend.
Yeah. And again, it's coming from people that are comfortable, that are successful, that don't really want the system to change because they've done well in it. And they acknowledge that it hasn't really been fair or that it's available to everyone, but they got theirs, so everybody else should figure it out too. And I see this from Tesla drivers a lot. It's really interesting because of the mental gymnastics they've had to do with Elon the last 3-4 years. Okay, from him being a Democratic Party darling, right? To now being like this corrupt funder of our elections that in some ways feels like he bought Trump's victory. I disagree. I think Trump was going to win regardless of Elon's money because Miriam Adelson was going to fund that shit. And that was going to be all Trump ever needed in the first place. Plus you have the crypto industry, which I think is also something that admirable that you've you've also called out in being incredibly corrupt. All right. In the way they've been doing these rug pulls with meme coins. And so few people are talking about that other than to laugh about it, which is weird. All right. These are everyday Americans getting scammed because they trust and believe in the media figures and that are telling them that this is legitimate. People like a Jake Paul, for example, or Trump. And so they buy this thing expecting it to go to the moon. Meanwhile, they've already pulled all of the profitability out of this thing and leaving all of their supporters to hold the bag. This happens on a daily basis.
There's numerous ones too, but Trump's team alone, right? They had World Liberty Financial is like the main thing they're still doing, but they had Trump coin. And there were connections that I talked about this on the show, and both of them that I can see, all of them that I can see that they put out most of them were like the telltale, meme or the pump and dump, where it was like, within the first few days down to nothing. But some of them, slowly went down, but it's the same result, and slowly meaning like a month maybe, but just, down to like maybe 10% of what it originally was worth. People put a lot of money into this, and there's a lot of people out there that were very hardcore Trump supporters that believed what he said and now are, pretty grizzled about it. Like they're like, because they lost tens of thousands of dollars. It's hard to support a man when you lose your life savings because you believe that he's not going to, it's now obviously you could argue that he couldn't predict or know that it would go that way. But if you look at the way that they did those things, it's very obvious this was going to be the way it worked out, right? That there's few things besides the origin, there's a few things in this field in general that tend to really go up, and it's about more so getting a lot of influence and focus on it, or so ones that are more technologically, fitting into the new field. But yeah, I think they knowingly played their audience. I genuinely think that they sucked money out of anybody they could. That's the thing, that you can look at what Trump or Biden or Bush or Obama are doing, and you can literally see, if you care to look for yourself and really investigate, that they don't actually care about the people they claim to care about. Because in every moment, the U.S. government as a whole will sacrifice anything to achieve its immediate goal. History shows us that, if we're honest about it.
Yeah. The only thing is that I will say that Trump has done it to a personal level, both to his supporters and to personally enrich himself more than any other one I've seen nakedly. Look, Obama came in poor and left rich. Obama came in poor, left rich. Yep. It is a different time.
All right, go ahead.
But that he can, again, launch a meme coin the day before he takes office, pump up his net worth to $60 billion at one point, have the whole thing come down, and he's worth about $10 billion at the end of it. Then there is the ownership in Trump Media and Technology Group and how he owns half of Truth Social. All right. Again, now starting to become a Bitcoin holding company, because that's the new Wall Street darling thing. First, it was have a social media company, bring in all of your supporters, be able to again, through the Rumble ecosystem. And it's interesting. You know, I had a back and forth with Chris Pavlovsky. He came into my DMs. He was a little worried about a thing with Peter Thiel, a conversation. And then I was like, he also wanted to know, as a heavy user, tell me about some of the things that you would like to see at Rumble. And he insists that he is no longer connected at all to Peter Thiel. He was an early founder. He bought his way out, and he's done. But that's not how this works. Peter Thiel may be out, but Peter Thiel put J.D. Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy and other underlings who he can pass messages through very easily and not be directly connected. And Chris is going to listen if JD says, hey, Peter told me XYZ, and this is where he wants it to go, and they want access to that. You think Chris isn't going to listen to that?
Or if Peter reaches out to him personally, you think he's going to ignore Peter Thiel? Yeah, hardly. But here's what's funny. I just asked Grok to see. This is one of the few ways that I will use this on the show, as I always point out. Don't trust Grok or Brave or any other AI. They could all be manipulated. But it's important, I think, to use it as a counterbalance to people that may think Grok is, more of a right-leaning thing. It's interesting. So it's coming from that conversation. Here's what it says. Peter Thiel is still connected to Rumble through his investment in Naria Capital, which he co-founded, and his personal investment in the company. Those are two different things. In May 20, and then it goes on to describe that. So that's really telling to me that he's trying to tell everybody that's not the case. Let that speak for itself.
Aren't there Class B shares that didn't go to the public market that, like, the founders and, they didn't put the entire company public, 100% of it. They only put a percentage of shares on the market to begin with. Chris is still also the largest shareholder. I
don't know. It's hard. Like with Twitter, for example, it's really difficult. Twitter's a different animal in the way that they're shielding some, information. But it's like, you don't really know, in my opinion. There's so many ways
held. Yep.
Well, that too. But I mean, like with Rumble or any private company, like there's ways that you can make sure your face or your name is not connected with, using shell companies or any number of things, right? So it's really hard to know for sure. My point, and the point you made, I think is more important, is that, clearly, and my point with this, I already knew that information, whether Grok says it or not, you can look these things up. The point is that the influence is what matters, right? And it's obvious to see that these people have a very clear slant. Rumble has been very clearly a conservative-leaning platform and even has examples of censorship that we've talked about. No, not as much as we've seen before, but let's not forget, it is BlackRock and Vanguard are two of the leading shareholders, and it's all the same problems, all the same conversations, and really the same choke points as Twitter, as YouTube had. It's all the same thing. It's all the same stuff. So why would these advertisers suddenly not care over here, but we're told that they care over on YouTube side? It doesn't make any sense. So I think we're being shuffled into this for obvious reasons. I hope I'm wrong, but it just speaks volumes or back to my point, is that the influence. So Thiel and other people, or even the politicians or the people you just mentioned, that they have this person's ear. And so if they reached out and they wanted to make a statement, or they wanted to control content, I'd like to believe that wouldn't happen, but we should at least ask whether that's influence is there, so it's not like I'm going to censor content because Trump says so, but what if there's a way that we can, promote certain videos, make sure these ones are always on the front page versus the others. That happens all the time. I think that's important to think about.
Yeah. And I've always seen Rumble, unfortunately, and I've been a heavy user and trying to take advantage of everything that they've made available to a streamer, mostly so I can help other streamers and be able to speak intelligently to what their tools are and be able to figure, look, they've lost $10 million a month as a company since they started. They've never really tried to get profitable yet. And Amazon did that for a long time too. Figure out, get the users, then figure out how to monetize. Okay. But I saw it always as an influence mining op and as a dissident, whoever, where do the dissidents that get kicked off of YouTube go, and how do you gather that sentiment, be able to understand what it is, and then build counter programming to it? I think that's what Rumble was created for. Okay. There was Rockfin, there's Odyssey, but the big corporations didn't have their fingers in that. Number one. I also think that after January 6th, the Trump ecosystem decided that they were never going to allow Amazon to shut down a platform of theirs again. So they decided to start building their own with Rumble Cloud hosting. So now they power Truth Social. Go ahead.
No, last time I checked, so I think I heard about this. I haven't been following up on, the inner work. So Rumble, last time I checked, it was a while ago. They were still using Amazon Cloud services. So they've shifted over to their own.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure. They were using Amazon just for the ad network at one point, and for how they serve the ads. They may even still be doing that, but everything else is hosted on their own servers now. You know, when they were doing the Republican convention, they had a DDoS attack where the whole thing kind of went down on them at one point, and that didn't happen to the rest of the. But sometimes when the rest of the web gets a DDoS attack, nothing happens to Rumble servers, and that's because they've moved it to a completely different set of hardware that they own and control. But that ownership and control also means that you've got the CIA's hand directly in that. They can claim to be free speech, and that's the hook. That's how they get all the people that say the stuff that nobody else wants them to say. Now you can mine who that is and potentially target them, look at what else, and then back your way into who are they connected to, who do they speak with, what do they follow, and you could go into Unit 8200, where's daddy type of shit with them legitimately, and that scares the crap out of me. And people aren't putting this all together.
I'm gonna do some background on that when I get some time around what their services are, where that connects to, because I'm super interested in how that connects. It's one of the things that I can't stop seeing in all this, which actually connects with what you were just saying about the technology side of it, about the Palantir AI being used to murder people in Gaza, for example, with Lavender, and which, by the way, despite the pushback, has been more than once now shown to be their technology being used. And even in Ukraine, Anduril supplying the drones, Palantir supplying the technology, they are weapons of war today, or at least involved with mass, warfare. And so seeing that Teal is connected to Rumble and wondering whether there is some kind of backdoor channel. Not to say that I'm even knowing that, just as a thought to research, because it is everywhere. And I'm not talking my assumption. Like, if you dig in and look, like even with Trump's this administration, open the door to the NSO group, Pegasus, like these are spyware companies through Israel. Or we talked about in the beginning, the conversation of all the different companies that have been allowed through multiple administrations. So you wonder, or, I mean, to make it obvious, like the bigger point about the not siloing the personal data from IRS and Social Security and allowing Palantir and all these things that are literally in a strategic partnership right now with Israel as they commit genocide to use their tech to scoop through all of our American data. I'm on a side note, I am convinced that this is, not only has this country been overtaken by Zionist influence, but that ultimately in backdoor access to a lot of stuff in this country through Doge, through Palantir, through a lot of examples that are being rolled out right in front of us. My point was that I'm interested to see what that new system is and whether it's connected to something that might matter. I'll look into that.
And it opens everybody up to be blackmailed, because everybody has skeletons. Everybody has things that they want to keep private. And the amount of visibility that they get into all of these systems allows them to Whitney wrote about it last summer with her JD Vance article that I spent an hour reading on my show. It's amazing. Then you got to talk to her about it for 2 hours. She wrote an hour-long article, talked about it for 2+. But total information awareness, the Poindexter stuff, going back to the early 2000s, spinning off LifeLog, which became Facebook, all right? Getting Teal involved in the middle of those two entities, Palantir and LifeLog and Facebook, all right? Screams that they've been trying to put together this, and my buddy calls it the Morgan Freeman in Batman kind of thing, where they can literally map everybody, but not just map your location, map your brain and physical thoughts and where you're going to go so that they can pre-crime you. That's where Whitney's got.
That's the stuff of my nightmares right there. Like when you really step into that next level, the neuroweapon, neuroscience, nanotech, like that's the, and again, I based on the evidence that I can see, I'm pretty convinced that this stuff has been in use for a long time. And it's not, it's not hyperbolic. It's not based on frivolous information. It's just so far beyond what many people want to even consider being possible that most people just don't even want to look at it. And I get it. It's terrifying. How do you fight something like that? But my God, man. Yeah. Like you overlap even without that stuff, like you're highlighting first, you open this door to this like with AI, for example, which they're all still pushing forward, and allow that kind of information flow, whether we're talking about like a Skynet direction or just the fact that you have human beings that can access this level of comprehensive information and use that to just map what we are. It's like that. This is technocracy dystopian stuff, guys. It's like right literally right in front of us. And a lot of us have been warning about this for a long time. I mean, I'm new in that group, to be honest. There's people that have been doing this for 10 years before me that have been like Patrick Wood or plenty of others that are talking about this is coming, David Icke, and it's like, it's right in front of us. And the people that have been the ones trying to highlight themselves as pushing back against the problem, the deep state, are all the ones suddenly cheering it on, and it's like what you're just saying. It's like, this is how these things are cultivated over time. And now we're watching them put the pieces in place, and it's up to people like us to stand up and try to warn people, to make them aware. I think, frankly, we're winning in that field, to be honest. People see it.
Well, look, the famous thing at the Army-Navy game where you had, was it Teal and JD Vance and Trump standing next to on camera with a big Palantir billboard. They're at Army-Navy game at the state. Like, they were they tell you the symbology all the time. And that's where I think you look into a lot of, they give the game away because they're so giddy about achieving their goals, and that they realize how close they are to getting to it, that they start to give these little tells. And you can see where their thought process is going and where they want to go. Like, we can see clearly Club of Rome, where they want to go in reshaping the Middle East and the rest of the world. They want to put these 10 fiefdoms, kingdoms into place. And this has been orchestrated since the 1960s. And they're on a super long timeline. They've got Russia on board. They've got China on board. They've got Europe on board. They've just really kind of got to get the people a little bit on board. But they look at how they've brainwashed people into Greenland shit, for example, into North American Union with Canada, the 51st state. That, to me,
this is one of the point I was just making.
Wow.
Look at someone like Alex Jones, who's been positioning himself for years as the one fighting the NWO and then it literally, for the most, like in physical, like you're saying, you start literally saying, here's the mass we want to create. It's like right out of Technocracy Inc. And they start pointing in other directions, talking about how Palantir is a small thing and lefties don't like it. It's like, what is happening, man? And back to the Palantir point, remember at that same game is when they aired that commercial about the drones and all the different drone stuff. And then all of a sudden we had spun out into this massive drone distraction discussion, even though there's very real things to discuss around like the fog. Remember that took over for a minute? There are real things to consider in these conversations, but the fact that it was like a test to see if they could just be like this thing, and it just overtook the entire conversation for 2 days. It happened, It
became the Iranian mothership off the East Coast. Remember? It was an Iranian drone mothership that China sold them off the East Coast, right? That they were sending automobile-sized drones off the Jersey Shore. People were seeing shit in the air. I was like, this is a military exercise. It has to be. Because there's no way anybody else is...
My point...
Yeah. I didn't think there was any way anyone was getting into our airspace like that, past the military, without our knowing so. There's just no way.
Seriously. Exactly. But on top of that, it was that, and then the massive like propagandized mainstream alternative media just like vomiting lies over the entire conversation, like using old videos like happens every time from years ago, saying I saw this and they saw that, or anything like this. Like the fog was another one where there's real things to consider about contamination in the air or nanotech or whatever. But 9 times out of 10, those videos are people that just weren't smart enough to know that if you shine a flashlight in fog, you're gonna see particles. And it's like, oh my God, I can see all these particles. And so all these people just took advantage and started screaming on top of it, and it's lies. People are deceiving you, whether they know they're doing it for a reason or not, or they just want to get clicks and shares. There's a coordinated thing that happens around this, and the drone part on top of that is, like you were saying, that part, but also the fact that you had the carryover into the Iran part, remember, like you said, but also that they were sniffing for things that Iran might have planted in the United States. They were bomb sniffing drones, and Jones had people on the show that said, we know for sure that this is coming tomorrow, and then none of it happened.
Picatinny Arsenal. Absolute. I'm only 45 minutes from Picatinny Arsenal, and they were worried that there was nukes there, that they were going to drop a nuke or they were going to do something over there. And it's helping people kind of decipher and look critically at some of these things and go, wait a minute. And I think you do a really good job. Question everything. It's on your laptop all the time, that big sticker. All right. Which is, does that make sense? Because a lot of the shit they say just doesn't make sense. And they're trying to push it past you, hoping you don't really notice. and they move on to the next news cycle because the news dump is so powerful today. There's so much information overload that I think a lot of these, podcasters, they never expect anybody to go back and look at their record and call them out on it. And even if they do, it's a thing that'll blow over in 2 days. And they don't really necessarily care about what they lose integrity-wise in the meantime. I think you do. I think we do. There are people that mean that their reputation means something over time, and they don't want to lose people because they were inaccurate or because they misinformed intentionally and then didn't correct the record. You do that.
Yeah. That's the thing, is they don't have integrity, right? That's what that demonstrates, right? Is they don't have the principles or integrity to, they'd rather just hope nobody catches them. So that's dishonesty, right? And so it's like you're saying that I think people like us will come around and say, whether or not anybody even pointed it out, like I noticed that this turns out to be incorrect, or I noticed that, like, for even just in yesterday's show, I think I was going through all my reports about the different deportation points and the visas and U.S. citizenship, because there's a lot of points about U.S. citizens that were being potentially deported, who are, the naturalized point, as well as like Bob Villan, who had a visa, who got it revoked. And I just accidentally said, I think, U.S. citizenship. My point is, well down in the show, I circled back and was like, oh, you know what? I made a mistake and called it out. And most people don't even notice that, it's because it matters to me that my record, that I called it out because I made a mistake, or that people don't get misinformed because I was too worried to be called out, or weeks later, as we've seen, you come back to a story and you go, okay. And, and to be real, that there's very few times that happens on this show, because I don't make grandiose claims that I can't back up with facts. And if I do, I'm talking about my theories around things. And so the few times it's happened, I have, then this is what the facts are, and something changes. And I go, okay, well, that changes it. And as soon as I can, I come back and say, here's what changed. And one thing I'll always add in any conversation is when we're looking at things with limited information, right? This is the first day of a breaking story. Well, what do you look? You look at the facts and you say, here's what the facts show right now. But let's not forget, tomorrow, there could be a new thing that comes on the scene that changes the whole perspective. And we go, okay, that's why it makes sense. And that could be a lie too. You consider that, but always think about that. And then we'll still be circling back and saying that we had this wrong, but understand that there's new information that comes around that changes these stories. It's just like you're saying, it's just about being honest. It's about having enough integrity to acknowledge those things, because the real goal that we have is to just inform people, not to gain from it,
And I think you brought up an important point, which I want to start next time, because I know you've got a hard stop and I really appreciate your time, but it's about being a reactionary versus bringing your stuff, researching, and having a plan on how you want to present material. Because I think there's a lot of channels in our space that have thrived on becoming a reactionary. Something happened, let's go live and talk about it. They don't know anything yet, but they just want to talk about it because they know people are there and want to see you talk about it. But you don't have any information to really bring other than what you knew already, what everybody already kind of knows. To me, I don't want to do that. I want to bring new information and present it in a way that you don't have. Look, independent media means that we don't have to be first. We don't have to be reactionary, but we can step back and get it right and actually tell you what we think. And I don't think there's enough people doing that. I think they're too busy to rush to the click and to the super chat.
I greatly respect that too. I agree with you. Like, from my perspective, it's the same way, right? And I don't want to be like, I won't, if I rush to the story, it's because I think I have something important that adds to it at that moment. But nonetheless, though, I would still argue that there's a space for that, right? There are people that, like, let's say, take myself, for example, if something immediately happened and I just happened to be live, which has happened before, I feel like I have enough background about what the people are, what they've done before, what I expect might have happened, what we've already been discussing, to give some perspective on, even if it's reactionary in that moment. But I do really agree with you. I think it behooves us to make sure that it's not just jumping on to, like, I think your point is a lot of them jump on and just repeat narratives, as opposed to having a, debate or nuanced conversation about it. But I think, really, I agree with you. I think what we should be doing is, waiting to make sure we can have facts on the story so we can inform people, as opposed to just reacting to the story they put in front of us, because the way propaganda works today is about reactions, about emotion. They want you to react in a way that's not logical, And so that's why I appreciate your work, brother. And I really do thank you for having me on. And I'm looking forward to talking again so we can have, more time to talk about stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And everyone, thank you for watching, for listening. Really quickly, if you're able to, and of means, we are user funded. We are value for value system, as Steve Poikonen famously says. This is our wall of fame. These are the amazing people that do support our network. I appreciate that. Ways to do that. We don't like to do it through the platforms. Cash App, $ Indie News Network, ko-fi.com/Indie News Network, paypal.me/Indie News Network. At our self-hosted website, I didn't even get to talk to Ryan about IndieNewsNow.com. We'll do that next week. And INN Newsletter and IndieMediaToday.com over at Substack, because I did certainly want to talk to you about distribution, hosting, censorship. God, I got so many places I want to go with you. But I really thank you. You're so generous with your time. This has been an amazing INN one-on-one with Ryan Cristian from TLAV. We will be back soon to do it again. And stay informed, everyone. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. I love you all. Have a good night, everyone.
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here away. The cost of living isn't much to me, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe? Were you safe? Were you safe?
Fresh off the masses, the brand new cancerous growth, who has come here to fight.
Who are these people? Who are these people?
Who are these people? Hi, everyone. It's Indy. I'm back for another one-on-one. It's been a little bit, but I'm excited. I'm real excited to have this guy back. Another formal intro, but this is, again, one of the people that I respect the most in this space. Incredibly well-researched, incredibly well-connected, incredibly well-sourced. Welcome back, Ryan Cristian, the last American Vagabond, to INN 101.
My pleasure. How are you?
Oh, man, I've got so many questions. You know, I went back and I watched our last conversation, and it opened up so many different places. And it's funny because I watched Whitney and Corbett recently, and I marveled at Corbett that as much as he could pull out of her in 1 hour and ask the right questions. And he said at one point, you know, we could go in 20 different directions with each one of these points. And I'm like, dude, yes. So deciding what to even ask and trying to figure that out is a challenge. So I'm like, all right, well, let's go back, and I don't want to repeat anything that we had talked about. So the most important thing that I want to find out from you is, how do you know when a source is reliable? Because vetting sources is the most critical part of what we do, right? How many times do we get people to opt territory before they get dismissed? Because we all paid attention to Ian Carroll, and we all paid attention to people like Lord Bebo and all these instant breaking news people. I know we've had conversations about that. And then the third part of it was about not engaging with trolls and the bad faith paid shills, the ones that we know are getting the $7,000 checks. Like, dealing with all that, how do you know it's viable? That's, I guess, the most important thing.
Well, if you prove something, not have evidence, but prove it, then you would know it's viable. But anything else, you don't, right? And the reality is that we have to question everything while considering all possibilities in every circumstance. There should never be a source that you blindly dismiss without investigation. There should never be a source that you blindly accept without investigation, right? It should always be, no matter who it is, they could be misled, wrong, dishonest, and so you take it with a grain of salt, you investigate, and you try to prove it every time, right? So if you have a source, I would argue that it's not about whether I guess the best answer would be past actions, follow through, and precedent, right? What have they done? What have they been saying their entire career? How often have they been correct? And how many times have they been caught lying? How many times did they end up being, a little bit off base? And here's how, and then how do they follow up? And what do they do after that? That's the only way we can gauge this, because I don't think you'd ever know, unless someone states it out loud, and even then they could be lying, what someone's intent is. What are their feelings? What do they believe? You never really know for sure. So if you have a person, let's say, who has been consistently right, you look at their reporting, and at that point, all you have is their statements, their information, and hopefully what they say they got it from their source material, and then you go and look at the source material. And if you can prove that, and again, in this world we're in today, this was what frustrates some people, but it just is the reality. So deal with it, I guess, is that you never really know. There are certain, in some cases, right? So you can have something like a document. It's possible that was forged, right? Digital information. It's possible it was a deep fake. It's just keeping that in mind. You can only go so far. Like, that's just an asterisk next to everything, if you get my point. But so with that being the always kind of case, that there's always, if something new comes along that opens the conversation, you should be open to it, right? Is you take that person's information, you look to the source material, and you prove it as best you can. And if you can, then, to a degree, or at least like enough evidence, then I would argue is reportable. So you take it and you say, here's what seems to be, the evidence-based argument from this case. Here's where it came from. Now take another example of somebody who's been consistently wrong to counterbalance that, right? Someone like, I argue, despite the claim, somebody like an Alex Jones or somebody out there who is constantly throwing out things, 75 things against the wall, one of them may stick, and they go, oh, I was right, but so were the other 74, or the other 74 things are wrong. Is that you take someone like that has been consistently showing you they're being dishonest, showing you, or at least misled, I think dishonest too, they say something. Well, you then also, this may seem counterintuitive to people that want to take someone to listen to, you also take that information. Now, I consider that they were, this person may be trying to mislead you, so let that flavor what you're looking at, but you still look. You still do your due diligence. You investigate. You look for the source material, which those kind of people, it's rarely there. So it may be easier to reach the point where you recognize that they're, talking out of their ass, if you will. But so overall, that's where it has to be. And see, that's what's so confounding for some people, is they want to have a paragraph. They want one person's headline. They want, what did Jones say that day? What was the idea? What am I supposed to think about this story I'm hearing? Instead of going, I'm going to spend an hour trying to understand it. And I get some people don't have that ability. They don't have the time, and that's just, again, that's just is what it is. So if you don't have that time, then don't represent like, right? This is it's a difficult reality. But so there is no source you should ignore. There is no source you should blindly trust, and that's the reality.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's really important. Sources is actually one of the things that Reef and I go back and forth about, and not just about people, but outlets specifically. Are people within these outlets connected to somebody in intelligence? Because it seems from the information that they're getting, there's no other way that somebody within that world could possibly know, unless they have connections like that. And what do those implications mean? And again, consistency is definitely something I look at. And, this is something that in determining who the best of the best, quote unquote, of independent media, that I look for people that do get it right most often and try to spread truth and get to the bottom of what's real, and will own up to it if they're incorrect or they get led, and reverse course if they get new information. And the doubling down. That's something I also see from a lot of these people, right?
Yeah. Well, and adding to that too, is that, like, let's just say you have somebody who's been correct about everything, but yet they come out and make a very, like, for example, push that you should trust somebody because of who they are, or left versus right partisanship points. That's, to me, it's not just about being right and wrong. It's about the way that you got there as well. Like, so if there are people out there who are pushing you to accept emotionally driven arguments, even if that leads you to the accurate position, they're also doing you an injustice. It's about the critical thinking, discernment, having some kind of a nuance in this. And it's just, that's what's being, at least they're trying to kind of weed out of this. I think it's having the opposite effect, to be honest. But yeah, like these kind of people out there, like, it's like taking what somebody like, so Trump or Hegseth or somebody comes out and makes a point. Here's what the reality was. Nothing to back it up. In fact, there's plenty of evidence to prove they're lying, but they just state it forcefully. And you have a waterfall of blind supporting partisans that come out and go, we knew it. You were wrong. See, because he said so. And it's like, that's the government. But to them, it's not, because that's that's the power fighting the deep state, or whatever the left's thought about during COVID. It's like they view it as their team fighting the other bad guy side. But that's, the different conversation maybe we can get into. back to the source material point of it is just that it's actually more simple than people want to give it. It's simpler than it seems, because at the end of the day, even like you're saying, the people that are lying, or even if they literally work for the CIA, they could also put something out that even with maybe with the intention to deceive you, but it's still a truthful piece of information. You know what I mean? So this is why it's a difficult field. Not anybody can just, I mean, I would argue anybody, if they really put the time in and effort and tried to, steel themselves, could do this work. But I think that's why most people don't, is because it's actually quite complicated. It's uncomfortable, and you don't really know. And it's a lot of gut instinct, but proving things, and, and you kind of just let it go where it goes. But you can't claim you know something when you don't. And that's most of the time, to be honest.
I mean, the Stockwell thing, comes to mind. That reminds me, they feed them true stories most of the time. And I think it was, maybe it was Patrick Henningsen that called out Adame Media. I remember this like a year ago. And he's like, 5 out of every 6 things he gets right, he does, are genuinely okay and right. And the 6th one is a whopper, like every time. And that's really the pattern that I tend to look for, is that there's a consistent wrong and a consistent set of mistakes that ends up happening over time. And maybe that's intentional, and maybe it's not. I'm not really sure. But my next question about all this, again, is in not engaging with these trolls and bad faith, the shills, but also how do we convince the normies that the data that we're bringing is legit and not quote unquote conspiracy theory? I don't even know if there really is an answer to that, but that our sources are actually debunking the stories that they've been sold and believe in.
Right. But it's the same kind of point though, right? Is that if you're coming at it from, we have the right sources, you know what I mean? Like the hardest part with that though, is that the person who is lost in that, and let's just say from a point, let's just say like they're, we know that they're wrong, whatever that topic would be, COVID-19, they bought into the narrative. So ultimately they're at a bigger disadvantage because they're already trapped by some kind of a narrative control. But I argue, just to start with that person, the best way to go about that is to do your best to bring things in front of them, to frame it in ways that make them see it from maybe where they're already standing. Like I used to say, maybe kind of come at it from like, we're both on the same side, like, hey, masks are saving us all from what's happening. But hey, did you see this study that makes it sound like maybe they don't work as well as they thought they did? It's like, that may feel a little dishonest, but at the point is, it's like, if you come out and go, you're wrong about that, let me prove it to you, most people put a wall up.
Yeah.
So you try to come at it in a way that helps them come to the, and not like you're trying to teach them how to see it, but allow their mind to absorb whatever the information is you're trying to get them to look at. Then they can still deny it. But if it's from a place of maybe we're on the same team and we both think this is interesting, they may absorb that study that makes them go, oh, maybe these masks don't work like they thought they did. But it's about, doing that over and over and bringing new information every time. I call watering the seed, plant the seed, come back and water it every so often. That's the best way to deal with those people. But I guess the point was, when you're dealing with that, is those people are already sort of built, like, look at what's going on with like the team sport politics around Trump. They've built walls so high they can't even see past their shoelaces. Like, they're so blinded by whatever the narrative is. And I think this is the same thing anytime, with a partisan team leading, they will choose to just blindly adhere to what the team says, and so that's going to be very difficult to circumvent. So I would say that you just do your best. You bring out the information, you present it to who wants to see it. I guess it's like a horse to water kind of thing, right? If they don't want to hear it, they're not going to listen in the first place. So it's like, we have to kind of like gauge our battles, or what's the term? Don't waste effort on people that seem like they're already hell-bent on denying whatever you have to say. Present it, but then leave it, plant it, walk away, come back later, It's hard.
Yeah, for me, a lot of the times, getting through to the partisans, you're talking about on one side, on the other side, toward the quote unquote left, and it makes me crazy that people call the Democrats the left, because there's nothing left about a warmongering corporatist, take the money, $2 billion, set it on fire party. That it makes me crazy about all that. They're both right-wing parties, but I get that for framing purposes. So from that whole side of it, they're still screeching about January 6th was an insurrection, and it's still COVID still. I mean, and now it's what, H5N1. There's a new flu. Like they want it. They're asking for it in some ways. Is what it scares me, because I don't want any of that stuff around. I'd like to have it prevented, and of course, Trump eliminates half the people that would potentially find some of that or score some of that or whatever it is. And that's frightening enough. But But it's getting past this mindset of this was not an insurrection. This was a riot. Like, if this was an insurrection, they would have brought weapons. I mean, there's so much evidence that this was an orchestrated psyop, for lack of a better word. How do we get through to these people after all of this time and all this brainwashing and the hearings and all the? It's really difficult, and it's something has to break their glass, I guess, right?
Well, but it's the same kind of question, right? I mean, these are people who are decided they're set in something that you can in many ways prove they're not right about. It's happening on the left, it's happening on the right. I mean, look, my mindset about even the left, right, I think whether you're a left or right or they're both right, I think it's sort of irrelevant today. I think we're dealing with people who have adopted certain political mindsets. You know, there are conservatives, there are liberals, there are these people, you know, people have adopted that. From a government perspective, I think they can't stop laughing about how much we care about that. It's probably more nuanced than that, but at the end of the day, that's the best way to frame it. I think that as long as they keep us in any way engaging with the left-right paradigm, they're winning. You know, that's how I see it today. And so it's like, we're at a point now where, you know, let's just take the January 6th topic, right? Let's put it this way, whether it's actually the full picture or not, and I do think this is the reality, whether or not it's the full picture, it behooves us to stand back and look at it as one thing, not left, not right, but the government and what the government does to us individually as their team or working together. Because if we look at it, you can see that it was an operation, right? That's not my opinion. It's not a left or right thing. It's a very easily proven reality that I've covered 15 times over, that there was many nuanced parts of it that went well beyond the left-right paradigm or even American politics. Aspects of the Azov movement that were on the ground literally yelling things in Russian, which was about an entirely different agenda. Or you have Israeli elements, you know, or even the Azov movement connection to Israel from the Kolomoisky funding and the 1+1 radio station that he worked for, and he was the head of the Jewish Congress. I mean, there's all these different overlapping points. But at the end of the day, the January 6th, and you can get into like the Antifa parts of it and all sorts of stuff, even the Republican sides, but that it ultimately was a government agenda that was designed, in my opinion, to achieve certain ends, not for the left, not for the right, but for the government, against the people. And so if we stand back and look at it like, you know, look, let's just even say, are there people on the left, let's just not even say that, people that are on the left who believe they're, you know, they identify with those politics, who are out there thinking that this is what's important, COVID-19 and this, and they don't like the right. Like, there are people like that. I'm of the mind that that's not the majority today. Like, I think it's far from that. In fact, I think we're rapidly seeing a very, very clear change in people who believe or even identify with the two-party, the binary politics, or from beyond that, that they even believe in voting anymore, or the way that our government operates. Like, this whole thing, and I've been saying this for a really long time, and I believe it's been happening for a really long time. Right now, more than ever, people are starting to see that. Look at what just happened with the Republican Party. Look, I in the beginning of this administration, even just in the beginning of like Trump's continual support for Israel, I was saying, look, this is going to explode. The Republicans do not believe. Here's a Stargate platform. We're working with Bill Gates and all the Silicon Valley people. I was right then going, conservatives are not okay with this. But you get the team sports screamers like Nick Sorter and Benny Johnson and Alex Jones who keep that hidden, and they pretend like we're all backing him. And so right now with Epstein and Candace Owens and Dave Smith, I mean, it's completely taken a nosedive. And now people are going, wow, Republicans are pretty upset with their own team. Yep, because it's been pretty clear like that for a long time. So furthermore than just the Republican side, I think Americans are starting to see this. Whether that's because of some shift in consciousness or just because we're finally seeing it, I don't know. But it really, I think we just need to get beyond the left-right paradigm of it all, you know, because those people you highlighted will be focused on whatever they're being shown to focus on. But I think that's the diminishing part of our society, you know, and I could be wrong for sure, but it's interesting to think about, isn't it? Like, what if right now the vast majority of Americans are absolutely in line with what I'm saying, but don't know that? Like with COVID, they were convinced they were the small minority, but in reality, we can look back and see that the vast majority of people were not buying it. Not left, not right, not anybody. I think that's important to think about.
It's wild. And along that vein again is there a way to truly move on for the duopoly? Because you talk about, and I love how you exposed and you use the hashtag two-party illusion all the time. And I think it's so important that people break that notion and I've been a believer of, I literally in my Twitter name is hashtag none of the above. I've been a believer in none of the above. Is that the viable answer? I think it right now is opt out of this system and don't participate. I mean, other people say that lets the ones who do basically determine the course of it all, but that's going to show that they don't know what they're doing, and people are going to want to move on from that quickly.
But I would add a better, I mean, I would agree with that to a degree. I think the better point to make, though, you know, is that if we standing back to before we even get to that conversation, we can all acknowledge that we're being manipulated, right? No matter, and I mean, that's everybody. Republicans will say the Democrats steal the election. The Democrats will say that Russia put them in place. You know, every which one is that person's the illegal person, that person's the criminal. You know, it's basically it's side versus side, you know? And so we come to a place, oh, hold on, I just lost it. I was just doing this morning too. I had multiple thoughts in my mind. Set the table again for me. What did you just say? It was the
moving on and none of the above, and opting out of the system and not participating at all, because otherwise you leave it up to them.
Oh, leave it to them. And but the point is that we're already being cheated, right? So if the simple way to put it, before I forget my point again, is that the only way to win a rigged game is to not play. Right. And that's a simple concept, right? Now, who knows? Maybe there's more nuance to it. Maybe they alter this and that and everything, and maybe your vote, if enough forceful, and you cheat back or enough, that maybe you can have some organic outcome. But I just think it's kind of insane to think about. My point in saying the first part was that everybody in one way or another can point to an example where they think the system's broken. But then when it becomes their turn, it's like everything works. I mean, how are Trump and them going to say that everything was stolen, and then they go through the same process with the same machines and everything going exactly the same way, and it just all worked out this time?
And they won.
Yeah, right. It doesn't make any sense.
But not only did they win, they won every single swing state. Okay.
Right.
There are questions, and now again, you've got the Democratic side screeching about election manipulation and machine stuff, and now you got Dominion got sold to a right-wing donor. Now it's called Liberty Vote. That's frightening enough. Apparently, they had already, Flash made a copy of the machines from 2020 when they got access to some kind of source code through the Georgia lawsuit. And I don't trust any of it. So it's rigged upon rigged. But beyond that, by the time you even get to that process, it's already been predetermined who you're going to vote for the most part, who's going to win. And that's not a system that I was raised to be in,
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
It freaks me out. And again, this, and Steve talks about participation in a consent ritual that with two selected candidates effectively that are both corporate owned, that both have APAC donations, that both agree on 90% of the shit, and they're arguing over little social stuff for the most part, or not even little, whether to fund healthcare, whether to put $1 trillion into the military, even though both sides seem to be okay with that. And I think that's where we need to look at is all this cash that we're just hemorrhaging out and then handing to a guy to change the name. Department of War, $2 billion to change the name of the department. But we're the fiscally responsible Doge guys, right?
Yeah, they're lying. I mean, the obvious reality is that they're misrepresenting what they're doing. And this is why I think that most people are shockingly aware of that. I mean, it only takes so many things to happen. Like, this is the way I've explained this many times. There are team sport politics people out there that are just like blindly adherent to the party line, blindly, no matter what they say. I don't care if I just spent 15 hours ranting yesterday about the opposite. Trump comes out and says the thing, and you go, the thing, breaking news, it's winning. It's like, and that's all of them. I mean, I could list off 75 people right now that it's identical responses, but the problem, it's clear that they are going to continue to push. I just did it again. God, that's so frustrating. But bottom line is that team sport politics is everywhere in this conversation. And very clearly, these people are going to continue to push to whatever the team narrative is, regardless of what the evidence shows. I was going to make another point there and I just lost it, but
the machines, the rigged upon selection. By the time we even get to an election to where we even go to vote, they've already decided and controlled exactly what they're going to be doing once they get there. And we know that look at the Mamdani thing. And I didn't even want to talk about that, but just about how they portrayed this guy to be the worst person in the world, right? And then he goes to the White House and they all have to eat shit and act like their side won. But when they played every single one of you, And literally, Trump looks at him when the reporter asks, "Well, what happened? How do you square calling him a fascist and now being here?" And he goes, "It's okay. You can call me a fascist." It literally,
yeah, and let's not forget Stephen Miller and the rest. They spent weeks telling you that was why Charlie Kirk got killed. That exact word. And he's like, "Nah, it's no big deal. Go ahead and call me that." Like that's insulting. Which is somewhere around there was what I was going to highlight in there. Is just that's not what everybody believes. I don't believe that most Americans are lost in that. I think that these team sport people are keeping us fixated on what they want you to think. And that's what it was. Is that you can only have so many failures. Right? Is that ultimately you can have people who are lost in that, that's what I was saying, is people that are going to do that. I don't think it's the majority, the blind support. You have people who want to believe in Trump, who I think is the majority, right? Probably a lot of people. Well, Kamala would have been worse, right? Whatever it is, I'm going to stick with him. And then Stargate comes out. Right? It's like, what the fuck? Like how mRNA platform? Like I was like, okay, it's over. Like that's over. Like there's no way. And then everyone
Epstein files, Palantir,
everything. Right. So the crazy thing is, it's like, okay, right there, I knew that a huge portion of conservatives are like, fuck, okay, this is not what I thought. Okay. But maybe they went, okay, maybe there's a 4D chess move. Maybe there's a plan. Kamala's still worse. So they stuck with it. Then you get, more deals with Silicon Valley people, Bill Gates, BlackRock, and Larry Fink, and I mean, just on and on.
The crypto and the trip to Saudi Arabia.
And so people start standing up and they start going, wait a minute, this is not what I voted for. Candace Owens, Dave Smith, whatever, whether it's opportunism or not. My point is that early on, I believe that a huge portion of conservatives were like, okay, well, I guess the point that I was getting at is that there's people who are willing to align with them because they want to believe, but there's only so far that they'll go. I mean, their grocery prices are up. Their rent does cost more today. So who's going to stand out there and lie for Trump, who's telling you your life is better when they're living the opposite? That's only going to be very few people in a certain category. That's where we are right now because he is lying. It's obvious and everyone can see it. And yet the team sport people scream over them. And I think most conservatives are pretty unhappy right now. And I mean, same thing, COVID and lefties, I mean, you can see how this continues to oscillate. It's just an important time right now. I think we're living through something that's very important. And if we can make a difference, and I think we've been through these moments in the past, if we can effectively make something happen here and use the momentum to actually shift positive and not into some QAnon Russiagate kind of spinoff, then we can see something actually change. I believe that.
And I think this is an opportunity for an organization like the Independent Media Alliance, which is something I certainly wanted to talk to you about. And I think I asked last time kind of how that all came together, but I had more questions about, you guys do those panel discussions. I love them. I think they're great. I'm looking forward to seeing the thing happen with Odyssey, whatever that does come off. I don't know if you had any update. I really wanted to ask a little bit more about your relationship with Whitney. I don't know if you want to talk about it. How did you meet Whitney? How did you earn her trust and convince her to write with TLAV? Because she certainly doesn't write for anybody. Talk about her and the impact that her work has had on the news landscape and what the Independent Media Alliance could do for her work to amplify that messaging as well.
Yeah, well, for Odyssey things, they're still just working on it. I mean, they put out public updates. I warned people right in the beginning, is that they're building something unprecedented for the most part. It's a decentralized internet kind of an overlap, and I think it's important for where this goes. And they decided to use IMA as sort of like the beginning trial balloon for it. And so it's technically there. Like we've been engaging with it and playing with it, but they're just not ready to put it out because there's just things they build something new. And anyone that's been through building like a platform like an Odyssey, for example, or anything like that. I did it briefly for Super U that didn't end up really, and long story short, that I ended up stopping. But in my experience, it's, you build something and it spins out through other things. And I'm not the technical guy in all of it, but I watched it. And so that's what they keep dealing with, is they're building and they're trying to make this thing run perfect before they let it out. So, I mean, for all I know, something could change and it will never happen. That's certainly possible, but they seem, I'm confident that it's coming and they seem pretty excited about it. And I do think it's going to be pretty damn cool once they release it. But for now, it's just the focus is just on the work, which will still be the same. This will just give people like a central spot to go. That's not just TLAV or whoever hosts it, but like a central IMA location on that Odyssey hub. That's the only thing that will change. The work will stay the same. In regard to Whitney, I mean, I've talked about this in the past too. It started a long time ago. So she was working at Mint Press News. She was a writer on Mint Press News. She wasn't even that well known at that point. She was just a writer that was kind of, in the gaggle of writers from Mint Press News. and she was writing about Yemen at the time. And I just was like, man, I was at the time, I was really covering Yemen. I interviewed, what was his name? What was his name again? Now I'm going to blank on it. I forget his name, but he's a really good guy, man. He was way before Yemen was even like a really big focal point. It was the same thing. Actually, what's crazy is the same thing is still, people are starving to death in Yemen decades before we even talked about what's happening today. And it's still been going on with Gaza too. My point is that Yemen was going through one of the worst famines in the world. It got very little coverage in the sense of like the main conversation. And they were working with Al-Qaeda. And it's like the same thing. It's just, this is everywhere in the world our governments are operating, Israel included, by the way. And so I was really invested in trying to highlight that. Look at all these people that are starving to death, eating leaf paste because of what our government's doing with Saudi Arabia, you know? And the same kind of thing where they would have fake ceasefires. And then the Yemenis, the Houthis, which, by the way, interesting for those that don't know, the relation to today with the piracy and these things all interconnect. The Houthis were the group, they were the popular supported group in Yemen. They were, you know, trying to fight for freedom and they were supported by the people of Yemen. And ultimately you had Saudi Arabia and United States and Israel elements that were essentially forcing that in. And the point was that they would have a ceasefire, and then the Yemenis the Houthis would be like, okay, we'll honor the ceasefire. And the Saudis would rush in and take more territory. It happened like 6 times in a row. And Pompeo would stand up and go, the Houthis are terrorists every time, for some background and future conversations. Now, the point was that Whitney was talking about this in depth and just really breaking down some really important stories. And so I reached out to her and I just said, hey, you know, I love what you're doing on Yemen. I'd love to have you on for an interview. And as I understand it, I believe that was the first time she did a public interview. And so she came, and because she was kind of worried about doing it, she wasn't used to it. And so she wanted to join me. So we set it up and we did an interview on Yemen. And then we put it out and she went back with Midpress News. And then we had touched base off and on a few times about that topic and others. And I just reached out to her and I said, hey, you know, I really like your work. I think it's special out of everything that's happening there. And I don't want to step on anybody's toes. I love Mint Press News, what they're doing. But if you wanted to write for me too, I would love that. You know, here's what I'm offering. And she loved it. And I said, yeah, let's do it. You know, and so she worked for both for a little bit of time and then eventually just came over full time for TLAV and did like the bulk of our COVID work during that time frame, like through TLAV. And then at the same time, and sort of like, and this is something that's important for me as an editor, as a running of a platform. Most people do this and they bring people on and they want it to be like, you're this. And I feel like that's stifling, you know? So like with Derek, for example, same kind of thing, as I always respected Derek's work. And so I was like, hey, come write for me, you know, be a part of TLAV. But then at the same time, I'm like, I don't want you to give up everything you're doing. He had Conscious Resistance for so long. And so and my point is we should build and grow and help each other together. So she started building Unlimited Hangout while she was working with TLAV. And so think about how important that is today, you know? So that's all them. That's all her work. I really had no part in anything other than just her working with TLAV, but it just makes me feel good about what I'm doing to be able to have a kind of a spot where that can help grow other things. And, you know, I think TLAV has had a good impact on the independent media field. And so we grew from there. We started writing about a lot of different things, you know, and then obviously through COVID-19, I think we were at the forefront of that conversation. And so when she laned more into Unlimited Hangout, there was a lot of effort that went into building all of that. And then honestly, there's back and forth through that where we had more surging here and there. Then it became more of a, you know, as everyone can see from her today, she's been dealing with family stuff and, you know, pregnancies and all sorts of different things. And also just is a very prominent person in the conversation, you know? So it's like, my perspective is I don't want to be out there trying to absorb all of her time. You know, she's got a lot of important stuff to do, but we got more stuff coming in general. Actually, I don't want to say it just before it's too early, but her and Derek and I are possibly working on something new between the three of us, sort of like a new kind of collaboration. But the plan is there's going to be more stuff coming out in general. Our IMA thing has taken a lot of our time. For those who don't know, I think we touched on it last time, but Derek and I were the ones that started the IMA together. And so and even that, she, you know, the point is there's just limited time to go around, but she's definitely still doing amazing work, man. And I'm honored to be working with her and a part of it, you know, like looking back on how it all started, I never would have thought that we would be creating the IMA and doing something like that, you know? So it's nice to see outside, despite not getting, I would argue, the recognition that she deserves, or that even though she's wildly recognized, anybody in this field that we're doing, we get stifled. And we all see that. She should be on everybody's conversation point. And the same thing for TLAV or Conscious Resistance. You know, it's like, despite how much we're stepped on, there are plenty of examples to show how much we've influenced these conversations, how much that we've had an effect on this, and how far our reach actually is, despite the censorship. And I argue an effort to make sure nobody really sees that, you know? One more thing, you can look during COVID-19. I mean, look at the kind of conversations we were having. Look at the people that Derek and Whitney and I were interviewing during that conversation, and then look at where they've later ended up. On Tucker Carlson, on Candace Owens, Dr. Peter McCullough, Dr. Malhotra, I mean, just like some of the most important conversations were had with our platforms long before it ever became a mainstream thing, but yet now people point to those. It's things like that. It's just interesting, isn't it?
Well, it's interesting and it's frustrating because, again, it's like you guys run through the wall quite often and take a lot of the shots to make these people legitimate in a way. And then it's the Tuckers that get the shine in the end for the big interview and the view counts. And it's so frustrating, again, as a little independent guy who gets almost no view counts, and I'm okay with that at this point. It's still frustrating, and that's not why I do this. I do this because I want to get to the bottom of it, because I want to put out material that people can actually reference, and I feel like a lot of times the questions I want to have asked aren't asked. So that's why I do this. It's create the media that you want to see. Has been what I believe for 5 years, and it's why I built INN. Very similar to how you amplify independents like Derek and Whitney and help create a platform for other, people who got it right through COVID, through the IMA. That's what we've been trying to build with IndieNewsNow. And all it's a very parallel thing. As I watch it, I smile and I say, there need to be more people that feel this way and are doing this, because this is a massive space. I mean, massive. And the Independent Review, that's Ryan Graham. He curates every week a kind of a highlight reel of the best of independent media. And he includes IMAs, and he includes INN, and he includes AM Wake Up, and he includes Unlimited Hangout Conversations and Corbett and so many things that are in that. But there's a need for a dozen independent reviews curating different sets of shows that introduce even more people. And again, kudos for creating that kind of environment. And because it's something that I've been fighting to create for a while.
Well, this is important to add to this and credit to you for trying to do this, is that, because most people, like, even just the act, I mean, you've got some traction, right? But even the act of just putting it out there for the first time, the courage that takes. Nobody realized, I remember the first time I did this, I was so uncomfortable. I tried it multiple times. The point is, you just got to do it, but it's credit to people out there doing that. Even more so for someone like you that's built this and is getting some momentum to some degree. My point is, I wonder if today, if for the same circumstances, the same justifications and reasons that I started this, but I did it today, I doubt it would ever be successful. I think we're in a different time today. And I think, like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, I don't think today, I think it's been growing worse the more technologically controlled everything becomes.
Agreed.
There's even still some organic stuff that happens, but I argue it's near impossible today for something to truly go organically viral. That there's always a stop lever or an element to project something that shouldn't be, and we know this, right? So I think it's been happening and slowly diminishing the possibility that you can naturally break through. And I think today, maybe it's not even possible anymore, and I think that's where we're going. So that's in saying that people who start new shows today, like, I see these things, they get reach or discussions or things that should push them into a further conversation, but don't, and so even for T-Lab, it's like, look at I don't want to pat myself on the back, but and this is just the fact though, if you look at just take the daily wrap up, let alone all of our work with Derek and Whitney and everybody else, but just the daily wrap up, and you look at the conversations we had, even before COVID-19, how incredibly consistently accurate we've been over the years. And I'm not saying it's not because I'm guessing. It's because I look at the information, I'm measured and I'm objective, I'm nonpartisan, and I give you what I think is going to happen. And I've been wrong before, but I mean, look at our track record. It's insane, right? Insane. And so the point is that you would think that something like that would have its own benefit and ultimately would grow. But no, we've essentially, even after the COVID thing, we got our propelling from that, and then it just paused. We're like, it just kind of, even our follow, it's like 77 or whatever it is, 70,000 followers on Twitter, just dead, right? It just stays that way. And I think that shows you that even though even now, I mean, there's been 2 or other stories that we were way ahead on in the last couple of months, and still it stays that way. So all that's to say that I think that we're like, I did a show a while ago that was talked about redefining how we view success. I don't think if we keep hitching our wagon or whatever the term would be to like, if we keep using their metrics, we're going to give up. Like most people will, I would say, because you feel like you're failing, right? So we have to stand back and look like, what does it mean to succeed in this? And I think you're succeeding. I think what you're doing is reaching people. You're doing it for the right reasons. And I bet you reach a ton more people than you even realize. And that's just, I think of mine the same way, and it's like, and that alone, I like, if I ended today, I would walk away thinking, I changed people's lives. I reached people. I affected what they thought. I gave them the tools to think for themselves. That's a win to me, but it's hard though, isn't it?
It's really hard, but let me, in that vein, these are the people that have actually really legitimately stepped up and contributed to independent media just at INN. And I update this board on a regular basis because I think it's so important to acknowledge and recognize and thank the people that have stuck by us and made this what it was. And yes, I have had impact, and I've had people say, I wouldn't have known about that story if it weren't for watching your show. Right. And that's why I do this stuff. Just yesterday, there was a guy that was yelling at an Israel troll on Twitter. I'm like, hey man, did you know that Israel just ramped up another $1 million campaign for Hasbara to just blanket social media to push pro-Israel sentiment to Americans? Here's the evidence. Here's the article it came from. And he's like, oh man, I had no idea. Thanks, man. And it's like, don't engage with that stuff. We do the show every Tuesday. Hey, I'll be there. Cool. That's why, and that I learned from guys like you to do it like this. This is, again, to measure success. And in that way, before, I know we don't have much time left, but top 3 stories, and maybe just the one story that most people don't know about, but they totally should. And you cover so many different topics and so many different things. If you got one story that most people don't know about, but they absolutely needed to, which one is it?
That's hard, man. Like, what I'm going to do real quick is look at before I even look at like what I was just getting into, like the bullet points, for me, the larger things, obviously even large, like overview of everything is just where this technological direction is going in. Call it technocracy, call it globalism. I mean, it's actually incredible how many people seem to not actually be aware of. I mean, it's not even a secret conversation. They're literally directing and signaling what they're building and how they're doing it. I mean, it's being able to connect all those pieces to see what that will amount to. The lack of liberty and freedom in the world that they're trying to create. The same Great Reset, WEF, yellow nothing and be happy that the Democrats are pushing. It's the same damn thing. They're doing the same thing with the same people, So if there's one thing, make sure that you just understand where, the world that they envision for us and the peons that they see us as, right? But more on a more kind of like off the beaten path kind of a story. I don't think Prospera and the Freedom Cities overlap gets enough top discussion. It terrifies me what that is and what they're doing there, and how even right now, I was just proven right again for a huge example around Honduras. I made the argument that what the U.S. government was going to do was going to back another regime change effort for Honduras because they want to make sure their Prospera technocratic hellscape experiment continues. And so guess what? Trump comes out 2 days ago and says, we have to support the person that's fighting the one, we have to support the blind Israel supporting Honduras candidate who has literally made their focal point a triangle between Israel, the United States, and Taiwan. That's what the guy says. Or that we want to bring in Jerusalem and Israel. Like, it's just crazy. And nobody in Honduras wants that. Nobody in Venezuela wants that. But the two people they're trying to push are people who are blind supporting of Israel. But the whole overlap is Prospera and what they're building there. They're doing weird biogenetic experiments there. It's just, now who's to say there's some positive elements to what some people experience there. At the end of the day, it is not what they're claiming it is. And I believe it's the main point to make is that the Pronomos Capital, the Teal kind of like funding group and some others, they're the ones funding all of these things. And it's the same conversation, whether they call it 15-minute cities, smart cities, freedom cities, libertarian freedom city, whatever it is, it's the same people funding the freedom city push in the United States. I mean, that's what I made that argument before I even knew they were connected, and it turned out they were. It's crazy. So that's one thing. I would say one that I've drilled so heavily on during East Palestine that exploded my mind to something I didn't even know about was the risk of dioxins in this country. We all talk about so many other things, and PFAS that Donald Trump his administration just promoted the growth, like 6 new PFAS pesticides to use on food. Make America healthy again. It's crazy. The dioxin is the overlapping part from the East Palestine conversation that I found out was I mean, it's like glyphosate. They've given up on even caring about it because it's ubiquitous. And if we wonder why 1 in 2 people get cancer before they die in this country, or really, I think it's everybody at some point in their life will get some form of cancer in this country. Think about how insane that is. And we act like that's just the way it is. No, it's because we're poisoning ourselves, as Catherine says. So that's something, dioxins. Let me look quickly just to my
Prosperous. Now that's like corporate run cities or entities, right? That are lawless, effectively.
Well, I mean, maybe lawless is a little inaccurate. I would say it's more about whatever they want the law to be, right? So it's you have a circumstance, again, just to break it down. Then in Honduras, the U.S. government conducted an illegal regime change 2008, 2009. Effectively at the end point, and removed the government, put people in place that were amenable to their agendas. Before that, the Teal, Mark Andreessen kind of this is the people invested in Prospera. We're trying to build what this was as a special autonomous zone, like right out of the Sustainable Development Goals, right? It's UN stuff. And they wanted to designate this special autonomous zone so they could do this experiment, run their own little society, right? And they didn't want that. So that's when they regime changed them. And then they said, hey, come on in, right? Then they had another hitch when they wanted to actually designate it that special zone. And the Supreme Court said no in Honduras. So they did what any freedom-loving country would do. They removed those judges and put people in place that did what they want, And so it's all illegal, right? So then they got what they wanted. They got the zone. Then you jump forward a decade or more, and the government, for whatever reason, is no longer wanting that. I think it's because the U.S. government, the rest are spread very thin with what they're dealing with. And so they lost control over that. There's only so many regime changes they can conduct. And so now the government of Honduras says, we don't want you here. Nobody wants you here. And so Prospera, Teal, and the rest sue them. Even though they did all this illegally in the first place, they sue them for about 1/3 of the entire GDP of Honduras, which is insane. So even if they win that, they effectively seize control of the assets of the government. So they are the government. So all that's to say that now they're in this limbo state where the government doesn't want them there. They're suing to stay. And what happened was the current leader of Honduras came out a couple months ago and said, the U.S. government is trying to regime change us again. And I said, I bet you I know why. I think it's because Prospera is biding its time until they can put somebody back in power that will let them stay. And then what do you know? Donald Trump comes out 2 days ago and says, we want the person that Israel likes, who will allow them to get what they want. And I think that's what this is.
And they're just buying them off. I mean, I genuinely think
the technocratic part to your question. It's technocracy. It's about growing out, their kind of technocratic smart city, all the different, it's all the concerning things we talk about from the Great Reset. That's what they're doing to make it simple. Go ahead.
So it'll be technologically like cool to live in, but you're not going to be able to really leave or afford to do very much outside of that. Your digital money might not even work in certain other places potentially. And
that's the point of Gaza, right? The same thing we do in Gaza, digital money, tokenized everything, technocratic leadership. Gaza is the same. It's one of the same overlaps, but I wouldn't say that I know exactly how it will go. The point to take away from it is that you don't have any autonomy. They decide you own nothing and you're happy. That's the point. So whatever they want to make it is what it will be. And you don't have any insight in that or any involvement. And that's terrifying. And these people are not good people. Just think that's very obvious.
Right. Oh, man. And like the worst of the worst and all CIA connected, going back to, again, this is Whitney's research with Poindexter and total information awareness. And a lot of people don't know the history of Facebook and how that came to be and how Teal is involved with both of those things, was a seed founder in Palantir and Facebook, and mapping the entire internet and the entire human behavior. I didn't even get into asking you about Y-band and like the future of how they're mapping this out and how they're going to use humans to power stuff in the future. Like the stuff that's coming out now is remarkable.
Can I touch on that? And I'm sorry to interrupt you just because it's
Sure.
funny. I only have so many minutes left, but somebody recently reached out to me about that and was like, why don't you talk about this? And I'm like, what? like, you know, my work. I'm like, I've talked about that so many times, like whether it's an entire focus, the wireless body area network, the idea of like a nanotech overlap to that. Like I've at least I believe I've talked about that many times. So let's just briefly point to that. Is I think it's important to consider how this overlaps, even when you get into the AI thing. Whitney and I had some crazy conversations about this way back when, about the idea that maybe what one part of what they might have been doing, hypothetical, of the shots is using some kind of a nanotech overlap to sort of create like a mesh network amongst people who have it in their body, which then could allow them to sort of be able to evaluate the way the brain works at a much higher level, because she argues they were failing to reach what they were trying to with AI. You know, and so it's like that. Think about that with the idea of a wireless body area network, and even more so with the connection to like using your bodies as batteries, which is a very, very real thing.
The Matrix. It was literally the Matrix.
The director of these things. It's like Terminator and the Matrix mashed together. It's terrifying.
Yes, that's funny, because I was going to say one of my questions, and again, it's like 6 parts, and there's no way we can get to it. But how do we live with AI? Because it's not going anywhere. All the big money's invested in it now. Data centers are literally paying lobbyists to get the laws on their side. The bosses are pushing it. Our kids are using it in school, and we know they're not learning a fucking thing because they're just regurgitating whatever is told to them, and they're absorbing some of it as entertainment, not as actual learning. Info is being memory holed, left, right, sideways, and everywhere. Stuff's being erased. Entirely different narratives are presented from reality thanks to the AI. Nobody asked for any of this stuff. And my first question is, if we need to lawyer our way into getting to the right answer, where's the real value when you can only trust on it to give you like objective answers to objective questions that have definitive answers? Because it's just an amalgamation of everything that it sees, and garbage in, garbage out, right?
Exactly. And you can slant that if you have enough power, right? Enough like CPU power, right? You very much could. But let's not forget what Google said a long time ago. I believe it was Eric Schmidt. But he said, eventually, if we do this correctly, we'll get to a place where you get one answer, the correct answer to whatever your query is. Like, so, you know, the argument being that you'll ask, you know, like some abstract thing, but because of how intelligent it is, it'll be able to give you the one thing that you were asking for, or they'll just give you the one answer you're supposed to take, you know? And it's like, you can see it as amazing and they'll give you the right answer, or pretty dystopian. And I think it's obvious where that's going, you know? And so you're right, is that it's being, what's another word? Like it's being dumbed down in a very easy sense, but where people are being kind of funneled into a place where there are only like binary responses to things, you know, where it's like intelligence has been like, you know, channeled into this direction where, you know, they're learning by memorization, which has been, I mean, that's how doctors learn today. Ask doctors about medical school now versus 50 years ago, or even before the American Medical Association, the Flexner Report, you know, but you used to actually think and care. Now it's like regurgitation and pills, you know, and doctors will tell you that. I think this is the model that our controlling structure wants. They want mindless automatons. And what's interesting is, guess what our school system pumps out? You probably know this. Our school system is quite literally based on a Prussian model. Prussian with a P, doesn't exist anymore. But the point is, it was a structure that was literally designed to pump out obedient workers. You can look it up. And so we've never gone away from that, you know, and there's a reason that the power structures in this government and this country have clearly driven us in this direction. You know, even our medical system is still quite literally based on a triage system from wartime. It's based on the idea of getting you just healthy enough to get back out there. That's what we do. You know, it's just wild, man.
It's sick care. It's not health care. But, and again, the drain on resource, I think one of the top things you talked about, dioxins. Okay. Absolutely. And I've always been so focused on the environment. Since we got into this, you know, Erin Brockovich should be one of the biggest stars in the world with the way that she focuses on water. And also Scott Smith. Thanks to you, I knew who Scott Smith is. Okay. That he's been testing the water, and you have to be able to test. And if you can't test, you don't know. And you can't just stick your head in the sand and say, well, I don't really know because we're not testing. That's what Trump wants to do. They want to turn off all the measurements because, God forbid, you got a bad report. All right. But the drain on resources, which you've been talking about, and the data center drain on resources, I think, again, scares the shit out of me because my wife just had a thing where she needed to write a letter for something for work. And what did she do? She plugged it into Chat GPT and it gave her the exact answer that she wanted. I'm like, oh no,
This is hard though, because look, right now, I'm with you on this. I think this is a, God, what's a good analogy for that? There's plenty of them. I can't think of one. It's something that is, there's positive outcomes to it in the moment, but long term, it's a trap. It's a trap, and so I'll use it on the show to be like, okay, here's Elon Musk saying, I did it for Doge, for example. Elon's pointing to the Doge account saying Reuters is lying about that we closed down. And Elon Musk goes, look, see, they're lying. And I asked Grok, did Doge shut down? And he goes, yes, it shut down on November 25th. I said, even your Grok says you're wrong. And it's like, we should never trust it. But there are, even I'm finding uses for it, and I'm like, fuck, I shouldn't do that, but it's always a juice worth the squeeze kind of a moment. My point is that, as you probably know, this is being done by people every day now. It has become the Google. There are companies that are freaking out because their searches have dropped. I mean, nobody's going below the little drop down anymore. Google, anything, Brave, it gives you the answer. It's simple, it's easy, it's quick, and sometimes it's wrong. Half the time it seems, but it's, and people are now being warped that way. They're being convinced that that's the way it should be. No one wants to read articles anymore. I mean, it seems like a rapid dumbing down, but that's where we're driving to. And so the point you made is the resources. Every time you do one of those searches, at least the ones that were happening in the beginning, there was gallons of water that were being used. And I'm sure they'll probably find a way to make that less so, but it's not just that. It's resources. It's the quartz powder that they're getting from spruce pine that's destroying the town. It's happening all over this country, man.
Our electricity bills are going sky freaking high everywhere, right?
And they lie about it. Yeah.
It's remarkable. All right. I know I don't have much time, and I wanted to show a couple of things real quick. First off, the Indie Media Awards we talked about in the last time, but there is a webpage, IndieMediaAwards.substack.com. This is dedicated to Ryan, by the way, and all of the links to all of your different properties and where they can find you are all right here. So if I'm ever missing anything, just shoot me a thing. I try to check the websites and everything. I saw that I had a Parler link, so I got rid of that and I put the one to the IMA instead. So that's you're still on Gab, and I see you're on all these other, there's no activity there. You still post, and I give you amazing credit for being everywhere, and I don't know how you do it. But I just find that, juice worth the squeeze. Like, you can only be in so many places.
Yeah, I'm with you.
This is the website.
I tend to just think like to the posting places, it's like if one person sees it, it's worth the time, but I'm with you. You really do have to balance. Like, is the juice worth the squeeze? Is it going to be too much effort for not enough return? But it's hard, man. You never know who's seeing what. Everything's glitched out and altered and manipulated. So it's just got to throw it out there.
Now, this is built on top of WordPress, right?
Yeah, it's a WordPress, but we have it hosted personally on the server. Yeah.
Right. Self-hosted WordPress. And, you've got the plugins, and that's a beast itself to manage. I don't know if you heard, but Zoe was having problems with her payment thing just yesterday. And on Black Friday, she's trying to have like a sale for her book, and the payment thing's not working. And, I know you've had all kinds of issues with payment processing and PayPal and Patreon, etc. And that's one of the things, if they come after you, if you're really making it inconvenient for them, they try to make it inconvenient for us to do stuff like this. There's the Twitter account, and sorry to stalk you on your fine points earlier, but again, I thought that was a fun way to kind of get to you. But that was a great conversation. People should check out. Ryan's on every Thursday, I think it is, or I guess they do it different days of the week.
Monday, yeah.
Mondays with Bruce Fine. He's an attorney over on BitChute. So check that out for sure. Here's the Substack, the Rumble channel. I'm actually a paid monthly subscriber here, which you can buy a subscription. It's $5 a month, and all the money goes to Ryan. Rumble doesn't take any money of the paid monthly subscriptions. I also wanted to show people your Substack. All right, where all the articles and everything also gets posted to, and that's an email list. So you can subscribe there, get all that free, but also you can upgrade. Go ahead.
No, just real quick. It's everything but the daily wrap up. Gotcha. I just decided to make that the case because it's sort of like if you just wanted to get the article content, the interviews, that's like the central place to it. But if our website ever gets like removed or taken down, I'll probably just shift into doing it on Substack for the time being. So it gives me that too.
Or whatever Odyssey Portal is, because Odyssey Portal is going to be very similar to this, is my understanding, correct, in a lot of ways?
Yeah, well, yes, it'll have the interface like any other of these platforms for the most part, but I feel like it'll be that mixed more with like an Odyssey video platform style. But yeah, essentially.
Hmm.
And but once it comes out, well, they are tweaking stuff, so I don't want to get ahead of it. But somewhat like that. It'll be
I'm
like
so excited for it. I really am. I like those. I like Tom and I like those guys. And then this is your Instagram, which is smaller. But what I love are these little frame things. And did you design this frame? Is this like, did you go to a web designer? Did you make this yourself?
Jason Bassler, he designed the little setup for it.
Yeah, these are beautiful, man.
That's all Jason Bassler. He does clips for us so many times a week just to keep the clips going from the longer shows, you know. But yeah, he does a great job. And check out Jason in general on the Free Thought Project and the work he's doing. He's doing a lot of great work on the flock cameras right now.
Yes. Yeah. What's that? A D-Flock or something like that is what it's called. And then look at 19,000 followers on Odyssey. Remarkable that, you know, you've really made that a home. And I can't seem to get anyone over there. We've got a few people that go to Odyssey. I like it. It's ad-free. It's got decent tech. It's got all the bells and whistles. And you can even publish there now and do a bunch of other stuff. It's just getting people there is so hard, which is why I'm a fan of Substack. It's where the people are right now. So
that's good work.
I'd love to talk to you about Substack being flooded with corporate media people and also about Christian Zionism with being ignored with the focus on Israel, etc. There's so many more directions we go. And I'm excited to do this with you again soon. But I know we got to wrap up for today. I think I told people where they can find you, but if you want to tell them where to find you, please, by all means, best place to find Ryan.
You know, as always, the best place is to go right to the source. As much as it seems nobody likes to go to websites anymore, the daily or the lastamericanvagabond.com is the website where you'll find a decade plus of incredibly sourced investigative long form work, you know? And so it goes back to, I mean, you name the topic and you'll find a whole bunch of work on it. But other than that, you know, just the different platforms we're on, you can find it all on there. So thanks again, brother. I enjoyed the conversation and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, man. Thank you again. Thanks for all you do. I'll tell everyone to, again, support independent media like Ryan because we need it more than ever. And we'll see you soon, fam. Love you all.
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to me, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe? Were you safe?